that's wise justification. She would understand why he did it. The guy threw Amanda a copy mask, so her face would create problems. A lot of people would know who had kidnapped her. The team didn't like this, but there was nothing they could do. They arrived at the boat in which there was a large number of armed, ordinary citizens. One of the militants ordered everyone to give 10% of their cargo. This applied to everyone. If someone wanted to pass, a tenth was a lot for those who already had few resources. The civilians did not like this, and they began to shout. Everyone was against this, but their cries were drowned out by the militants, and citizens did not agree. They could not go to the city, no one forced them to go. Now it became clear to Amanda why they had let the cargo supplies. They had taken a tenth of it, they would hardly last longer. But the guy replied that it could be worse. In some cities they take half. Amanda wondered if there was no other way to go about it. There was no other way, there was no way for them. They had everything they needed. Charlie heard the roar of an engine. A rich SUV painted red was heading toward them. The Mercedes was scaring away all the civilians who barely managed to get out of the way. The car was surrounded by civilians who were very nervous on their faces that had appeared. 3 people came out of it. Bart stood in the middle in front of his protege. The main fighter didn't expect to see his brother here at such a time. Bart wondered if they would welcome him. She responded in fear that of course they would die at the present and did not dare to detain him any longer. The militants opened the gates for the bandit, but that was not why he had come. The gang leader said that the gate now belonged to the Red Vests gang, so everyone present could leave right now. Red Vests. That's a no joke. These were monsters who would come from this gang. Charlie clenched his fists. Amanda noticed this and asked what happened. Breathing deep then, Charlie could imagine. But the deputy boss, the Azure Mountain Gang, did not understand this. They were given the right to this by the agreement they made with members of the Red Vests. Their boss was developed. But it didn't matter either. Bard arrested someone and Sally killed him. He threw his head on the ground at the fighter's knees. He immediately ran to the head of the believing his boss was dead. Bard found it funny to watch such emotion. He touched the militant's head. There was a crunching sound. Blood started flowing from the man's ears and nose. His eyes burst. He fell down dead. The Bard addressed everyone present. The Red Vests gang is now taking the gates for themselves, so everyone must immediately give their brother. The civilians immediately rejected Bard's decision. It was real rough and unfair. From the ground, the oppressor was speaking for them. The guy almost touched his face, but Amanda sent the fighter flying several meters with one blow, ordering him not to touch her. It was clear that these were not ordinary people for an instant. The militants with pistols and machine guns and ordering him not to do anything. Amanda asked what they were going to do now. Charlie replied that all they could do was wait for the surrounding militants to switch. Then shots rang out and Amanda and Charlie dealt with all the militants surrounding them. Bard was in the distance. He ordered his subordinates to put away the guns, but he addressed this fighter who had paid him in He did not know the company in advance. Charlie appreciated that Bard was not familiar. Meeting was not around here. This was a good chance to make an addition. Bard introduced himself to the other to the second in command of the Red Vests gang. Charlie asked if they had anyone developed this. Amanda answered positively. There were 2 more, and Charlie noted that this was not enough. Perhaps they were developed, but too impudent. Charlie never introduced himself, and Bard reproached him for this, for he had said his name. But it was illogical. Right to those who had one foot in the grave. The bandit asked him to explain what Charlie meant. His face instantly changed from good-natured to serious tones. I had thought it was dangerous. Charlie ordered to convey to everyone that by May 14th, that is in 3 days, the entire gang of Red Vests had to be disbanded. This had to be done without fail. If the gang is not disbanded, then all the people who were part of it will be dead. Bard could no longer tolerate such impudence. He decided to teach the impudent man a lesson. He activated his power and strengthened his body. Instantly, all the outer clothing of Bard's body was torn to shreds, revealing a powerful and muscular body. However, this did not bother Charlie at all. Bard was about to hit the guy, but he killed the big guy with one blow. Blood splashes through all of the area. Everyone present looked at this picture with fear. Bard was one of the strongest in the gang, and died so easily. Charlie ordered the gang member to freeze the place, investigate immediately. The militants immediately fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Charlie repeated his order again. In 3 days, each member of the gang was disbanded. Otherwise, he would deal with them all personally. One of the gunmen recognized Charlie and addressed him by name. He was the one who killed the sickness and need. Their family threw the bounty on his head. The representatives of the Red Vest gang were already tired of waiting for the master. In the gangs, everything was based on violence, and only he, the surviving brother, was developed. In this city, his power was small, and of course the Great Family doesn't care about them. One of the militants asked what they should do. Charlie killed Bard with one blow. They had to wait. The family and Charlie had their own conflicts. The voice that the surviving brother disliked so much rang out. 3 brothers came to them. The 3 of them were developed. All 3 brothers had caps, white, black, and blue. The white one turned to the remaining brother. He heard that his brother, Bard, was killed. The boy did not like it. Even if the 3 brothers served the family, they were not untouchable. The brothers took off their caps, and lines appeared on their heads, meaning that they had broken through to a new level. The white one replied that last time the remaining brothers had defeated him. This time everything would be different. The Boom, who appeared, replied that the 3 brothers were already fighters of the Great Family. Boom was the representative of the family and their master. He reminded the 3 brothers what they needed to do, and they hurried to set out. They took the first brother with them. Boom explained that they were on Charlie's trail, so his father sent his 3 brothers to help exact revenge. The first brother replied that Charlie was much stronger than this. He killed Bard with one blow, but there was no need to worry. 5 developed ones were moving out to catch him. But the first brother also wanted to go for revenge. Boom had another task for him. Boom escorted the first brother to the chambers of his father, whom he had beaten. Charlie and Amanda looked at the wall, which was located a portrait of Charlie. A short description of it, for the capture of people were often permanent residents of the base held with evolution, and for information for me. However, the portrait is a strong word. The face depicted on paper was drawn with a single pencil, incredibly roughly, only in general outline. Amanda asked again if he really killed their son. Charlie didn't hide it, but at first he killed both of them all. Now he wanted to destroy an entire gang. The guy replied that he wasn't looking for problems, they would come to it themselves. Charlie had a rule. As long as no one posed a danger to Charlie or his loved ones, he would not touch anyone. Charlie took off his glasses. There was no need to worry about being discovered. Suddenly, someone shouted Charlie's name, and Amanda and the guy felt a chill inside. He ran past Charlie and tried to explain that he hadn't killed anyone, but the bandits didn't believe him and copied the portrait from his face. The couple looked after them, curious to see how it would all end. But it was immediately clear that they had indeed taken the wrong one. teenagers surrounded Lucas and decided to attack him from all sides at once, holding sticks in their hands and clutching brass knuckles. However, a few seconds later, they were all lying on the ground. They needed to train more if they wanted to reach the heights. Lucas felt tension from behind. Luke tried to kick her. She ran up and jumped with her leg forward, but Lucas managed to dodge this tricky blow. He noted that the blow was not bad. She was close to touching, but Lou herself had a different opinion. She was not happy. She saw a huge difference. Last week, she would still fight Lucas on equal terms. Now she didn't have that opportunity. When Luke heard someone start clapping, the man noted that the rate of progress of those who had broken through was much higher. Jonathan was pleased with the results. Lou and Lucas ran up to their boss. None of them were his equals. But the boss noted that the pair had a good foundation and strong skills. They were already strong competitors. However, he is not here to praise them. According to rumors, Charlie was captured, and right now he is being taken to the square to be executed. Lucas did not believe it. Charlie could not let you be captured. He was too strong for that. However, Jonathan replied that everyone in the area had heard it, so it was unlikely to be a hoax. There was other news that needed to be verified personally. According to the information the boss has, Charlie has a way to speed up evolution. People could break through to a new level very quickly. Lou can't believe his ears. No one knew that evolution could be sped up. Well, one way or another, Charlie's fate. If they find out about this, the whole city, everyone will be engulfed in chaos. That's why Lucas needed those in front of them, a huge number of bandits gathered, wanting to watch the massacre. In this crowd, Lucas and Square actually saw Charlie's characteristic clothes. They had the same immediate. Some threw a small bundle of paper. Lou opened it and saw two words. Someone asked them to turn their heads. The friends looked to the side and saw a woman in a cloak. They thought that one of the developed ones was in front of them. They walked. They tried to talk to the stranger. As far as the kids knew, she was not one of those who ran everything. But the girl replied that she was not the one looking for them. Finally, Amanda led the couple to a hidden location where Charlie met them and congratulated the boy and girl on taking them to the next level. Lucas was surprised. He thought that Charlie would be executed, but the family caught the wrong one. The couple breathed a sigh of relief. Since it wasn't him there, it meant they could go to the base. But Charlie wasn't here for that. Several people were lying in ambush. There were about 20 of them. Did Lucas know anything about this? He noted that the news of the guy's capture spread around the area very quickly. But Charlie didn't know anything about this. They say that he could speed up evolution and knew how to quickly break through to a new level. But Amanda noted that these were not just rumors. They said this specifically about Charlie. They caught someone else and spread the rumors. This was part of someone's plan. Charlie thought to himself that this was actually the truth. Spread as a rumor. Amanda asked if Charlie was going to get to the truth, but he had to leave. Someone came up with a plan to catch him, which means they didn't know what he looked like. Since they caught the wrong person, Charlie doesn't care. Charlie asked if Lucas or Lou had been able to find out anything about the friends he'd asked them to gather information about, but they had only found one, even though their paths had crossed. Charlie killed the second in command of the Red Vests just on the day of their arrival. The leader of their main rivals, the Azure Mountain Gang, was a friend of Charlie's. Instantly, the boy wanted to know as much information about him as possible. But that week, he became developed, and the strength of the Azure Mountain Gang increased, so they started a conflict with the Red Vests. As a result, his friend was not yet in town, which was a good sign, so Charlie still had time to finish one thing. Charlie will protect the Azure Mountain Gang until his friend returns. Everyone else needs to take cover and stay out of trouble. But a second later, Susie the hamster appeared before Charlie's eyes. It was unclear what this little one was doing in this place, but the guess was already in his head. Amanda also ran to the window. There was noise and rumble in the street. A large number of people started a fight. It was interesting to watch. Amanda was immediately joined by everyone else. Someone had come for the prisoner and was going to free the false Charlie. But the guy immediately guessed who it was. Once he realized that this was how it would all end, Charlie forgot a little about the fact that his friend would come to his rescue. A minute earlier, one of the three brothers raised his blade over the captive. He killed the second young master from their family, and also beat his brothers in front of everyone. He would not pity him. Anyone who would sow chaos and discord in the family and the city would face death, but the three brothers were not liked by those around them. One of the brothers finally raised his blade and was about to strike at the neck, but the characteristic crack of steel on steel was heard throughout the entire area. The iron bat covered his neck and collided with the blade of one of the three brothers. He did not like it very much. He hastened to turn his attention to the stranger. Damon still couldn't believe that Charlie, their Charlie, had been captured by such weaklings, and the brothers were trying to find out the identity of the stranger. However, Damon wanted to know the answers to his questions. Charlie always had a plan for everything. He was also the strongest man on earth. One of the brothers did not like such talk, and he raised his cleaver to cut Damon in half. No one dared to take a prisoner from him. But the guy playfully dodged this blow and delivered a counterattack with a bat to the bandit's face. You couldn't talk like that to those who were stronger than you. One of the brothers fell to the ground, but the rest of the militants immediately started shooting from behind, trying to hit the stranger with their pistols. However, they failed to do this. Damon easily dodged every bullet, and the wounded brother ordered everyone not to waste bullets in vain. He immediately realized that the guy in front of him was developed, which meant that ordinary weapons would not help him. He needed to be dealt with by another developed one. Hearing this word, the whole crowd scattered in different directions. People knew that when the developed ones began their fight, they destroyed everything around them. So everyone hurried away to do their own thing. When the square was finally cleared of people, one of the brothers in the white cap was ordered by a voice in his earpiece not to kill Charlie and to take him back. However, the boy was outraged by such an order. Charlie was being saved right now. Hearing this, the young master ordered to immediately prevent Charlie from being saved. Whitecap thought with relief that he could handle an evolved one without any problems. But right in front of his nose, Damon stole the prisoner. Charlie's friend dealt with all the remaining fighters in a few moments. Their weapons could not stop him. Damon threw a smoke grenade at the brothers. The boys immediately started coughing and trying to cover their breathing organs. But Damon took advantage of all this fuss, running further and further with each passing second. The brothers immediately set off in pursuit. Susie joined Damon. He asked her if she had found her hamster, which had run away. But Susie explained that she asked her hamster to find Charlie and distract the militants. But her faithful friend ran away from her, which really offended the girl. But Damon warned her that the hamster was absolutely useless. But now was not the time for arguments. They needed to get Charlie to a safe place. Damon ran with him, throwing the body over his shoulder. It was unclear to his friend how these weaklings were able to catch him. Susie assumed that they had done something mean. Because there was no other way to capture Charlie, most likely they poisoned him. As was assumed, the body did not stop twitching and moaning. Ahead, Susie noticed several people, one of them holding a cigarette in his teeth, and remarked that a huge number of developed people had recently arrived in the city. The second man supporting him was a great way to warm up. Lynn and Lucas looked with pleasure at the couple who were approaching them. Their hands were already itching for a fight. There were few worthy opponents left in the world. Damon stopped and prepared to run back, but their path was blocked by three brothers who still managed to catch up with them. They were surrounded by 5 people with tattoos against 2. Damon regretted not taking his gun. It was not a pity to kill these people, but it was too late to regret anything. He needed to get out of the situation. The prisoner began to scream again and wave his tied body. Susie thought that Charlie was worried about the situation. She calmed him down, assuring him that they would untie him soon. It was clear that Susie and Damon would not be able to resist 5 and developed at the same time. It was necessary to understand how to help them correctly. The advanced ones who were lying in ambush caught up with them, were waiting at the exits, and they all attacked at the same time. Even Charlie and Amanda would be able to break through, but there are gangs in the city that are little known. Nevertheless, they enjoy some popularity and can throw out various situations. Lucas remembered that there was a biker gang in the city. They all wore black bandanas and hung out outside the city. The men rarely fought for territory. 3 of them were developed. It was possible to use this. Amanda looked through the binoculars and noticed one of the members of this society who was waiting in the northern alley. Charlie realized that the time had come. He would be perfect for his plan. Everyone else looked at Charlie questioningly, waiting for his further instructions. Damon put Charlie on the ground and calmed him down. The battle promised to be difficult. He needed to stay away and not get involved in the conflict. The prisoner began to sob. Tears began to form through his headband. Damon had never seen Charlie cry. Today had brought him a huge number of surprises. Susie and Damon tried to find out what happened to their friend. The prisoner replied that the whole situation was incredibly touching. Damon tried to understand what Charlie was getting at, but he replied that he didn't want to set up his friends and stop them from saving his life. But suddenly the guy threw off the bag. He replied that the family needs Charlie's life. Let everyone present let Susie and Damon go, and he will answer for his sins. The friends looked at the stranger in shock, trying to understand who they were. Susie was furious, did not understand why they were saving him. Damon asked to introduce himself again. The guy replied that his name was Farley. Now everything fell into place. It was a matter of pronunciation of the name. That's why everyone confused him with Charlie. Lynn immediately realized and noted that his friends should have listened better to this man's name pronunciation than the man. Since this happened, Damon presented Farley to Lynn. The black-developed man looked at this man in bewilderment. Susie and Damon hurried to leave immediately. Shepard asked them to wait. It turned out they had caught the wrong one, and they didn't need a fake. Susie assumed he wanted to fight. However, Damon and Susie were more into fighting than bloodshed. Shepard noted that his foreign friend was very kind. Damon just smirked at the statement, while Susie, taking her blades, rushed at the 3 brothers, cutting down 2 of them. Whitecap turned his attention to his brothers and was distracted, while Damon had already raised his iron mallet to strike Whitecap, the same partner Damon had previously struck. He brought his blow down on the bandit, but they didn't need to kill those present. They were outnumbered. They just needed to distract and hide. Lynn was watching the guy. He noted that the guy had good fighting skills, so he invited him to come closer to him and start the fight. However, the couple had other plans. Damon sent the foreigner to hell, and he and Susie ran headlong towards the exit. The 3 brothers were fine. They just had scratches. If they were okay, then they should have joined the chase. Shepard and Lynn would try to catch up with them. It was necessary to interrogate this guy. The Black Bandana gang watched the fight unfold. One of them held a pair of binoculars in his hands and watched the chase. It was time to leave. They also noticed that the Axe gang was in the northern alley, and the Scorpion and Northern Sky gang were located in a small building in the southwest. Apparently this time the whole city decided to start a hunt, but everyone started moving suddenly, so they had to get involved too. They couldn't be beaten to it. Charlie suddenly came up and asked if the men were in the Black Bandana gang. The guys immediately raised their fists to hit him in the face. However, their blows did not reach their target. Charlie intercepted the fist and leg of the attackers. They could not do anything against him. Charlie held them in a death grip. The bandits immediately realized that the man in front of them was much stronger than their own boss. They could not escape from his grip. The guy Charlie grabbed by the leg decided to use his fists, but Charlie taught him a lesson for it. They were both in the middle of the first level, and it turned out that strong groups were not so strong. He threw both of them back over himself, and the bikers landed painfully on the ground. Charlie was even a little bored of meeting such weaklings. The men somehow stood up and noted that Charlie was strong, and they couldn't beat him. But if he knew they were from the Black Bandana gang, then Charlie needed to show respect. However, Lucas, who had come up, noted that one cannot ask for respect, it must be earned. It turned out that even Maitland was involved in a case in which, surprisingly, they were still experts. The Black Bandana gang didn't stand a chance, so the 2 boys fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Charlie asked if the 4 evolved were really among them. The guys agreed to this, but Charlie saw 3 and didn't know where the other one was. The boys explained that their boss was at the base. Charlie ordered them to go back and ordered the boss not to interfere in his business, not to tell anyone about it. The bandits stood up happily and were about to run back to their boss to pass on the order to Charlie, but in addition to this, he ordered something else. He needed their clothes. The boys hunched over shyly and covered their shoulders. This order was absolutely unexpected and sudden for them. They expected something completely different. There was complete chaos on the street as all the gang members rushed towards Susie and Damon, trying to grab them before anyone else. Whitehead asked Shepard and asked other gangs for help. He replied that he had had issues with some of them, so he wasn't the one who went in the air. The guy decided that at least one of them should be saved, but Susie was much faster than him, so he ordered her to run ahead. She didn't like this. She wanted them to leave together, but they didn't have time. Damon took her hand and threw her forward. Susie landed on the roof of one of the buildings. She didn't have time to do anything against it. The girl didn't want to leave her friend alone. Having flown a few meters, she immediately joined the railing. Damon stood surrounded by the rest of the bandits and raised his hands up in a conciliatory manner. He was surrendering. They tied Damon up and sat him on the ground. The eldest of the 3 brothers in the white cap approached him. He was still angry about the blows Damon had given him. If Damon was so brave, then let him try again right now. However, the guy was not embarrassed by this, and he sent the white cap far away in an ugly manner, which made the man furious and wanted to beat the guy. But Shepard ordered him to stop shaming him. He smiled sweetly and noted Damon's strength, even invited him to join the family. It was immediately clear that the guy was being tough stuff. Damon asked again if he really wanted him to join the family. Shepard was ready to ensure Damon's safety. One of the evolved 4 asked Shepard to stop lying. Everyone present was evolved, and the family's leadership was the question. The gang leader agreed that the family was one of the strongest organizations, but they were not the masters here today. Damon got tired of listening to this pointless argument and said that he would go to those who would ensure his safety. However, another leader told Ford not to embarrass himself in front of everyone. Damon had to go to them. There were more people in their gang. After the statement, everyone started arguing. Shepard approached Damon and explained that everyone present was strong, but brainless. Damon wondered what this man wanted from him. A bandit in a traditional Chinese robe approached Damon and replied that he believed in Damon. Let him go with him, and Shepard would ensure complete safety and security. But Shepard didn't move his lips. Damon realized that he had an ability called sound transmission. It was a very useful ability for transmitting information. Damon replied that he was a spineless young man. In his class, he was called a loser. Shepard liked this character, but the guy replied that he also had dignity. He always chose the right leader. And in Damon's opinion, Shepard was not the worthy boss for the young man. His experience told him that Shepard would not be able to lead people and become a great boss. The bandit was surprised that someone called the guy spineless Damon was too stubborn a young man for such a statement. Susie didn't stop running. Something had to be done to save her friend. She continued to wind through the city maze. They didn't find Charlie. Damon was captured. She really wanted to cry, but she had to act. A man not expect the girl to be so hot-tempered, and expected a different answer. Charlie approached and answered that he was afraid of a lousy ally, and there was no need to be afraid of a strong man. Susie and Damon were nothing but trouble. They were constantly getting into some kind of trouble. Susie looked happily at Charlie. Michael sat in front of his brother's photograph and placed incense in front of his portrait. He did everything that was required of him. Hard times had come. But his brother had no need to fear. Michael would not let the Red Vests get away with it after all the suffering they had brought his family. One of the Azure Mountain gang burst into the room. He replied that there was news about Charlie, right now in the center of the safe zone. The family captured him and intended to kill him. Michael greeted this news with caution, but wanted his friend to stay here. Michael would go personally, despite the fact that it was very dangerous. His older brother was dead. He had no choice. His patron was in danger. And Michael couldn't stand aside. If he didn't return, he would become the head of the Azure Mountain gang. The arguments and quarrels in the square between all the gangs were gaining more and more momentum a little more. The conflict would have escalated into a real fight. Ford and the other gang leader were arguing nonstop. The old man was enjoying himself by mocking the Axe gang, led by Ford. Shepard ordered an end to the quarrels. Everyone present knew why they were there. Damon had saved Charlie at the cost of his life. As a result, he was connected to him. While the guy was with him, they could find clues to Charlie. Ford asked if it would be a one-out duel. Shepard answered quickly. If the Axes agreed, then Shepard would represent the family. Fight first. The Maple Nest gang entered the conflict. Lucas noted that the family was doing just fine. The rest of his gang gathered behind. Shepard was surprised that Lucas came without his boss. But the man was not so simple-minded. Damon was surprised that the Maple Nest had also entered the conflict. There was a huge number of different development ones in the city. Damon noticed Charlie, and he hastened to put his finger to his lips, calling for silence. But Shepard replied that Lucas was late. He had nothing to do along with him, but the leader had completely different plans and views on the situation. The bandit noted that he had managed to catch the girl they were chasing. Lucas replied that the girl had been caught by the Black Bandana gang. It was a great luck to meet representatives of this gang as well. It was already difficult to move in the square due to the huge number of militants and bandits. Shepard looked at one of the Black Bandanas and used all his strength, trying to influence him and his power. But the stranger did not even move. His power had no effect on him. Even within a radius of 5 meters, it turned out that the stranger's mind power was much stronger than Shepard's. The bandit replied that the Black Bandana gang was very secret and had a lot of talent in it, noting to himself that the strength of the mind did not matter. The main thing is the strength of the fighter. Shepard was surprised by Lucas's greed. He was missing Justice Susan, and now he wants Damon too. But a man should always have a goal for which he can. The main condition was that his boss would not participate in the ultimate fight in any way. This was obvious. Shepard asked the opinion of the present. Everyone around started shouting. They agreed that the powerful man would take part in the fight. Since everyone agreed, it was time to proceed. Everyone knew that Jonathan, the gang boss, was the strongest of all present. There was no point in fighting him. The three brothers knew the cunning plan. Without Jonathan, the family's chance of victory is higher. Lucas again noted Shepard's plan. But if that's what he wants, the boss won't fight. Ford conferred with his fighter, and they came to the conclusion that although Shepard was strong, he was not strong enough to defeat them all, so the Axe gang agreed. One by one, the gang leader expressed their desire to join the fight. Shepard asked who wanted to be first, and Lucas raised his hand. However, Charlie put his hand on his shoulder. He wanted to be the first to deal with everyone. Shepard looked angrily at the stranger. His power did not affect him. Lucas noted that it was not worth being the first to go out and do it. But Charlie was not there, so people with the development type were the first to go out and do this. Shepard nominated the eldest and Charlie and the White Cap stood opposite each other and prepared to attack. Shepard noted that the eldest of the three brothers was average at best. The fight started abruptly. Charlie sent the White Cap flying into the ground with one punch. The guy ran with great force into the people who surrounded the makeshift ring. The White Cap didn't want to get up. The guy in front of him was too strong. Shepard didn't expect the eldest of the brothers to fly out so quickly. This guy in front of them, who sent the members of the three brothers flying with one blow, was much stronger than Shepard imagined. Ford's fighter noted that the older brother flew out in 1 second. The guy was so fast that the White Cap did not have time to react. Shepard asked how the alien assessed his chances. He answered with an accuracy. He still did not know what the chances of victory with this stranger were, so he had to wait. Next in line was Raynard. He had to try, since the Black Bandanas were climbing into the development areas. They were automatically playing with fire. Raynard gave Charlie a chance, but he stood as if nothing had happened and waited for the big guy to go into battle. The man stood still and ordered his subordinates to bring a sword, but it was hard to call this huge cleaver a sword. This type of cold weapon was carried by 3 people at the same time. Some were glad to finally see it in person. The sword was larger than any of them present. Raynard threw it over his shoulder and warned Charlie not to complain, but he did not have time to finish his sentence. Charlie ended up behind him and Raynard managed to swing his blade back. The guy ducked from his position, striking the jaw. One blow and Raynard fell, blood still streaming from his mouth. Charlie did not want to waste time and asked those present to hurry. He waited for his next opponent. Lucas noted that Charlie had recently fought at a slower speed at the tech station. The foreigner raised his blade and prepared to attack. His opponent was very excited. He did not want to go slowly for a long period. Lynn and Charlie's fists collided at the same time. They were equal in strength, instant speed. After such a pirouette, they jumped away from each other. Charlie recognized this type of mutation. Lynn had speed at the peak of the first stage, which gave him a great advantage and tremendous speed. He was incredibly fast. After the jump, he immediately rushed at Charlie. At 10 different sides at the same time, he was as fast as Susan, so it was necessary to play differently. Shepard didn't like the situation. At this rate, he definitely won. He would lose the next fight. But judging by what he saw, it was not a fact that the foreigner could defeat Charlie. Now everything was in his hands. He glanced meaningfully at Ford, who did not take his eyes off the duelists. He watched, devouring their movements. Ford and his men were guessing whether Lynn Charlie would win or not. Of course, the foreigner had the advantage, but he would not last long. Suddenly, the gang leader heard a voice in his head. Shepard started a dialogue with him. He had the same opinion about his subordinate. The man did not immediately understand where the sound was coming from, but he immediately realized that it was Shepard's doing. He asked what he wanted from him. The head of the family gang began to tell him his last chance plan. The fight did not stop. Lynn was already sweating all over. Sweat was dripping off in the streams. Charlie didn't even have a single muscle in his face tense. The foreigner wanted to know Charlie's name. He spoke broken English, so the guy asked him to speak so that it would be understandable. Charlie gave a fake name. It was impossible for him to reveal. The crowd heard the name and noted that he was the second most senior member of the Black Bandanas. If the guy is that strong, Lynn will hold back his strength and will fight with all his might. The African American pulled out brass knuckles from his huge, fluffy hairdo. Now there was no need to hold back. Lynn wanted another round. After all, this foreigner had attracted Charlie's attention. He was at the peak of the first stage without getting techniques. He already had such speed and power. The man was a real chance. Charlie found out that although it was for a fair fight, some in the crowd were against him, and he named everyone present who wanted to interfere with him. One man was hiding in the building opposite. Another was a red-haired youth in the middle of the crowd. The whole chain was closed by Lynn's claims. He exposed Shepard. It was his plan. He was going to block all the exits and wanted to kill Charlie. Shepard played innocent too. However, Charlie knew that he was right. The power of reason, of course, was not the main thing for the guy, but Charlie had enough intelligence to understand this plan. 6 of his people were under his supervision. On the roof of the building stood Lucas and his friends. They watched all the people. One of the many bosses approached them. They hadn't seen Lucas for a long time. Ford watched everything and ordered everyone to stand still. Lucas wanted to intervene, but Luke stopped him. Once they understood everything, then Shepard could be frank. The Black Bandana Society would disappear today. All the gangs present would contribute to this. Ford took Amanda by the hand and replied that today they would drive the Black Bandanas out of the city. The guy squeezed the teacher's hand painfully. She couldn't hold back. Amanda landed a powerful kick to the jaw, and Ford flew to the side, unconscious. Amanda's strength was great. Ford was once again surprised that the Black Bandanas had a large number of strong fighters. Lucas and Lou looked at Amanda with curiosity. She had great strength. Shepard ordered everyone to go like this. Amanda was surrounded, and they were going to confront her in battle. Charlie knew that if she fought, she would hardly be able to control herself. Here, he would not be able to restrain her. Lynn intervened in the conflict. He asked everyone to stand still and not interfere with the duel. He wanted a fair one-on-one fight so that no one would win. But Shepard replied that now was not the time for such a thing. Defeat would be costly, but Lynn would remind the Chinese that they should remember about honor. If Shepard interfered, then he was not a man. Charlie interrupted their conversation. He didn't want to involve the gang leaders, but if they had surrounded them and intended to kill them, he had only one choice. Shepard ordered everyone present to attack together, but this, of course, concerned the developed ones. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Lucas and Lou exchanged glances. Susie and Damon yelled at Charlie. Shepard tried to figure out what this crazy guy was up to. Charlie explained that 6 of Shepard's men, including Lynn, would have to attack Charlie at the same time, and he would defeat them all. Shepard asked if Charlie really wanted this, but the guy noted that his soldiers were ready, but he was not at all against arranging it. Now Shepard didn't like this for both of them, even though they had more people. The fight started the axe game, and another one tried to take hostages. The family's strength would become a weakness, but he was going to grant Charlie's wish. But Lynn didn't agree with this. He wanted to fight Charlie one-on-one and ordered everyone not to interfere. However, Shepard wasn't happy. Now was not the time to spoil his plan. Lynn replied that Charlie was not his boss. At the same time, the alien called Shepard a coward. Shepard wanted Lynn to hold off Charlie while the others surrounded him. The plan had to be changed. Shepard was simply furious and noted that he and Lynn would forget this conflict. Now the alien should stand aside and not interfere. However, he was of course against it, but Shepard didn't care. Now there would be a conflict of 5 against 1. It was time to start the fight. After snapping his fingers, Charlie was surrounded by 6 evolved ones. Shepard still decided to add one more to even the odds and make his plan perfect. 3 developed strength types were in the ring, focused on holding. 3 with speed abilities were in the outer ring and focused on pressing. They each worked together. The guy chose his victim and intended to strike. Charlie's fist was stopped by 2 of the developed palms, although to the left, and yet they were able to withstand his power. While Charlie stood there, other evolved ones started to attack him from behind, and their conflict began. Every time he struck, he was blocked by other evolved ones with a power type. Once again, a group of developed ones rushed to the beginning. He jumped back up, wanting to dodge the next blows, but the enemy was not asleep. One of the developed ones managed to catch him and struck him, but Charlie was too strong for this. It was difficult for the developed ones to penetrate his armor. The developed ones showed excellent teamwork. 3 guys with the strength type were really bothering him. If this continues, it will be difficult. He decided to tease them, ordered them to come to him, beckoning them with his finger. The bandits were enraged by this gesture. They did not want Charlie to mock them. He took up his nose with them like that, and they rushed forward again with a battle cry. It was clear that Shepard was using the power of the mind throughout the arena. He united all 6 of them, and their team was very flexible, but such grueling work drained their strength at an incredible rate. Charlie glanced at Shepard with one eye, then noticed that marks appeared on his forehead. He activated his tattoo, which means that he will not be able to use force for a long time. Damon asked Susie if she could stand up to 6 evolved ones. She refused. Damon would have been equally confused in this fight. When it was all over, he decided that they would harder. Lucas and Lou were unsure if their boss could stand up to 6 evolved. Last time he fought 4 evolved and was damaged in the same way. Ford decided that the stranger was stronger than Jonathan. Amanda watched the fight silently, waiting for some kind of signal or another cry for help. But for now, all she could do was stand still. Shepard was indignant. Charlie still had strength. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He coordinated hidden strikes. But Charlie dodged them or blocked them. His stream of attacks crippled other developed ones. At this rate, they were sure to lose. So Shepard ordered everyone to attack head-on at the same time. If any of them retreated, they would lose. Charlie saw all the evolved ones present activating their marks, calling on their power to attack. The guy couldn't wait any longer and activated his power. He finally had a reason to test his new power in the field. Everyone noticed how the hands of the member of the Black Bandanas changed their color. No one knew about this ability. The whispers speaking on the attack. This attack was supposed to be the last one. Charlie would not be able to escape their fury. The bandit did not believe that they had such a difficulty to get to one man. But Charlie did not retreat and did not intend to defend himself. He prepared his fist for a new type of blow. It was necessary to destroy everyone at once. Charlie raised a large red whirlwind that scattered all the evolved that attacked him at that moment. Blood dripping from the whirlwind. When the dust finally settled, Charlie stood in the middle of everything his power had raised. All the evolved ones that had opposed him were lying in different parts of the arena. Damon and Susie were gaping. Amanda breathed a sigh of relief. She was very worried about her friend. If something happened to him, she would not know what to do next. Lucas shouted that Charlie won. The evolved were battered. Their faces were covered in bloody bruises and not very deep cuts, but they all fell to their knees and admitted defeat, thanking Charlie for sparing their lives. Shepard was impressed. Charlie was able to withstand the attack of 6 developed ones. The guy was not simple, so he would have to call his uncle or the young master. The bandit intended to leave, but Charlie ordered him to stop. He knew what he was planning. Shepard accused him of not participating in this battle, and did Charlie really want to break the rules? But hearing this word from such a devious person as Shepard was funny. It was too late to defend himself in any way. Charlie approached Shepard and struck him. He wanted revenge and teach this impudent man a lesson. Everyone present looked at the fight in surprise. It was all over. But Lynn decided to cover his friend and took his fallen body. However, Charlie was irritated by the foreign language. He did not speak English and ordered the foreigner to speak Chinese, which also enraged him, and he hit the African American. Shepard's bloody face turned to Charlie. Everyone knew he was part of the family, and even Jonathan wouldn't dare kill him. The square burst into laughter. Jonathan appeared on the square, accompanied by wide-open eyes and mouths. In surprise of everyone present, these bastards dared to call themselves dragons. The gang leader found it funny. Charlie turned his attention to the boss who appeared. He asked to respect him and spare this idiot. Lucas stood between Jonathan and Charlie, asking why Jonathan was trying to save the life of Shepard, a traitor. The boss replied that it was a personal matter. Of course, Shepard was a traitor, but Jonathan had a debt to him. Without him, there would be no Maple Nest, their gang. One time the boss would have him, and they would disperse. Everyone present was impressed by the generosity. It looked like Shepard would get off easy today, but Charlie didn't agree with the boss's request. Jonathan's business was none of his business. The man had to die. Apparently, The newcomer did not respect the boss at all, so he would probably be very unhappy with this decision. One fighter from the crowd began to shout, cry, and call the guys to fight. Everyone was eager to see the invincible stranger and Jonathan face off. Everyone had a fight in their heads. Charlie and Jonathan were glaring at each other. Lucas didn't know what to do, or how to stop the possible fight that had started. He gradually moved his gaze from the guy to his boss. What still needed to be done? The boss was somehow very touched. The pathetic traitor was not worth the bloodshed. He apologized to Charlie for the strange request. Finally, the guy would be able to carry out his revenge. Charlie gathered his strength into a fist and was going to bring it down on the standing shepherd. He prepared himself for his death and closed his eyes. But Charlie's fist landed in the empty space where the bandit had just stood. Everyone's hair stood on end. Charlie noted the old man's high speed. Jonathan smiled, seeing his old friend in this place. Uncle Joe arrived to save Shepard. Clouds of dust rose around the old man. Shepard was helping his arms by Lynn. The bandit was not very happy about this. He had 4 dragons were present in the square. The young master. The old man asked everyone to calm down in a conciliatory tone. These were children's pranks. He was too old and couldn't keep up with the young guys. Charlie noted that the family was not so simple. Charlie wanted to try to destroy Shepard again. He jumped on him again, but the alien carried him away. And old Joe parried Charlie's blow. The old man used a technique that neutralized his blow. Although he was at the peak of the first stage, he could fight with a developed one at the second. If he did not give it his all, he would not be able to cope with it. The old man had an absorption technique. Joe asked Charlie to forgive them. If they didn't apologize, he'd make them do it. Charlie was irritated by the usual apologies. He solved so easily, and why were fists needed? Joe asked the guy what he wanted. The words were addressed to Shepard. Charlie just needed to get out of here forever. The bandit had gone wild and angry. The young guy had become completely insolent. However, the old man's slap across his nephew's face immediately sobered him up. The conflict could have been resolved peacefully, but he was instant. Charlie ordered Shepard to get out of here. So why was his nephew still here? Shepard stroked the bruised area and looked at his relative. But he again struck him in the face. Shepard's body rolled a few meters to the side. This picture looked very painful. Lynn would not want to be in his friend's place, and he needed to help him leave the place. The old man never heard the guy's name. He belonged to the Black Bandana Gang, which was very interesting and had to be checked. Well, one way or another, it was necessary to finish. Joe began to move away and warned that they would meet again. Lynn sadly followed the old man and noted that he would wait for their next battle with impatience. Charlie and Jonathan watched them go. The guy turned his attention to the onlookers and asked if anyone else wanted to fight, but the fighters refused. Jonathan also decided to end this fight. He addressed everyone present and noted that today he was out of battles, and they were witnesses to this. All the conditions were met. The friend from the Black Bandana Society won. According to the rules, the prisoners were his, and if anyone was against it, they should have said so now. Ford and the other leaders were not against it. The others, one by one, began to show their respect and agreed to the terms of the release of the prisoners. Charlie, no one wanted to stand in his way. Everyone saw what he was capable of. Amanda approached Damon and Susan wanting to untie them. They were glad that everything was finally over, but the youth felt danger. An iron nunchuck flew at them. It landed with a crash, making a hole where it hit, and Susie, Damon, and Amanda jumped in different directions. Michael arrived on the scene. He had not yet given his consent, and ordered no one to move. He still had plans for those present. Charlie looked at Michael with great joy. He lowered his nunchucks and approached the guy menacingly, jingling his weapons. If he wanted these prisoners so badly, then Charlie would have to take them over his dead body. He was not going to just let a stranger become a dangerous prisoner. Susie and Damon noted with displeasure that everything started all over again. The fight that broke out promised to be bloody. Charlie looked menacingly at his friend from his past life. Ford asked one of the gang leaders to explain what kind of idiot was standing in front of them now. Michael was the second in the Azure Mountain gang whose leader was killed by the Red Vests. The president involved noted that the Daredevil had only recently broken through to a new level, but he would not survive against Charlie. He asked Michael one question. He need Damon and Susie. If the leader wanted to take them, then he needed to give a reason Charlie wanted to know. After everything that happened in the square, Charlie's negotiations with Michael were a real surprise. Perhaps the Daredevil was also an expert. Michael replied that he did not need prisoners. This was for Charlie, who helped him in the past. The guy looked meaningfully at Michael. He was tired of this look. If that's what he wanted, then they would fight. Charlie noted that he was the same as I remember him in the past, and asked Michael to leave. He didn't belong here. However, he was not going to leave. His reasons, it was his business. Charlie replied that he was not ready to protect them, but Michael did not intend to leave the prisoners to a stranger. He was tired of empty chatter. He realized that they would not come to an agreement, and it was necessary to fight. Michael took his nunchucks and rushed into battle. With the nunchucks, Michael was much stronger than without them. Charlie began to dodge his swift blows. This was logical. Usually, weapons were too fragile for advanced ones, so they were rarely used. But something simple like nunchucks was a good solution. Charlie decided that in the future he would get himself a pair. He needed to take such a weapon too. But another blow from Michael brought him out of his thoughts. He waited for the right moment and tried to cut off the stranger's head, but the guy intercepted his nunchaku without striking back. Jonathan watched the fight with curiosity. Charlie asked Michael to listen to him, but he did not want to talk about anything. The gang leader let go of his weapon and raised his fist to strike, a feint he often used in duels and would use now. Michael punched Charlie in the face. His fist connected with his target. Susie and Damon screamed throughout the area. This couldn't be happening. Everyone present watched with glassy eyes. Michael didn't expect that he would succeed. It was clear that Charlie had deliberately set himself up, but he intercepted the leader's hand. He knocked Michael to the ground, breaking his arm in the process, and knocked him out with one blow to the neck. The fighter's body went limp, and he did nothing more. Charlie ordered Lucas and Lou to take Michael with them as well. Charlie said all this in an angry tone as if the leader of the Azure Mountain Gang had angered him. It was clear to everyone that Michael was a goner, and his gang members could have been finished, but Amanda saw that Charlie had deliberately missed the blow and pretended to be angry. However, Michael's body began to move. Charlie noticed this. It was not over yet. Michael began to stand up on his feet, swaying as he walked. Michael wasn't going to lose that easily. Did Charlie really think that victory would come to him so quickly and fleetingly? Charlie hated being dead. He preferred to take instant revenge or pay back for the kindness shown to him. Michael stood in front of Damon and Susie. Charlie would only get these two at the cost of his own life. The guy hit himself on the chest and stood in a stance. Michael decided that he would not give up the prisoners as long as he was alive. The guy approached Damon and Susie. While not taking his eyes off Charlie, he had to keep his ears open. As long as he was here, no one present would touch them. But Damon and Susie asked him to run, even though they didn't even know each other. Susie looked at Michael with displeasure, but Damon was touched by such courage. Susie scolded him. Charlie replied that it was certain death, but Michael decided that the stranger would not get his. Apparently, this idiot had an active tattoo. It will be difficult to subdue him without crippling him. Everything needs to be done quickly before things turn out even worse. However, Jonathan intervened in the conflict. He jumped from his place and approached Michael with the speed of the wind, flying over his head. He grabbed the guy's shoulders and neck with his hands. After making some movement with his fingers, Michael fell, losing consciousness, this time completely. Jonathan looked at his body and sighed in relief. The gang leaders had never seen such a move from Jonathan, but Ford knew it. The The move was called the Tangled Dragon Hand. The boss learned it in martial arts school, and this move required dislocating the arm, which Jonathan promptly put back in place. He warned Charlie that Michael would sleep for about an hour, and it was up to the guy to decide what to do with him. Charlie thanked him for his help. It was time to go about his business, and Jonathan decided it was time to return home. He called Lucas and alluded to him. Charlie noted the strength of this man, who was called the King of the Fist. He was truly a master of his craft. Lucas praised his boss. He began to respect him even more. Ford and the other leader of the gang approached Charlie. They promised to make amends and asked for forgiveness for the insult. Charlie looked at them like a wolf and ordered them to get out. The men's heels were just sparkling. Lou approached Charlie and invited him to the Maple Nest. He was in the city for the first time and had nowhere to go, but Charlie still had something to do. Lou wanted to persuade Charlie some more, but Jonathan came up and took her back. It was clear that the guy had his own business. As he was leaving, the boss also noted Charlie's outstanding fighting skills, so if he wanted, he could calmly look into the Maple Nest. Charlie owed him a favor and would pay him back one day. The faces said goodbye to each other and switched, and Damon stretched sweetly and noted that it was boring, but all because Susie and the others had saved him. However, Damon did not agree with this. If it were not for him, Susie would not have met Charlie. The girl was irritated. How could he bring himself to say that? Damon had special eyes, and he could not recognize Charlie with them. He only smiled embarrassedly. Susie's faithful hamster came running to her, squealing loudly at the sight of his owner, happily greeting her. Charlie ordered him to calm down. Susie's hamster was much more useful than this couple. The guy took Michael on his back. Susie clarified what was next in their plan. They needed to go to the Azure Mountain Gang and help Michael. Susie replied that she needed to take one more person with her. Charlie didn't understand who she meant and asked her about it. Susie cheerfully replied that with a man whom Amanda would be very happy to see. But he would see all this when he returned to this man. The group approached the door. Susie asked the man to open the door, but they worked out passwords. The first was the Emperor called the Tiger. However, the door did not open, after which various calls rained down from Susie. Chicken stew with mushrooms, demons of priceless weather, chili inside a mushroom. One by one, Susie spoke the passwords in the hope that the door would open. And finally, Emmy appeared from the doorway. The girl was overjoyed to see her older sister. Charlie asked everyone present to come into the room if they were having a reunion here. The guy had a question about how exactly Susie and Damon managed to find him. He didn't leave any marks or further instructions on his location. Susie replied that it was no big deal. Damon agreed. They found Charlie by scent, but Charlie saw right through them. The kids were lying. The guy asked them to speak frankly. Damon admitted that they were sent by the leader Lorenz. He said that Charlie would be in the city. They thought to go to the province, but the leader said to drop into the city on the way. Charlie clarified where the organization was now, but they had already left and were going to another city. So Damon and Susie took Emmy with them. Charlie asked his friends what they were all going to do next. Judging by what he saw, the results of Damon and Susie's work did not please him. There were more than 30 developed people in the city. Among them were people at the peak of the first and second stages. His friends had started 3 months earlier, but were still on par with other developed people, although Charlie had only taught them breathing. Susie looked down at the floor and replied that she hadn't thought about it. Charlie realized that Susie and Damon weren't serious about it, so they would train with him from tomorrow. He also ordered Emmy to be taught breathing techniques. The girl looked at Charlie in surprise and asked what he meant. The guy replied that it was necessary to gain strength. The girl would become as strong as Charlie. All that was left was to decide what to do about Amanda. There was a lot to discuss before moving forward. However, taking one look at Michael, he immediately realized that he had long since woken up, and there was no need to pretend anymore. To his surprise, the guy opened his eyes, although everyone expected that Michael would sleep for at least another half hour. But they were wrong. The gang leader replied that he was surprised that Charlie had noticed him, but he was watching everything for 5 meters around and noticed his every move. Michael realized that Charlie was in front of him. He couldn't admit his true identity, so he had to act more cunningly and subtly. Michael knelt before him. Charlie asked him to stand up, but Michael trusted him with his life and would do whatever he said. Michael continued his speech to everyone's surprise. Charlie hurried to lift him to his feet. He thought that it was Charlie who helped him, but in fact it was the other way around. It was Charlie who was in debt and should be on his knees. Although of course he hastened to add that this was in the future, but there was no need to count debts, and Charlie asked Michael to simply remember that he was Charlie's brother, his closest associate and life partner. Michael was surprised by this assertion, but it was necessary to rest and relax. Michael activated the tattoo, so he was most likely tired. Charlie took the sheath with the machete and went outside, while asking Damon to teach Michael the breathing technique. As Charlie left, he told everyone to follow him. This place was not safe, so everyone needed to be quiet. They were unlikely to be back by tomorrow, so they had to train hard in Charlie's absence. The door slammed shut and the group of friends were left alone. Damon and Emmy looked at each other since Charlie wouldn't be back for a long time. This meant that they had a few days off. However, Susie wasn't going to tolerate it and gave Damon a few slaps on the back of the head. Emmy found bad company, and now Susie was going to teach her breathing techniques. Charlie and Amanda were leaving the building. The girl asked Charlie to explain where they were going. He replied that the blood bank was waiting for them. Amanda also had to roll up her sleeves and look at her body herself. Looking at her hands, she noticed that her limbs were half covered in black armor. Charlie felt it all the time. Over the 2 days, the armor grew a little. Amanda needed to control it better. In order to regain control of her power, the teacher needed a lot of fresh blood right now, before it was too late. The streets were full of infected people. The epidemic had started 3 months ago. Amanda didn't believe there was any blood left in the bank, but it was the largest bank in the city. It had the latest thermal regulation system. There had to be something left, if nothing happened. Without electricity, the plasma would be an excellent way to another year. Amanda was surprised that she could even drink blood plasma, but she could also absorb red blood cells. Everything from here would be fine. There were a huge number of infected people. Charlie sensed some illness, much more than this. However, the couple's conversation was interrupted by the sudden sound of a car. The car broke through a group of infected and distracted them. All the infected who surrounded the blood bank immediately ran after the foreign car. Charlie immediately realized that someone else was involved here. This someone was taking the infected to themselves, which meant someone else needed to move out, while the survivors distracted the zombies. Another car drove up and cleared the area. The people managed to clear the area. The stranger knew exactly what he was doing. It was clearly not a dream. Amanda noticed someone getting out of the car. The group proceeded to the bank, killing the infected they encountered who did not run after the car. Charlie set off immediately after them. The entire group of militants was led by a guy with a scar on his right eye with a blade on his back. They had to act quickly. The infected could return. Finally, the survivors finished clearing the perimeter and the first floor. Amanda and Charlie watched them and the walls. Amanda asked Charlie's assessment. He replied that the guy with the sword was a first-stage developed one. He didn't sense it. The creature he sensed was of a high level, but it disappeared. The developed one was not dangerous. However, the high-level enemy did not leave. Charlie prepared to take out his blade. Most likely the monster was used to attack him from ambush. Amanda should stay close to him. But suddenly a hamster appeared in front of him. Now this confused Charlie. The guy didn't even see him, and in the morning he also appeared out of nowhere, just like Charlie, suspicious. He decided to test him, yes. Charlie took the hamster by the collar, although the animal was not very happy about it, and noticed a tattoo in the form of a scar. It turned out that the hamster was developed, although the virus had been affected. The group continued moving. One of the fighters felt that something was about to happen. Perhaps they would even meet monsters, but they had no need to fear anyone. They encountered a strong enemy. Their leader would deal with them. The guy who later was developed. Everyone stopped moving at Scar's command. He felt some tension ahead. Something was wrong. The guy ordered to stand and hold the line, but he himself decided to check what would happen ahead. The group of survivors stood in a circle with weapons at the ready. Scar walked into the darkness, and from behind the dark corridor, the rumble and sounds of battle could be heard. The blade constantly encountered some kind of obstacle. Everyone was getting worried. The fight had been going on for a long time. The group was not sure if their leader would cope, but the noise ended. When Scar finally came out of the darkness into the light, one of the fighters approached and explained joyfully no one doubted that he would cope. Everyone was curious to know what kind of monster their leader had encountered. But an infected hand landed on the fighter's shoulder, and the zombie bit into the neck of his former comrade. There were death cries mixed with snapping sounds. The guys immediately started firing them all their guns at the infected, but he didn't care. All the bullets that reached the body of their former comrade flew out and fell to the ground with a roar. The zombie jumped on them. Charlie and Amanda heard gunshots in the building. It appeared that the group was under attack. The battle was fierce. Amanda immediately asked Charlie for help. She wanted to help the group, but he stopped her with a hand gesture, and it was impossible to enter the building. It was not advantageous to fight in the corridor. It was complete darkness. They blazed the monster here. Charlie felt that they were already close to the exit. The group slowly retreated, not forgetting to pour fire on the zombies. They were already almost at the exit, while the gate was slow so as not to provoke an attack. Finally, they left the building, and one of the agents hurriedly closed the doors. The monster should not have escaped. Charlie noted that the people were calm in the face of danger. Their discipline was at its best. The survivors rushed out of the building, but met Charlie and Amanda, shouting at them to run immediately, as there was a high-level zombie in the building. A monster came out of the building. Charlie noted that it was developed infected, and after the infection, all people with power followed the path of the fallen. That's why he needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. He needed to be killed right now, before he could do anything bad. Charlie was looked at as if he was crazy. Everyone was running away from this dangerous infected, and he was walking towards him. If this was developed, he was at least at the peak of the second stage. The battle with such a person would be exhausting and difficult, so you need to save your strength. The infected noticed Charlie and let out a roar, intending to begin his attack. The guys noted that the zombie went berserk, so the guy needed to run as quickly as possible. However, Charlie didn't intend to do this until the zombie had figured him out. He needed to use detection mode to finish it all off with one blow. Charlie ran towards him. One swing of his sword and the infected man's head flew down, separated from his body. The guys only managed to reach out to him. The murder was instantaneous. Everyone present noted that Charlie's power and strength were incredible. They did not think that anyone could resist such a formidable opponent. Charlie killed such a zombie with one blow of his sword. As a result, it was definitely developed. The group thanked him for saving them, and one of them was about to introduce himself. But Charlie warned that there was a high-level infected inside. If the survivors still wanted to see the light of day, they had to run immediately. Charlie followed into the building and called Amanda to him. The surviving group was a little upset that Charlie left them so quickly, but he was developed, and usually didn't care about ordinary people they had gotten here. With great difficulty, they couldn't return empty-handed. Once inside, Charlie noticed that there were corpses of both zombies and surviving people all around, though of a very unusual shape, and there was a section of the wall that was completely covered in cracks. Charlie realized who was to blame for all this. Dried zombies and a slight infection of the developed one was clear. There was a Scarlet Brain in the building. Amanda asked Charlie to explain the rights, but he ordered her not to go further. Scarlet Brain was a level 3 infected that only attacked with damage. He was one of the most dangerous infected. In battle, he was slightly stronger than the second level. His main trump card was the power of conversion. The Scarlet Brain loved to hide among people and attack the weak developed ones, making them slaves. Of course, for a time the slaves' strength rose. But later the Scarlet Brain drinks its slaves dry. Eventually they dry up. Charlie had already expanded the detection radius. If the Scarlet Brain was close, he would feel it. He needed to keep an eye on the hamster. He didn't need to just run around. The Scarlet Brain loved human blood and violence. And now they were thinking they can stop its conversion. Amanda called the hamster to her, who landed on her hands. This Scarlet Brain used the slave to bring the door and get to the blood. Apparently he broke through recently, which means he hasn't climbed inside yet. The door was very badly damaged, but Charlie should have had enough strength to break through it. He called on his power toward the door. The iron structure fell with a crash. Charlie was developing cold fog. Amanda, who had entered, had to warm her shoulders with her hands. But without energy, it would have become warmer here, and the blood would already have been stored. However, there was a gas leak, which is why it was so cold here. They were lucky. Fresh blood is not stored in severe frost. It will coagulate, but for Amanda, any will do. The main thing is fresh. It was necessary to start immediately. Charlie noticed a refrigerator with blood in the corner, and Amanda needed to start with it. Charlie heard some rustling and noise in the building. The hamster began to scream and squeal, but Charlie put his finger to his lips, calling for silence. He said out loud that some of the blood was still spoiled, and threw several bags of blood on the ground. They shattered in pieces. Amanda did not understand what Charlie had in mind, but he also asked her to shut up. She had to wait. The hamster walked up to Charlie's boot and tremblingly took hold of it. They began to listen, and Charlie felt someone moving quickly on the ceiling of the freezer. Everyone heard the roar of the Scarlet Brain. It was sitting on the cabinet and opened its mouth, from which a long tentacle extended towards Charlie's ear. The guy noticed the infected person. Apparently, he was completely hungry, since he decided to act so openly and unsafely. Charlie grabbed his tongue and pulled it hard. The Scarlet Brain never expected that someone would manage to spot it and that his victim would fight back. Charlie pulled down hard, and the Scarlet Brain fell onto the tile floor, scattered with the dust with a huge crash and scream. The infected began to come to his senses. Charlie grinned, holding his tentacle in his hands. He asked out loud how much the infected needed to stay. The guy didn't play with the zombie for long and tore his tentacles from his mouth into pieces. The zombie wanted to stop him, but didn't have time. Charlie pulled the infected one's tentacles out of his mouth, and he whined in agony, wanted to take revenge for eating him. He started to lost his power and vertigo. Now he started to kill him too. The infected looked angry at the survivor. The zombie rushed at Charlie, maneuvering between the shelves with blood and pushing off from the ceiling. The monster jumped on the guy, but he only smashed his face with his elbow. Apparently, the Scarlet Brain had broken through only recently, and had not yet managed to create a meteorite crystal, which was a shame. However, they had to pack up and leave. They took several boxes of blood with them. This was the maximum they could not take. Amanda asked why they could not save him. Charlie explained that the bank on the first floor was vulnerable. There were a huge number of strong infected zombies wandering around. Amanda became sad. The blood bags would not last long. Charlie replied that the black armor could not be assembled instantly. It would take time. Several cars pulled up to the clinic, and Charlie and Amanda noticed from the window a group of people that by one. It was necessary to see who came to them. The militants explained to Lisa that it was the same developed one who was strong infected. The guy noticed how Amanda tensed up. She immediately kept her black armor ready. If the militants attacked unexpectedly, she would be able to defend herself immediately. This was a good sign. Based on the past, she learned from her mistakes. She was no longer the same as before. Charlie put down the boxes of food, and the militants immediately pointed their guns at him. Amanda tensed and prepared to attack. She was positively radiating anger and a desire to defend herself. They provoked her, they would not live. However, Charlie was nearby. Lisa ordered everyone not to disgrace her name and to lower their weapons. In front of them was a devout one. Lisa approached Charlie and Amanda conciliatorily and explained that she was from a peaceful region. Charlie had never heard of such a thing, and Lisa realized that they were not locals, but rather that people were gathering in a peaceful region, like areas for development. It made sense. The city they were in was very large, so a second safe zone could be created. But Lisa first wanted to express gratitude for saving her people. Charlie killed the monster, and the prey was his. However, at the moment they needed blood, and she asked Charlie to give in. He replied that they took what they needed. The rest was theirs. However, Lisa was not sure if it was all the blood, and if there was anything left. Charlie explained that they needed the blood just as much. But Lisa did not give up. They had many pregnant wounded. Without this blood, they would not survive. Of course, they were going to pay in exchange by giving priceless items. Charlie asked her to explain. Lisa threw a bag in. When Charlie opened it, he saw meteorite crystals. Lisa explained that they would buy one refrigerator, and such a price was sufficient for it. But just in case, she asked if it was enough, and Charlie agreed, giving the box to her. Amanda and the guy had to go about their business, and they left the place. As they left, the militants watched them with anger. They turned to their commander. If it weren't for her presence, they wouldn't have sorted things out so diplomatically. With these resources, blood, they treated people who did not understand why Lisa gave it away. Because of the blood they lost and owned, also valuable items, the price was too high, and the militants offered, if not to kill them, then at least to put pressure. This couple didn't get far. They could pin them down and appropriate everything for themselves. Lisa couldn't stand it. In the militant, she replied that there were very few of them. This service had to be stopped. Lisa had the ability of perception. She felt colossal energy from the guy. He was incredibly strong. Also, this guy's partner, a girl, was also not very much inferior to him in strength. At the same time, two incredibly strong developed ones. It was unclear where they came from. Amanda was confused by the fact that these survivors had such a large number of crystals. In their time, they were invaluable. It was respected. Charlie explained that before the advent of the blood fusion method, people only swallowed them, and some of the energy was lost. Now it became clear why they had reached such an unfavorable exchange for themselves. They did not understand what they had. In the bag, there were 2 crystals of the first level, 2 of the second, 1 of the third. Right now, Amanda's black hole was a priority. They had enough blood now for the first stage. The teacher initially had 5 points. She couldn't collect all at once. She would have to do it step by step. And the first stage is to collect armor, the points in the hands. This is the fastest, and her body will reach the peak of the second stage. In the second stage, you need to collect armor on the legs. This is more difficult, and more energy will be needed, and only blood alone will not be enough. This will take about 50 crystals. Of course, the girl was confused by such a large number of crystals, but she would be on the 3rd level. Amanda asked what to do with the point on her chest. It should be the most difficult there, Charlie agreed. Not only crystals would be needed there, but also fusion with a piece of meteorite. Amanda thought it was the meteorite that made it like this. It would be difficult to destroy the tunnel in her chest and replace it with meteorite, but it would have to keep her power. When she reaches her 4th stage, she will become the strongest. But all Amanda wanted was to live a quiet life with her little sister. Charlie decided to keep quiet on this and got ready to go outside. Amanda needed to start her preparation while Charlie was walking outside. As he walked out the door, Charlie noticed a hamster rummaging through a bag of meteorites. The boy quickly ran up to the hamster. In its teeth was a first-level crystal, which the hamster gradually absorbed, and Charlie had never seen anything like it before. He ordered the hamster to spit out the crystal immediately. It couldn't be eaten. But the hamster didn't listen to him. The crystal ended up safely in his stomach. It was possible to go crazy. The hamster swallowed the crystal. The worst option would not be. These were crystals given by the survivors. Charlie quickly realized that the hamster had a tattoo on his back, meaning it would evolve. The hamster jumped off his hand and crawled back into bed. The hamster ate a first-level shard. Charlie decided to experiment and give the hamster another try. He ate the crystal from Charlie's hands with great speed. The hamster stood on his hind legs and waved his front legs. Calling on Charlie to give him another crystal, there was still a second crystal left in the bag. But the hamster swallowed it without any problems. And having finished his meal, the hamster stood up on his hind legs again and asked Charlie to feed him more crystals. The guy looked into the bag. There was the last crystal of the 3rd level left in it. The case with the hamster is 1 in a million. Even Charlie has never seen such a video before. The guy thought for a bit, and still decided to give the crystal. It was curious to see if the hamster handled his power or not. If he could turn into something else. The animal turned up its nose at the crystal that Charlie brought to its mouth. Charlie realized that most likely the hamster was afraid and could not absorb the 3rd level crystal. He decided to remove his hand from the crystal. But at that moment, the hamster rushed to the crystal and absorbed it too. The animal was enveloped in red energy. The hamster gradually evolved into something. His tattoo changed, and the guy waited to see. However, the hamster only yawned loudly long and lay down more comfortably in the box and sitting on the animal wanted to sleep after a hearty lunch. But it was impossible to just let the evolved hamster out of sight. Charlie decided that he would sleep here today. He needed to see how it all ended. Then it blossomed. The sun rose from the horizon and illuminated Amanda, who was in the lotus position meditating as Charlie had taught her. She was finally able to complete her first stage, as Charlie had predicted, with bags of blood scattered around her, and she hurried to share the news with her friend. However, the girl could not continue the sentence. Entering the room, she saw how Charlie stood in the handstand, holding his body on one finger in enormous strength. Noticing Amanda, Charlie pushed off with his finger and landed on the ground, standing up on his feet. Amanda explained that she had finished the first stage. Charlie was pleased to hear this. The girl had finished earlier than he thought. Now Amanda could feel the armor on her hands. She could control it, and it required less energy. Her thirst was quenched for 10 days, and Charlie would be pleased. They had done a good job here. The guy took the briefcase and asked Amanda to take the hamster. It was still dozing, and Charlie explained that the animal had eaten all 5 crystals. They moved upstairs. It was not worth staying on the first floor. Amanda was surprised that they could have moved because the exit was on the first floor. Charlie asked the girl to look out the window. All the streets were filled with hordes of infected. They were all ordinary, but they filled the streets and passages between houses. Even though everything was fine yesterday, Charlie explained that the zombies came at midnight. They gathered naturally. There were no strong infected among them, and suggested going around them, getting into the city from another gate. Charlie agreed. If they were lucky, they would only need a strong infected. But now 2 level 4 crystals were needed for the guy to reach level 2.5. The girl was surprised that there were so many. But Charlie was collecting second stage tattoos. The virus needed more. Its quality was higher, so it was harder to progress. The girl shouldn't worry. Demi, there were 3 developed ones. The girl was not in any danger. Charlie untwisted the hook and threw it onto another building, pulling the rope. Yesterday he did not have this. Charlie explained that he found the rope while Amanda was collecting armor. Charlie asked to give him the hamster. Amanda was about to hand it over when the animal suddenly opened its eyes. The hamster stood on its hind legs and did several bodybuilding poses. The strength of his body increased many times. The hamster developed muscles and steel shoes, and there was more of strength and power around him. The hamster decided not to wait to be carried over the rope, and ran over it himself. The speed was such that it was difficult for the eyes to follow. The hamster became twice as fast. Apparently, the crystals he had absorbed the day before had not been wasted, but there was no need to act on it. He still had things to do. Charlie stepped onto the rope and ran to catch up with the hamster. Amanda could not walk as easily as Charlie on the rope and grabbed the rope with her legs and hands. Luckily for them, the infected barely raised their heads to see the two survivors crossing the zombie-filled street. Damon and the others looked at the infected. The guy asked Michael if he knew anything. He knew, but he needed to act quickly. The zombies could get there too. Emmy was worried about her sister, but Damon calmed the girl down. Charlie was stronger than all the evolved in the city. Susie looked at the ground. There was a chance that Charlie and Amanda were stuck. They most likely went around. Michael replied that they could go back, but it would not be easy. In this area, almost everyone wished ill on their group, so it would be difficult to break through. But Damon and Susie didn't care. Even if everyone came to them at the same time, they would easily deal with them in the first meeting. Michael wanted to object to the children, but they took him by the hand and walked forward, saying that none would, if necessary, walk over corpses. But there was no need to rush. They needed a plan. Although Damon and Susie still weren't listening to it, they needed to hurry. Everyone had finally noticed that the hamster was gone. Charlie and Amanda climbed over the rope and tried to catch up with the hamster, who had long since moved forward. Charlie no longer felt the hamster, but it was clear that the floor below was filled with infected. Charlie advised Amanda to be careful. There weren't as many of them as she thought. Although Charlie didn't know what the hamster was, he couldn't have gone far. As Charlie walked down the stairs, he gestured for Amanda to stand still. The boy smelled a strong smell of blood, which was alarming. The hamster was on the floor when Charlie and Amanda were him. The guy asked the girl not to go far from him and stay close. Having gone down to the floor, they noticed mountains of corpses. It was surprising to see what their former harmless hamster had become, which had gnawed out the brains of the infected. Charlie turned one over and saw that they were mature specimens, only slightly weaker than the second stage, that walked in groups. Only those infected with the third stage could create them. Almost all the infected of the third and a half level could turn others. It was their instinct, Amanda clarified, whether this meant that in the future, all zombies will become mature. It will be in 5 years. 5 years is a very short period of time, but zombies develop faster. In their past life, almost all people broke through to the second level after 5 years. The second and third levels were not uncommon. Charlie couldn't fight 10 mature infected at the same time. He had to be on guard. In his past life, when everyone had levels, it was possible for all people to fight hordes of special infected at the same time. But it was necessary to finish here. The couple continued down the corridor and noticed their hamster, who settled down near the head of one of the mature ones. The animal was absorbing the brains. It was clear that the hamster was at a new stage. His ears twitched, and he turned his head. Charlie covered Amanda with his arms. The hamster looked menacing, but a second later he threw his paws up and began jumping in different directions with joy at the sight of his friends. Luckily for them, the hamster remained the same as they knew him. Perhaps he needed the brain of a mature infected to become stronger. The hamster ate his fill, settling more comfortably in Amanda's arms. The guy again noted pleasantly that the crystals had not been wasted. Now the hamster became incredibly strong. He still had to keep his ears open. When there are many mature infected, there is always a third level infected. When they are killed, you can get fourth level crystals. The guy approached the hamster and asked him if he wanted to try some more brains. He happily twitched his paws in anticipation of the upcoming feast. Today they would look for rarities in this building. The group of survivors did not stop shooting back at the infected. Fortunately, their numbers were reduced to zero. One of the guys asked another to guard the objects. The wave of ordinary zombies was already the last. As the last infected fell dead, the survivors heard a rumble on the nearby road. They looked there and turned deathly pale. Mature infected were running towards them at full speed. The leader of the survivors ordered everyone to rush into the car and forget about the objects. Their lives were more important. The door slammed shut, and the guy pressed the gas pedal, but the car treacherously refused to move. It simply stalled. It was too late. The mature infected had surrounded the car from all sides and began to kill the survivors one by one, tasting their flesh. The hamster followed the smell and tensed his body, preparing for another feast. The infected were finishing off the survivors that had been caught this morning. The animal was elusive, one after another. All the mature ones fell dead to the surprise of the others. The hamster was almost impossible to notice. The animal bounced from one mature to another, killing another zombie with its jump. The street quickly began to empty. It was clear that the hamster's strength was that others did not notice him. No matter whether the zombie was developed or mature, it was simply difficult to see him. Even if the adults could feel it, the first blow was always the hamster's. He easily dealt with everyone from behind by hitting them in the back of the head. The hamster was so fast that he became the terror of all the adults. Finally, the animal finished its slaughter. It was the third wave. There were plenty of mature ones, however. They had not yet encountered a single third stage infected person. The hamster had not eaten his fill, but we had to hurry. It was almost night, although of course there would be another wave at night. The infected at high levels were more active at night. Suddenly, the hamster tensed up and ran away. Charlie and Amanda ran after him, trying to catch up with the elusive animal. Sometimes the hamster looked to see if they were running after him or not. Previously, the animal ran away and did not wait for them, but now the hamster sat in place and waited for his friends. It was necessary to continue chasing him. Finally, Charlie and Amanda found themselves in the roof, with the basic site before them. Two developed third levels opposite each other on both sides, with crowds of mature people lining up behind them. Especially developed zombies couldn't take their eyes off each other. They grinned and screamed, and Charlie was looking at a real jackpot. He asked the hamster if this was what he wanted to show him. He beamed affirmatively. There was a ripper on the square, a third stage mutant, attacking from behind, opposite a sharp third stage claw, completely red. Two infected with a penchant for terrorism fled each other. Both were at least mid-stage 3, and they definitely had meteorite crystals. It was necessary to take it. Charlie stroked the hamster attentively. It was much more reliable than David and Susie put together. The animal squeaked pleasantly and vibrated from the back of the The advanced infected got tired of just standing and looking at each other, and they rushed, wanting to take over each other's territory. The battle began. Both sides had chances. The main weapon of the claw animal was its claws. The ripper had jaws that could bite through anything. The infected exchanged blows with each other, not giving in to this conflict. The sharp claw waved its paws, and the mutant responded with blows from its fists. The claw tried to tear the ripper to pieces with its paws. The ripper tore off pieces of flesh from him with its jaws. It was a terrible sight. The third stage infected were really creepy. If there had been only one here, Charlie might have tried to fight him. Going up against two at once was suicide. And it was good that they had a hamster with them. The battle was drawing to a close. The ripper tore off the claw's arm, and the latter did not remain indebted and tore the claw to pieces in the same way. The special zombies jumped away from each other and sent their mature ones into battle. As Charlie thought, it was the army fighting each other. It was necessary to prepare for battle. Charlie instructed the hamster to deal with the mature ones. Finally, from his bloody duel, the sharp claw emerged victorious. In face-to-face battle, he was indeed strong. The ripper fell. A sharp claw stood above him, throughout his body several pieces. The battle turned out to be very exhausting. Charlie noticed a sharp claw, which he immediately sent into battle to his army. No matter what was left of it, Charlie sent his hamster into battle, which immediately began to exterminate the mature zombies and throws the hamster had no need for this. Sharp Claw did not stand aside and personally rushed into battle. Charlie decided to put him out of his suffering with the heal. The guy activated his power and hit the infected man in the head. He jumped off the floor several times and rolled on the ground. However, he had a strong head, so that Charlie would shower the Sharp Claw with a whole game of fists and could no longer withstand that. The claw's head was reduced to shreds, and in its place was a crater created by Charlie, which died to ground level by Kristen. Amanda finished with the rest of the infected. She chopped the next one into many pieces with a blow of her claws. Charlie noted this pleasantly. Amanda replied that one could not always rely on Charlie, and that sometimes one could personally enter into conflict without counting on anyone's support. She handed the guy a level 4 crystal. The couple hit the jackpot today. A hamster approached them, holding some stones in its paws. Taking a closer look, Charlie noticed that there were several damaged cannonballs in front of the hamster, which was an incredibly useful catch. The core very rarely fell out of killed mature ones, and helped the person defeat the first stage to break to the second useful thing. Amanda was starting to worry about Charlie. He had absorbed the crystal and sat motionless all day. The hamster was also expressing concern. The tattoo on Charlie's arms would first disintegrate and then reform again. Charlie had a huge amount of concentration on his transformation. Finally, he stood up and still managed to reach the middle of the second stage. Amanda congratulated him on this, but unfortunately the zombies were still in the car. It even seemed that there were more of them, but the fact is that they were going in the other direction, into the development area, which was very bad. Charlie and Amanda ran as fast as they could. They changed their plan. They needed to go back to the continue to exterminate the infected. Since he had stayed they hadn't even defeated half of them. However, they had no choice. David warned the high-level zombie was approaching. It was necessary to remain careful. The friends had never met such monsters before. The Rippers menacingly led their armies into battle. There were two of them. They simultaneously began to make loud roars that echoed throughout the entire area and caused great discomfort. Michael, David, and Susie held their ears, wanting to somehow minimize the impact of the scream. The girl noticed that all the zombies froze. They had never seen anything like this before. The zombies just froze in place and showed no signs of movement. However, right in front of Michael, one of the infected tore his clothes and turned into a mature one. One by one, all the normal zombies began to transform. David ordered everyone to run. They were stage 3 infected, and they couldn't defeat them. But Susie was against it. Their last chance to survive was to fight. She didn't want to run from the battlefield. The girl decided that she would give the best fight of her life. She grabbed knives and rushed into the crowd, which would run to rip their guts out. Charlie ordered him to act. The animal began to kill dozens of mature infected in a few seconds. All the friends were pleasantly surprised by the appearance of the hamster who was cleaning the streets. The eviscerators watched the animal with their mouths open. However, they lost their guard, and Charlie jumped from the They killed him by jumping on his whole body and hitting him with his fist. The friends were incredibly happy to see their boss, one of the Rippers, having survived, wanted to strike them. However, Amanda's fostering cut him into many pieces. Without the leader of the third stage, the mature ones would be confused. This was their chance to destroy them. All present rushed with a cry into the thick of the mature. All but one. They were no longer old enough to pose a danger. The streets cleared. Charlie looked at the catch. He only got 2 level 3 hits. Instead, they were unlucky. He gave the crystals to Damon and Susan. At this point, the family gang and the Leaf gang were taking action against the zombies. The Leaf gang was fighting the zombies and had their hands full. The family was pulling their forces together. One of the militants came to Michael and explained that Charlie was being looked for. However, Michael was against it. It was necessary to pick her best after the battle. The girl appeared in the building. She replied that the girl replied that the battle began society and ended up being destroyed. Its members had died, with a few exceptions. The Black Red Dad was destroyed yesterday by the family gang. The girl replied that many gangs had suffered their fate, but the entire development area should be fighting zombies. It was unclear when the family got to arrange such a thing. The second one was their young master, who was incredibly powerful and strong. Even when the entire gang attacked him at once, he easily tore off body parts from them. This meant that the young master was at the second stage, which was an incredibly fast evolution. Now everything fell into place. The family gang used the zombie army to eliminate their enemies. They needed to survive. He asked the girl if she wanted Charlie to fight the family. Lilith replied that her fighters knew Charlie's enormous strength, but he was in no hurry to help. There was no benefit. The girl replied that he had pretended to be one of them and was involved in the death. He also hated the family gang. Lilith also wanted to fight with the family, but Charlie was against it. They need a verdict. The guy has to show his way out. However, the girl did not want to give up, so he asked for more intimate details. They found themselves in a closed room. Charlie waited for what he wanted to say to Lilith. The girl began to undress, take off her clothes. Eventually, Lilith's entire upper body except her chest was exposed, and she wanted to persuade Charlie to help her with her body. The girl explained that if Charlie helped her take revenge, in the future he could do with her whatever came into his hand. However, Charlie really didn't like this idea. His heart broke to enough. The girl approached him, but Michael, David, and Susie fell out of the door. The couple jumped apart. Michael making excuses that he was passing by. Damon explaining that they weren't there, let them continue. Susie praising Charlie's choice. The guy ordered everyone to get out immediately. Damon decided to do push-ups, as did Michael. Susie would check the supplies. Charlie had a question. Whether her name was really Lilith, the girl did not have time to introduce herself and was surprised that Charlie knew about it. The guy allowed her to stay with the team, but on the condition that she helped them make weapons. Lilith was not. Big Shot was passing. He didn't think she was the boss of the Black Red Hands. The girl wanted to know more, but they were interrupted by militant who informed them that representatives of the family had arrived at their base. The second brother of the Red Vests waited for the boss of the Azure Mountain with his feet on the couch, so he ordered them just a second. However, Commander replied that he doesn't talk to Julie since he named the Sonic The second brother was unfamiliar with these people wanted to see Michael. But Charlie named this Red Vest representative and he was surprised. Few people knew him. If Charlie was not fooling, then he should get lost. He has no time for Michael's subordinates and henchmen. The boss of the Azure Mountain who arrived looked at him in anger, and how could this leader of the Red Vests have the audacity to come to him? He replied that their young master was holding a council to discuss the zombies. He warned that if the leader of the Azure Mountain gang did not come to the council, then they would all end up just like the Black Panthers. Michael gave him a vengeful look. The second brother didn't like it and he demanded respect from Michael, otherwise he would go after his brother Michael. Charlie grabbed him and fell him by the shoulder, and the Red Vest representative only had time to look at him and ask what he wanted. However, the next second, Charlie slammed the militant's body into the floor, sending chunks of concrete and reinforcement flying in all directions. The blow was fatal. Charlie replied that Michael had to avenge his brother if he wanted to walk into the new day without any debts. Charlie asked to call everyone, as Charlie had already said when he arrived in the city. If the Red Vests did not disband themselves in 2 days, then he would exterminate them all. Boone stood in front of one panoramic window as the corner of the gate. Joe asked him how it felt to be able to do them. The young gentleman replied that they were quite pleasant. If Boone were to face Jonathan, it was not the fact that one of them would lose. Now he was not impressive. One of the 3 brothers entered the room and announced the arrival of all the gang representatives. Even Jonathan came to them, but the Azure Mountain Gang and the older brother from the Red Vests were not there. However, it was no longer important. It was necessary to go down and pay respects to Jonathan. He was a useful ally in the future. Jonathan was enjoying the tea that the family had provided him. He smelled delicious and the man waited. Lucas saw that there were a lot of big shots and non-locals here. Lou was unhappy with their presence here. There was an army of zombies all around, and their presence was incomprehensible. However, they had to be patient. Everything would soon be explained to them. Lucas wanted to ask more questions, but Lewis said that they had to trust the boss. They wondered if Charlie would come. However, the boss replied that it was unlikely if he was smart, then he had nothing to do here, but Lucas did not agree. That was important, and he would come. Family or someone else was dead. Someone was eager to know his evolution technique. Coming here was like coming to a hornet's nest. After that, they were going to visit the Azure Mountain Gang. Finally, a young gentleman came out of the square and expressed his respect to Jonathan. He was flattered by his visit to the family. The martial artist expressed his respect for the young master's progress and began to congratulate him. Boone did not respond to this. If Jonathan had not shown up, then most likely half of the guests would not have come. Jonathan replied that everyone was here as a sign of respect for the young master. Boone agreed. The family would not leave anyone offended, including Jonathan. The Azure Mountain Gang was missing here. The man clarified whether their absence was disrespectful to him. However, if Jonathan was insulted, then the young master was courting them. So he hastened to send 3 brothers to destroy the gang. But the third voice said that no one could destroy their gang. Charlie came to the hospital with a large bag on his right shoulder, thrown over his entire body, and he said that they were here, like those who watched his body. The brother of the Red Vests was supposed to fight them when he was not in the procession. There was a heavy atmosphere. How who this man was, walking around in the lab. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Things seemed to relax a little. He said something opposite Boone. The man asked Charlie to show respect and apologize for his behavior. Charlie was surprised to see something he threw off his bag, from which appeared the head of his brother from the Red Vests. Charlie asked whether it was necessary to ask forgiveness from this dead man. The guy turned the body of the Red Vest fighter around with his foot so that everyone could see his face, and awaited everyone in his gang. The young gentleman replied that the brother from the Red Vests was a member of the family, their gang. If the youth treasured him so much, then Charlie would give him his body. The boy kicked the corpse to the feet of the young gentleman. Boone could no longer tolerate this. Just like that, Charlie behaved incredibly rudely, showed blatant disrespect for his person. The gentleman asked for explanation. Charlie forgot a little and replied that so as not to hold a grudge against him, he demanded information from the young gentleman. This member of the entire gang of Red Vests. One of them, a 3-meter-tall brute, could no longer tolerate this. The Red Vest fighter approached Boone and asked him for permission to teach the impudent fellow a lesson. However, Charlie did not continue to talk for long, and with one blow, activating his power, he sent the big guy flying, killing him forever. Everyone immediately recognized this force. It was the same stranger who had recently confronted all the developed ones in the square. But no one thought that he was a member of the Azure Mountain Gang. Everyone started whispering to each other. Boone thought that they had killed all the representatives of the Black Bandanas yesterday, but it turned out that the face in front of him was real. Yesterday they had killed the wrong one. Apparently, some of the Black Bandanas were still alive, so these remnants needed to be dealt with once and for all. The young master ordered his old man, Uncle Joe, to deal with them right away. The old man approached Charlie and replied that he left last time, and why did he come back now? The young gentleman apologized to Jonathan for the scene. It was awkward. The man replied that the young gentleman was very calm, and they continued their conversation. Before it could even begin, however, old Joe flew past Boone's face, sending bloody shreds flying in all directions. The old man landed with a thud against the wall, creating a crater in it. There was a large hole in his chest, the mark of a fist. The young master was shocked. His uncle lost in martial arts. Boone and Lucas realized that Charlie had become even stronger. Charlie replied that he had come for some individuals, and hoped that the young gentleman would cooperate with him. He replied that Boone should hand over the Red Vest's gang. The eldest of the 3 brothers wanted to enter the conflict, but Boone ordered him to retreat, which was a suicidal act. The gentleman thought to himself that even he couldn't do that to his uncle. With one blow, his old man possessed a rare martial art. Boone asked how exactly the Vests had insulted them. He could have punished them on behalf of Charlie and the entire Azure Mountain Gang, but the guy asked them to stop talking nonsense. He was giving them time while he lit one cigarette. The gentleman measured him with his eyes and still decided to give the Red Vests to the stranger having such an enemy. He decided to himself that they would pay for this in the future. Lucas and Lou were enjoying the show. The young gentleman was seething with anger. The 3 brothers were about to create internal trauma for themselves from anger. Jonathan replied that Charlie was very dangerous. It wasn't easy to do this to the most powerful organization in the city. But finally, the 3 brothers gathered the Red Vest representatives together and tied them up. The whole crowd looked at them surprised at the faces of the different people. But they agreed that but it turned out that the family's influence was over the see how they would regain respect after that. Charlie asked Michael if he wanted to check if they were Red Vests. Michael would have recognized them no matter what form they took. The guy thanked the young gentleman for the people he provided. He was glad that they were happy. He was able to put on a show. The gentleman asked the militants to escort them to the exit. However, that was not all. Charlie asked him not to rush. The Red Vests served the family, but should the victim really punish the dogs instead of their owner? Boone is not happy. The stranger took on too much. He demanded great humiliation from the young master in front of everyone. However, Charlie replied that this was exactly what he wanted with all his heart. If the young master wanted peace, then he should do it. Charlie demanded that the head of the family organization, the strongest among them, publicly apologize to everyone. The gentleman was in no hurry to give his answer. He was a member of the family gang, but this did not bother Charlie. Was he really afraid of getting his hands dirty? Charlie set him the same conditions again while he was smoking a cigarette. The gentleman had to give him the correct answer, and the count went on. The 3 brothers were shocked by such boorish behavior. The upstart thought too much of himself. They could teach him a lesson. Jonathan was tense about the whole situation. Their target today was the young master, and he couldn't let Charlie ruin everything. Boone raised his hand, and with one movement of his hand, killed all the Red Vests that were tied up. Everyone noted that he had become even stronger. Charlie realized that he had the skill level 2 speed, but there was something else special. Boone answered that Jonathan had transferred some of the Red Vests to himself, and what Charlie would do with them. It was obvious that the young gentleman was playing very meanly. Soon all the Red Vests would be developed, and their issuance would be a great loss. Michael asked Charlie to forget about it. The guy said that next time he would leave the cigarette for the boss, but Jonathan did not want to contradict him. The Red Vests gang deserved their punishment, and they would not hide them. Jonathan ordered Lucas to bring them. Now that everyone was happy, Charlie wouldn't waste the man's time. Michael would take them to the Azure Mountain Gang. The boss replied that he had other things to do and would have to take his leave, but Charlie replied that they were not finished yet. The boy explained that one of the three brothers had just looked at him badly and wanted to explain what to do about it, but Boone hit his subordinate, hoping that Charlie would finally be pleased, but he had not asked him for anything like that. The young gentleman violated all principles. No one asked him to beat him. Charlie is an honest man and believes in justice, and he punished the one who behaved outrageously. It became clear to everyone that the stranger had a grudge against the young master of the family. There was great tension between them. Charlie said in a cold voice that the young gentleman finally understood it. Jonathan let out a nervous laugh. He still had things to do, and he felt that the atmosphere was extremely tense. Jonathan warned everyone about his departure, deciding that he would be the first to leave the place. His departure meant that many other people and extras would leave the council of the great boss. Since he left, then they had nothing to do here, although someone wanted to see how it all ended. However, this was a crazy idea. A battle between such strong developments would not end well, and all the onlookers ran away. Charlie looked into the Boone's eyes, asking if they would fight. One of the crowd said to his young master that he recognized Charlie. He saw him at the technical station. He was the one who was responsible for the murder of the second master. Charlie was in front of them. That same sensational guy that everyone around was looking for. The onlookers started to come back. The guy was known for knowing how to speed up evolution. The young gentleman said that anyone who defeats Charlie will know this secret. It was a very tasty offer. Everyone wanted to become stronger, but Charlie was not at all surprised by this action. The young gentleman naively believed that such a decision would save him, but the fun was just beginning. The crowd immediately rushed towards Charlie. Everyone wanted to know his secret technique. The crowd was very enthusiastic. They wanted to grab Charlie and would hardly have left him alive if they knew his secret. Looking at all this, Boone was calm. Charlie would not leave this place alive and unharmed, but the guy only grinned at the statement. He contacted Damon and asked him to act. A shot rang out, and one of the militants fell dead from a blood. The young man realized that there was a sniper hiding somewhere. Another scream was heard, this time behind him, and Amanda and Susie came onto the scene, warning that anyone who took a step would die. Amanda's appearance radiated fear and readiness to kill. Everyone felt uneasy about this person. The militants realized that Charlie had a large number of allies. Ford decided to leave the place. He began to apologize, conciliatory, saying that there was a mistake. No one was willing to attack him, noting to himself that Amanda would definitely kill him. Having said this, he and his people began to run as fast as they could. However, Charlie ordered everyone to stand. Ford looked at him, saying that they were not enemies. However, Charlie ordered them to sit down. One of the militants intended to go against this order and teach Charlie a lesson. However, Amanda dismembered his body into many pieces in a few seconds. Everyone present was serious. If Charlie told them to sit down, they were to shut up and sit down and do what the guy wanted them to do. The gang leader and his men were quick to obey. Charlie said that they should just sit and watch. After Charlie dealt with the young master, he would have business with them. Boone greeted this proposal coolly. He took meteorite crystals from his pocket and called three brothers to him, to whom he gave the crystals. All three brothers took turns eating the crystals and touched the young master's body with their palms, concentrating their power. They activated their tattoos and began to pour energy into his body, greatly strengthening their own and transferring power to him. It was interesting to watch. The brothers ate the crystals and transferred energy to someone else's body, raising its level. For a time they would become ordinary people, and are not able to resist Charlie. Three meteorite crystals were wasted. Steam was coming from Boone's body. He ordered his brothers to call their father. The effect would be short-lived. Today in the battle between the families and Charlie, only one of them would remain alive. The young gentleman took out a shock baton from his bosom. An electric current was already running through its iron frame. The young master strengthened his electric baton and rushed at his enemy. He was going to punish Charlie doubly for everything he did here. Charlie activated the power of his hand. The club in his hand collided with each other. A lot of sparks and energy came out from the impact point, using electric current as a weapon constricted. Charlie also felt that the youth immediately activated his abilities, including that Boone was serious about the fight. The young man jumped and struck with his knee. Charlie bounced back from the blow and jumped back. The guy had destructive power. His powers controlled electric current. Boone replied that his enhanced hand was not capable of grounding current. However, this was good news. Charlie had been missing worthy opponents for a long time, so he ordered the young master to try even harder. The guy also replied that Boone shouldn't disappoint him too much. He has big plans for this fight and he wants to have a lot of fun. The conflict continued, Boone and Charlie dancing with each other and exchanging blows. Although Charlie mostly dodged the blows and flew back. The young gentleman missed one of Charlie's kicks and flew back, but managed to stay on his feet. His body was incredibly strong. At this rate, he won't wait for his father, so he should finish everything as quickly as possible. Boone pulled out another crystal, which he quickly absorbed. By swallowing the meteorite crystal, the young gentleman will spend most of his energy on healing. His strength will hardly increase. Besides, a person at the second stage cannot absorb so many crystals at one time. Boone was satisfied with the result. He would make sure Charlie paid for his murders. He concentrated the electric current and hit the ground with it. But Charlie was too smart to expose himself to such a strong blow. He jumped away from it, around the crack that the blow formed. Stones flew in different directions. The young master ordered to stand still. Ford noted with a nearby gunman that it was a good decision for them to stand back and watch. Insulting Charlie would be a murderous act. The second gunman wondered if Charlie would kill them when he was done with the young master. A truck drove up to the square. From it, the highest Lilith, who noted that everything was ready. Ford and the other militants looked at her questioningly. The girl noted that Susie and Amanda had managed to gather a large number of people. Damon hastened to say that they had forgotten him. Time was almost up and they needed to hurry. Lilith pointed her fingers at Ford and the other gang leader. One was to take the axe stand and find a diversion. The other was to look for people and plant explosives. He also pointed to three people. Their task would be to set traps. Ford exploded. He did not want to become slaves, but Lilith approached him and replied that today they were all her slaves. If they did not want to work with her, they could talk to him. After these words, all the fighters instantly became kinder and got to work. Susie noted that only Amanda could make everyone work. Now it was only up to Charlie. The fight continued. Boone continued to shower Charlie with numerous blows, but Charlie was in no hurry to respond. The young gentleman began to get annoyed with this situation. All he did was dodge or block the blows, and his power no longer affected Charlie. There was an explosion, and a small crater formed between them and the duelists, and they jumped away from each other, gaining distance and catching their breath. The young gentleman's body was already completely wet from the amount of sweat. He was breathing heavily, and said that his victory was close. Charlie would not be able to last long. Damon contacted his friend and told him of the problem. The boy needed to hurry up with the young master. Charlie replied that the old man should not take his eyes off him. He completely ignored Boone and became a laughing stock. He had never experienced such shit and wanted to teach the impudent fellow a lesson. He concentrated the electric current in his club and produced a powerful energy arc. However, his force only pierced the air. Charlie jumped over it. He stopped Boone's hands with his own, taking them in a grip, and decided to answer something. The young gentleman still didn't understand. His body was on the edge and could turn into a zombie at any second. If he had immediately squeezed the maximum out of himself, he would have had a chance. He began to change, and his current no longer hurt Charlie. It was necessary to put an end to this whole circus. Charlie, with one jerk, sent Boone into a long flight forward. He dropped his club, which broke into several pieces. The young gentleman's body broke through the wall. He found the strength to get up, not understanding why Charlie was so strong. The eldest of the three brothers ran to him. He replied that his father had left, and that he had taken all his men and left the area. Boone could not believe that his own man had done this to him. One of the three brothers told his boss that they needed to go to the rescue right away. Master would not be able to stand alone to fight with Charlie. Howard couldn't believe that there was such a strong man. The foreigner standing next to him told his boss that he had long wanted to fight this guy. However, the boss ordered everyone to gather and call the elite, or rather, what was left of it. They would leave. The African American asked Howard if he was really going to leave his son. The grief-stricken father said that he couldn't even avenge his younger brother, who was a real disgrace. He didn't recognize people like him. Now they would leave and later use the chance to take revenge. The eldest of the three brothers said that his father had taken the foreigner with him, and now there were few people left in the city. No one could help him. However, he did not respond to this statement. He decided to finish his business with Charlie. The guy came out of the crack of the wall with a staggering gait. As he left the building, the young master began to laugh madly. His subordinates looked at him with fear. He grabbed the chest of the eldest of the three brothers and asked him to repeat whose Master Boone was. He suffered so much for his father, captured the region, wanted to avenge his own dear son, his brother, and with this he repaid him for his kindness. All this torment was because the young gentleman was Howard's illegitimate son. Tears rolled from the eyes of Boone, who did not stop screaming. He let go of his fighter and walked on, accusing Charlie that it was he who was to blame for all of this, and only he, and that if it weren't for the appearance of the impudent man, this wouldn't have happened. The young gentleman decided not to stand on ceremony and took out several crystals from his pocket, which he quickly swallowed, having promised himself and the world that he would definitely kill Charlie. His body was engulfed in a large amount of electrical energy. The young man fell to his knees and tried to hold back the nausea that was constantly rising in his mouth. He felt terrible. Finally, hunched over in painful convulsions, the young gentleman suddenly straightened up and screamed throughout the area. His body was covered in electric arcs, and his eyes acquired an electric hue. Charlie thought sadly that this was another fallen one who had been helped by a large dose of crystals. Boone suddenly fell silent. He glared angrily at Charlie and rushed to kill him no matter what. He appeared behind him at the speed of sound. However, he was unable to land a blow, and his fists collided with the ground, from which huge chunks of concrete broke off, which Boone grabbed with his hands and threw at the guy. This spoke of monstrous physical strength. One of these fragments was suddenly destroyed by the young gentleman himself, to Charlie's surprise. The guy didn't expect such a move, and Boone managed to hit him, sending Charlie flying, but he quickly grouped himself and pushed off the wall. Charlie and the young gentleman clashed with each other's fists. The momentum from their collision was so enormous that the explosion thundered throughout the city. Charlie and the young gentleman flew off in different directions. The guy noted again that the fallen were not easy opponents, and it was difficult to deal with them. A fallen one emerged from the rift where Boone had flown in, his body a sickly marbled color, and arcs of energy streaming from his eyes and every part of his body. Charlie would need all his remaining strength, and he prepared to fight back, but a voice came from the speaker. Damon asked his friend to stop fighting. They had problems in the east. They were 2 minutes away from their approach. Charlie asked his friends to hold on. He would come as fast as he could. However, Damon looked at the millions of zombies that were approaching them. He could not hold back such a flow of infected. Damon told Charlie to leave Boone. The zombies were much more important, but the guy didn't agree. If you don't kill him now, he will become more dangerous than an entire army. Damon wanted to do that, but Lilith calmed him down. She had already completed all the preparations for defense. Only needed to cover their defense. The zombie army would be here soon. It was twice as big as yesterday's. The outer lines of defense would not hold them back. And running away now meant death. She warned everyone present that if they wanted to live, they had to fight them. Hearing no objections, she ordered everyone to listen to her orders. The girl took out a pistol and fired into the air, ordering them to gather and hold formation. There were many explosions. Stones flew all around, and everyone present, armed as much as they could, jumped into the rift. Lilith remembered the conversation 3 hours earlier. Charlie explained to them that he sensed an army of zombies, and now they could not escape from them. And if they wanted to live, then they needed to repel the first wave. He gave instructions to his friends. He decided to tell the plans on the way. While they were moving to the car, he answered that since Lilith was already familiar with the zombie army, she knew what they needed and had to bring everything necessary to the meeting. The girl was again surprised by the feeling of Charlie's foresight. She looked at the place of the battle between him and the fallen. The fight broke out in earnest. Another blow sent the zombie deep into the ground. Charlie caught his breath. He used every opportunity to breathe normally. The zombie still took the blow well. A clawed hand emerged from a crack in the ground and held its owner up. Boone regrouped and jumped out of the ground. He heard the zombie army. The zombie hurried away from Charlie. The special infected wanted to hide among the zombie army to survive. And right now, he was running as fast as he could towards the epicenter of the infected. Charlie rushed after him, warned his friends about the approach of the fallen, and asked them to attack. It will be necessary to clear a passage for Charlie, and not allow the fallen to escape. His departure means a huge danger for all the living who remain in the city. Amanda stood in Boone's way. She decided to use her blows to stop the special infected, and not let it move further, but her claws only pointed in the air. Amanda missed the zombie, and it moved on. Charlie warned that it was still intelligent. The zombie was already in the crowd of infected. Charlie rushed after him, warning Damon to apprehend the fallen young monster as quickly as possible. He understood his task, and, taking good aim with his rifle, shot straight at the head. The bullet hit the eye, but the zombie was too strong. Damon was unable to break through it, but all he had to do was simply hold off the special infected until Charlie arrived. He began to break through the zombies, which greatly delayed his pursuit of Boone. Eventually, he got tired of this and jumped from the back of one of the zombies, waving his hand. The young gentleman sensed danger from Charlie and ordered the other zombies to form ranks. Charlie's powerful blow killed dozens of the infected, but not Boone. He was already able to control the infected. He definitely needed to be killed. However, the zombies continued to march in a straight line. Amanda warned Charlie that there were fewer and fewer of them, and it was necessary to retreat, but the guy was determined to kill them. Charlie ordered Damon to watch the young master and not take time on him. The boy concentrated his power and began to conduct a tornado, which he used in the battle with other repellent. Damon was his adjutant. He spoke to Charlie about all the movements of the special infected. Right now, after the start of the hurricane of blades, the young gentleman turned left. Charlie ran after him. Finally, he found himself opposite the especially infected one. All that was left was to close the distance between them. Finally, pushing off the ground, Charlie was able to grab Boone by the hair and slam him into the ground, but he immediately called the infected to help him. They all pounced on Charlie and surrounded him. The young master caught his breath while his servants held the man back. Charlie ordered Damon not to let him leave. Damon took good aim and shot the zombie in the knees and began to fire a barrage of shots at him, all the bullets hitting their targets. The fallen one lay on the ground and did not move. Just as Damon began to growl. Damon didn't have the strength to finish him off. Charlie quickly ordered Amanda to activate her black armor. She obeyed her friend. As soon as she called on her power, she was surrounded by zombies who ran away from her as fast as they could, resulting in a lot of free space between Amanda, Charlie, and the young master. As the guy thought, even the infected were afraid of the black armor. Amanda said that her strength did not last long. but Charlie only needed a minute. He was going to make sure that Boone would never get back on stage. Charlie's enhanced armor would disappear and a tattoo would appear on his wrist, growing rapidly. Charlie's arms exuded enormous power. Red lightning appeared around him and his hair stood up. A mighty force was summoned by the voice within. The young man finally recovered and rose to his feet. David warned his friend that he had some kind of ability, and now the bullets from his rifle. The infected intended to finally kill the man who went behind him, striking him, but Charlie turned around in 1 second and stopped the fist of his palm. Boone and Charlie locked eyes. The boy had recently collected new patterns, but he had never had a reason to use them. And finally, the young gentleman gave him the opportunity to try them on him. Charlie prepared to strike. The fist hit the special infected right in the lower jaw. A crunching and cracking sound was heard from his body. The blow came out with colossal force. Damon was once again surprised by the mighty power of his friend. He was too good. The body of the especially infected one flew back. But Charlie approached the flying zombie in a split second and found himself in front of him. The guy hit the zombie in the face again, and he finally fell dead. Unfortunately, he had mutated very recently and did not have time to form a crystal. Charlie asked Amanda not to remove the black armor and go back with him. Susie watched as her friend rushed into the crowd of zombies if he could. Then she and Lilith should help him. But the girls did not like it. There was no need to rush into such a decision. They had plenty of problems of their own. Susie wanted to help Charlie. A guy's voice came from the shooter. He warned the girl not to rush into battle. Charlie ordered them to defend themselves. And if they had any other relatives out there within 5 minutes, they should blow up the building. Susie could not do this. Then Charlie would die. But the guy said that there was no need to be afraid. However, Susie persisted. Charlie turned to Lilith. The detonation of the explosive he told the girl that 5 minutes later to blow her up. But Susie wouldn't let anyone blow up Charlie while he was there. The girl asked Susie to think with her head. They didn't have time. Everyone's life was more important than his life. Besides, it was Charlie's order. However, Susie did not want to listen to this. She would kill anyone who caused the explosion. But suddenly, Michael gave a voice. He noted that the girl's prospects were sad. Michael and the other fighters were approaching Charlie to help him escape. They will not abandon their friend in trouble, and Susie will be at peace. Lilith sighed with relief. She and Susie killed another group of infected and decided to go with them, killing everyone in their path. Susie and the others rushed to help Charlie. He was completely surrounded by zombies. The guy fought back and ordered the buildings to be blown up. A series of explosions prepared by Lilith rang out. Charlie ordered everyone to go to the meeting place and ask about Damon's condition. He was on the roof of one of the buildings, but changed his position. Charlie asked him to be careful while in the building. Damon had the steel door burst open with a crash. No zombie. They go on. Then walked up to Damon. The special infected immediately rushed at Damon, but he dodged and fired several times at the zombie. However, these shots did not bring any benefit. Damon remembered that the weak point of the moment was whiskey. The guy took advantage of this. Damon pushed off the ground and jumped over the zombie, landing on its huge paw and putting the gun's sight to its temple. The shots that rang out killed the monster, but a new feeling struck the guy, and he joined the edge of the roof. The shooter noticed that a huge crowd of infected had gathered below him. Zombies were climbing over each other towards Damon. The mountain of zombies was rapidly approaching. Damon tried to contact Charlie and warn him about the impossibility of his escape, but the radio was silent. There was no signal, which meant that they had already gone far enough. Damon was pleased that at least they would be able to escape. The guy lit a cigarette and stood on the edge. He looked thoughtfully at the small trigger and understood why Charlie liked to smoke. His dramatics were interrupted by Charlie's voice from the speaker, ordering Damon to jump. The guy rushed over the heads of zombies, knocking them off their feet. He walked on the ground. He used the infected as a means of movement. Damon was amazed by the sight, but Charlie shouted again for Damon to jump immediately right now. The friend listened to his man and jumped from the roof straight into the hordes of infected. Charlie pushed off the zombies and jumped back, trying to intercept his friend. He eventually managed to grab Damon in his arms, then wondered how the guy managed to jump on heads. Charlie replied that it was necessary to suddenly control the power for this to happen. Even Charlie could not hold out for long in this state. It required a lot of mental strength, however. This was Damon's strong point, and he could do better. Charlie asked his friend to hold onto a tighter. The guy pushed off the ground and holes formed in the place of his feet with a crack. He jumped into the building. The window shattered, and they landed safely in the building. Charlie noted that Damon could have gotten off it already. It was necessary to use his strength. Work with breathing techniques to regain his strength. And he succeeded. Damon and Susie shouted in shock that not even an hour had passed. Charlie fought all evening. He used the ability of large numbers of the tattoo. However, the guy replied that this was a plus of the new pattern. As you gain more patterns, you control yourself better. Your mental strength, endurance, and recovery became higher, although your power and speed did not directly increase. Charlie almost forgot about his findings. He took 2 cores out of his pocket and handed them to Damon and Susie. They were just after the battle and needed to be used. Damon asked fearfully how exactly this should be done. Charlie answered exactly the same way as immediately crystal into himself. The guy was horrified by his thought. Susie noted that there was no victory without pain, so it was worth enduring for this. Charlie advised everyone to take a breath and train. Michael had to fill him in on the matter. The building was in full swing. The survivors were preparing and gathering supplies. But as soon as they heard Michael and Charlie, they immediately stood in a row along the wall, saluting. From what Charlie saw, there were a lot of people. The clubhouse was packed to capacity. About half of the development area was located here, but the family gang left a warehouse with supplies. It should be enough for a while. The situation was complicated. It would not be easy to restore order here, and Charlie asked Michael to restrict. They proceeded to the roof to look at the zombies. The couple looked around the streets, and the infected stood rooted to the spot. The moment Charlie appeared, they acted as if they were asleep. The guy said that it was not a simple wave of zombies. In general, there were 3 reasons for the zombies to gather together. The first was natural. This happened spontaneously, only in large cities where there were a lot of zombies. The second is people, that is, the infected, gather together while the city is active. This was stimulated by people who, with their actions, drove them into flux. The third reason is that there is a strong infected at the head, and they reach the 3rd stage, and more zombies obey. Some gathered armies. Michael clarified when Charlie thinks about this wave. The guy said that the infected usually pursue their prey while it is alive, but these ones don't touch anyone and stand still. The back rows completely scattered. This was not typical for the horde. It may be due to the presence of a special infected person, but there is not enough information. Today, it is better for them to rest. The problem cannot be solved in one go. Michael and Charlie followed the militants. The leader of the Azure Mountain Gang ordered his subordinates to be careful. They were still undeveloped, and the infected could scratch and bite them. Their task is to push back the enemy, protect the line of defense, but in no case to fight. The guy said their statement with a battle. Seeing the good mood of his gang, Michael ordered the gates to be opened. Zombies immediately poured out from behind the rift. The infected tried to taste human flesh, but the Azure Mountain Gang was equipped with suppression shields, hammers, clubs, and body armor. They pushed the zombies back. As some zombies broke through the line of shields, some fighters used their hammers to knock down the infected. The zombies tried to break through the defense, but the humans clung to the shields with all their might. Finally, the exit from the building was opened. Charlie didn't even think that the family gang had such ammunition in their warehouse, Michael was pleased. With the shields and weapons of the police, it was easier to fight the zombies. One of the infected jumped over the shield to take the fight, but Charlie immediately said it was necessary to increase the pressure to Damon to maneuver. Damon said that all the people were already ready, and Susie and Amanda were waiting for orders. The survivors managed to push them back. Susie and Damon had to defend the southeast. Amanda and Lilith defend the southwest. However, the ranks of the infected became denser and denser, and some of them began to break through the ranks of the Azure Mountain gang. There were too many zombies, and the survivors couldn't hold them off for long. It didn't take long. Now it was Charlie's turn. With one blow, the guy sent most of the zombies back. They needed to defend the front. The militants were amazed by Charlie's mighty power. In their opinion, he alone could destroy the plan. Charlie had his equal to Charlie, but close to defense. But he would explain how it was. Michael and his gang would work with Charlie to push back the infected across the street. Susie and David would take the backs of the southeast and Amanda was supposed to take the rest and move to the southwest and also occupy the building defending the defensive line. All the lines form a triangle. This area will be free. Michael liked their plan. Michael had finished his part of the job. His area was completely clear. Lilith and Amanda's area was also ready. Everything was safe. Charlie was finishing up with the other infected. He would need to kill them all and clear the area of all infected. Finally, after a few hours, the area was cleared of zombies. There was smoke and flames all around. A group of militants did not believe that they would survive. They fought zombies many times, but for the first time, no one died. Charlie was incredibly strong. All things considered, he alone was able to defeat and break up the family gang and scare the youngest gentleman. As soon as they said this, Charlie appeared in front of them, surrounded by Michael and Damon. With the family supplies, they could hold out for about a month, during which time they needed to solve the zombie problem. The area was full of infected. They wouldn't be able to leave the city. They needed to find out where the armies came from. However, if Charlie were to test this, people would not. They would not listen to anyone except Charlie himself. But if Damon had a distant view, he himself could study the situation. Michael suggested taking people and looking. You have to be at stage 2 or higher to break through the army. But Susie's sudden voice took Charlie by surprise, and she offered her candidacy. The guy didn't even notice her. She managed to break through, and very quickly. She also recently became an expert of the second stage. However, not only she, but also David. Charlie did not know about it. He did not feel anything, but his friend had a type of mind, and he could not show it. Apparently, those 2 cores that came before Charlie were not wasted. At the second stage, they will gain a special skill that you need to be patient to master it. Susie had some decent ideas. She suggested using the one inside as reconnaissance, and a hamster came out of the suitcase. Susie replied that it was he who found the mechanism. Opening the suitcase completely, Charlie noticed a fully working new drone. David was pleased with the find. It was perfect for reconnaissance, but he didn't have a camera, and they wouldn't see anything. It wouldn't be enough. Susie released the hamster, and it moved with lightning speed straight towards Damon's leg, penetrating through his pant leg towards him. The guy started laughing and laughing on the ground. The furry body of the animal tickled his legs very hard, and he begged Susie to end this experiment. It was already funny to the point of tears. Charlie watched and tried to understand what Susie was getting at. Damon did not stop laughing with joy and crying. Suddenly, Susie mentioned that Damon was currently wearing blue boxer shorts. He looked at her confused and asked how she knew. Michael and Charlie looked at each other. They were just beginning to understand what Susie was talking about, but the hamster decided to move on and climbed under the pants. Susie noted that he did not want to see this. However, Damon could not stand it and screamed. Susie hid the guy after seeing such debauchery. She did not want to play all the charms. Besides, he had a tattoo in that area, but Damon didn't ask anyone to look. A second later, everyone became interested in how exactly Susie found out about it. The girl ordered the hamster to get out of that place. It became clear that Susie could see through the eyes of the hamster, a very useful ability for them. The hamster had been sleeping all this time, but she realized that she had only acquired this ability today when he woke up. Charlie once again noted that the course had not been wasted. The guy put a hamster on a drone. Apparently, this mechanism will still be of some use. In their reality, it is an ideal reconnaissance vehicle. The drone began to move, its noise attracting the attention of the infected, who began to scream. But the mechanism was out of their reach. Susie asked Damon to take it higher. Charlie asked what the zombies were doing at the moment. But the girl noticed that something was wrong. It seemed like they were walking without a goal. Besides, all the zombies were moving in one direction. Susie had never seen anything like that before. Unfortunately, Charlie's guesses turned out to be true. It was a monstrous roar, so loud that the hamster reared up and Susie screamed from a safe place. Charlie asked her to tell him what she saw or heard. Damon managed to level the drone despite his fear. The girl was fine, but there was something strange ahead. Damon moved the drone a little closer and higher. They were getting closer to their target. The roar was heard louder and louder, and the hamster's eyes saw an unpleasant sight. On one of the streets, there was a giant-sized zombie. It was colossal in height, several tens of meters high, and was surrounded by zombies. Charlie asked to tell what she saw. The girl explained that she had to meet a monster as tall as a 4-story building, and Charlie understood who she had seen. Apparently, the zombie was at least at the peak of the 3rd stage or 4th, although most likely it was already at the 5th stage. The girl also explained that there were ordinary zombies that attacked him. Charlie asked Susie to return the drone. The girls needed to rest. She spent a lot of energy thinking all his friends for a talk. They all immediately came to his call. Charlie was urging them on, and it was unclear what the rush was for. The guy asked his friends if there was anything unusual in the city before the invasion. Perhaps something strange, unusual, and especially in the center? Michael remembered that a meteorite fell. One of them fell straight into the center. There was a meteor shower that day, and Michael saw with his own eyes how one large one fell into the very epicenter of the city, and then it exploded, and the apocalypse began. As Charlie thought, it was all the fault of this meteorite fragment, which with its impact caused such unusual phenomena. The guy asked if Michael knew where the fragments could be, but he refused. The area was large. There were also zombies everywhere, and no one knew where the meteorite was. The family gang sent people to reconnoiter, but no one returned. Charlie replied that the meteorite was the cause of everything, and due to recent events, he would have to leave for a few days. Friends met this proposal very coolly. He will take Susie and Damon with him, and Amanda, Michael, and Lilith will need to watch over their areas. While he was gone, they would be in charge. Everyone had to answer that Charlie wanted to be alone. This time the guy would have to go to the center in person. The group moved out and observed the huge army. The center was full of infected, because the population density here was especially high before the invasion, which was the reason for such a huge army. But there were only normal infected around, no evolved ones. So the way it the group used the grappling hook to move to another building. Damon wanted to see the huge infected. Susie supported him and wanted to see everything in person. Charlie refused. They needed their leader. Sometimes the infected become the leader. Their shapes and sizes were unusual. Some could control an army of zombies. The giant infected that Susie saw was also a leader, but his evolution went through the path of increasing physical strength, but not leadership abilities. Another leader set his army on him. However, for the giant, the common infected were like mosquitoes. There were many meteorite fragments around. If he swallowed the heavily infected, he could become the leader. The drone could not go far, so they had to go themselves. Damon noticed an interesting thing. He drew the attention of his friends to an unusual street, which in their reality was crazy. The street was absolutely empty, despite the fact that all the others were filled with infected. No one could understand what caused this. It was very quiet. In the distance, the guy noticed a group of people. Damon strengthened his vision, and in the same way noticed a group of survivors walking along the street. There really were people there. Charlie wanted to take a closer look at them. The militants asked their boss about the infected, but the leader sent people to reconnaissance. The street was empty. Tris asked his boss if his brother was already there, and Chester replied that the place was full of supplies, easy to defend, easy to survive. If they made it to this place, they would definitely survive the invasion. But Chester, looking at his fighters, saw sadness and apathy in their eyes. They were sad that the zombies had taken many of their friends, and even now they were barely surviving. But they were lucky. They found a place to live further. Half of their people were already there, and they would meet soon. So the boss asked his fighters to trust him, while he, Chester, would lead his people. This speech increased the fighting spirit of the militants, and they, raising their hands up, moved forward more zealously. They were going home under the leadership of their leader, and would not be afraid of anything. Chester was pleased with the result of his speech, but after walking a few meters, a can of soda rolled out of the alley. The boss immediately raised his sword forward, and ordered everyone to come out of hiding. Damon and Susie appeared from the corner. It was surprising to meet people here. Chris asked them who they were. The couple replied that they were survivors like them, but Chester felt someone else. He asked the stranger to stop hiding and come out. Charlie asked the boss not to think anything bad. They were walking past and heard their conversation. They also had their eye on this place. Charlie suggested that they all go together. It would be safer and much more fun if they all went separately. A few minutes earlier, Charlie and his friends overheard a conversation about sadness and fallen brothers. Damon would be surprised. It turned out that there were still survivors in the area, but they weren't as strong as Damon or Charlie. They needed at least 10 seconds of evolve to clear such an area. As a result, the street was already empty, and someone was acting secretly here, so it was worth keeping an eye on them. Charlie decided to go with them and inform his friends about this idea. He ordered them not to show their power. They did not need unnecessary attention. The guy braced himself and kicked the soda can in front of him. He explained that the an interesting place. They would like to go with him. Chester looked them over. 3 survivors, although he thought they were all dead. Chris asked where they came from. Damon replied that from the development area. The militants immediately began to whisper. They got here from the development area, which means they had excellent equipment and strength. Tris didn't like it. He realized that something was wrong here. Maybe these survivors were up to something. Another fighter replied that their place was suspicious. They had few supplies. If they took more, it would be difficult. However, the boss reassured his subordinates. They are all people and must help each other. In these difficult times, they must unite and survive together. Chester extended his hand to Charlie in a gesture of approval and announced to them that they had been accepted into their ranks. The militants were happy to welcome new survivors. The guys shook hands, and Charlie thanked them for the warm welcome. The other fighters were not so favorably disposed towards the new arrivals. The fighters were still moaning in irritation. They still didn't understand why their boss had taken the chance. Their boss's decision was not specified. Just trying to calm everyone down. As he walked forward and found himself on the open street, Chester felt a strange premonition that he needed to be on his guard. Infected instantly burst out of the doors of one of the buildings. The boss ordered everyone to prepare for battle. One of the fighters began to fight off the zombies. The girl could not hold the weapon properly, and tried to drive away the zombies. Chester ended up with one of the infected and asked his subordinates to hold out until he helped. He would help them now. A serious fight broke out. Damon asked his friend if they would help him, but Charlie asked him to watch carefully. They did not know how to fight as infected, and it was strange that they were still alive. Damon did not use a weapon at all, but the biggest questions were raised by their leader. He had impressive speed and strength. The city must have known about such an expert. No one had heard of him as big as Chester. Now in the second stage, there were people, and Charlie was there. Straight towards Damon and Charlie. The guy intended to take out a machine gun. However, Charlie asked him to lay down his arms. The other fighters looked at the newcomers and the zombies, shouting at them to stop standing. The zombies needed to be fought. They just stood there rooted to the spot, and did nothing. The zombie had almost caught up with Charlie and hit him. However, Chester smashed his head in time with a blow from his fist and covered Charlie. The zombie flew forward many meters. The boss asked the newcomers how they felt. Susie and Damon looked at each other, not understanding what to answer. But Charlie chuckled. They guessed what was expected of them. Damon and Susie immediately started talking, rejoicing about how wonderful it was that they were saved. They were very scared. They were anticipating their end. The couple did not forget to thank Chester for saving them. The boss said that they were all brothers in misfortune, and he would not leave them. Chester asked Charlie how he was feeling, and he answered positively. Nothing bad had happened to him. The militants looked angry at the violence. They noticed how they didn't kill anyone, although they themselves claimed that they were from the development area. It was lucky that such cowards even lived to this moment. Tris didn't take his eyes off them. He noticed how 2 of them started to suck up to their leader to gain his trust, and Charlie, the silent one, had just been scared to death, only expressed gratitude to his savior. He was unhappy that Chester had taken the new guys. They clearly had bad intentions and thoughts, but he had to forget about them. Their leader was a gentle and kind person. However, they had to move on. Something happened again. The guys wouldn't help them. Susie asked Charlie what they were doing next, but they had to follow them forward. When the group regrouped, they proceeded further and found themselves near an underground bunker, the entrance to which was sealed with an iron door. The leader explained that it was a wartime bunker that was being preserved as a heritage site. There was a garden for tourists nearby. There were warehouses full of supplies underneath, and the bunker itself was well protected. This place was safe enough. The fighters began to show respect for their leader, and were glad that they had reached this place. But Damon did not like him. Tris exploded. Their leader had done so much and could not lie. The boss insisted that the 2 of them fight. It was a good idea. In that case, they would definitely not be attacked from outside. Chester smiled and agreed with Charlie's statement. He led 2 of his men to report if anything happened. The rest proceeded to the bunker. The group was led by Chester. They found themselves in an incredibly dark room. The militants did not believe that the others would really but the generator could not move, so there was no light. Damon felt that something was wrong. Chester confronted him. 2 weeks ago, he himself barely became known. His 2 brothers also broke through. Then they set up a small camp closer to the center. No area could compare to the center, which was hundreds of times more dangerous. So in order to expand the camp, they gave it their all, fought, and looked for new supplies. Then they found this bunker, and everything changed. Here, the leader was able to find new comrades, and his strength grew, despite the fact that he had to sacrifice many comrades. It was worth it, because sacrifice in the name of faith is very small. Of course, it will be difficult for everyone present to understand. However, when they get involved, they will understand what he is talking about. Faith is holy. Damon saw a real possessed person in front of him. Susie thought they were insane. Charlie smelled a huge scent of blood that had been there from the very beginning. Finally, the group reached a place, and Chester turned on the light. They found themselves in a very spacious room. The switch allowed them to see all the details. The sunlight was very sharp and unusual for eyes that had been in complete, all-encompassing darkness for so long. Finally, when their eyes got used to it, they saw in front of them a huge monster with a large number of tentacles and an egg-shaped body. Chester asked everyone to leave their guard. The leader himself fell to his knees and said that he had brought a new victims and asked to accept these sincere and modest offerings. The militants couldn't believe their ears, but it was true. All these past comrades had become victims. By being victims, they had become part of God. This was also awaiting everyone present. It was madness. It turned out that Chester gave his comrades over to be eaten by a monster, but the leader asked them to be proud of their fate. Not everyone is given the opportunity to become part of God. Very soon he will wake up, and at that moment their ritual will be complete, and they will all become one big sacrifice of the faith. He asked his men to come closer and sacrifice their flesh to the god, but the fighters were in no hurry to move forward. No one would jump into his mouth. The militants who were at the entrance ran inside, and he explained that the entrance was full of zombies and they had to run from this place. One of them came very close to their leader. He explained that they needed to hurry. The zombies had already penetrated the bunker, but Chester pierced the man's chest with his hand. The guy still couldn't believe that his beloved leader did this to him, but he said that the guy would be the first victim. He threw the dead man to his god, from whose mouth tentacles appeared, and he moved on his feet. The tongue seeped into his body, and the whole room was a crunch of crushed bones. It ended with one person, Chester was happy. His god told him that today he was happy, and everyone present would become victims. Charlie stepped forward. He said that the leader was doing well, but the guy had figured it out long ago, cleared the way, blocking it from the zombies, and also led the entire army. His plan was good. He did so much to lure people here, and it's all for the sake of a new zombie that needs to eat people in order to evolve. True, Charlie felt sorry. He knew everything from the very beginning. It was a little boring. Chester was nervous about his zombie, but the fact that he pulled him in, the poor guy wanted to. The leader stood up and said that all those present would definitely admire her. However, the guy was already bored with his nonsense. He took the butt of his cigarette and set it forward with the movements of his fingers. The cigarette flew into Chester's skull with lightning speed, and he fell down dead. Charlie did not want the leader to misunderstand. There was no God in this world. However, if there was such a thing, then this God would definitely be Charlie. Only he had enough strength and knowledge to be such a rank. Damon and Susie were pleased with their friend, but tentacles burst out of their mouth and followed them to their former admirer. They grabbed Chester and he opened his eyes. The monster healed his servant and he became even stronger than before. He landed on the ground looking at everyone with an angry look. Charlie asked Damon to take the fighters outside and stop the zombies, so this was providing support. They will definitely win. In front of him you have the ability to zombify. It added strength to Chester. Charlie rushed at the infected and struck him. His fist hit him in the shoulder area. The former leader's arm was torn off and flew to the side. However, as soon as this happened, the monster's tentacles approached Chester. The tentacles began to heal the wound and build up the fanatic's muscles. The guy will grow in strength if he is not dealt with. In place of the severed arm, there was a huge fist, 4 times bigger than the other arm. The zombies continued to attack the militants. The girl was bitten and dead. Chris should not have trusted the leader. Now they would all die. However, Susie and Damon had other plans. The militant was surprised by the abilities of the new arrivals. Damon turned and replied that if he came to fight zombies, they beat them, and he should have concentrated. However, there was no particular benefit from the action. Damon was a man. He was constantly getting this kind of work. Susie said that he could join Charlie and fight the monster. However, Damon was quick to assure his girlfriend that he preferred this kind of work compared to the monster, and that he would engage in more stylish combat. Susie called the other fighters over. If they wanted to live, they had to stick together. The fighters kept their eyes on the people they considered weak. The fight between the infected and Charlie was in full swing. The guy constantly delivered a series of blows to the zombie, but the monster immediately covered him. The guy once again dealt the monster a series of blows, and he hurried to retreat back. Tentacles immediately approached him. Charlie realized that until he got rid of the monster, he would not be able to go with Chester. It was necessary to end this fight. Charlie took his sword on his back and threw it forward, reinforced his strength gradually. Gradually running out, the monster dodged the blow and grinned with all his teeth. But Charlie asked him to look back. A sword was about to be thrust into the monster. Charlie was aiming at the main body, not the leader. Chester screamed and rushed to help his guy, but Charlie walked around the infected much faster, noting his great rare loyalty. The guy raised his fist and was going to destroy forever the bloody monster that had already killed several million people. Charlie's fist leaned straight into the monster's body. The tentacles that had been fueling Chester all this time dried up, and he himself began to wither and die. In the end, all that was left was a withered and bony corpse. It was clear that the monster had run dry. Charlie noticed something strange. The monster evolved and turned into many eggs that began to move and vibrate. Charlie was right in front of them. The speaker said that the couple, together with the militants, were able to stop the zombies and clarified Charlie's condition and the general situation with him. The guy replied that the monster had just woken up. A huge eye surrounded by tentacles was looking at him. The monster remembered Charlie, who had hurt him. The monster immediately tried to kill the man. It directed its tentacles straight at the man, but Charlie managed to dodge them. The second wave of tentacles was approaching. Charlie began to run and dodge. The tentacles left large craters of holes in the floor. The guy pushed off the wall and dodged another series of blows. He turned his body and prepared to strike. Charlie used her tornado technique. All the tentacles that tried to kill the man were torn to pieces. As a result, all of the monster's tentacles were broken, and it was possible to strike at the main body, and the monster began to regenerate. The monster had an advanced evolution, but to control an army it must be much stronger. Damon and the others held the line. But the zombies got angry. Charlie said that something was wrong. The shape-shifting monsters were the leader. There was still someone strong. That monster was probably close. Damon would keep his eyes open. The boy turned around and noticed the light. Couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him was his mother, who was approaching her son. It couldn't be. Charlie tried to contact Damon, but he didn't answer. But through the speaker, he heard that Damon was talking to his mother. She really missed her son. The boy felt uneasy and apologized to his mother for returning late, but she asked her son not to worry. He knew he was a good boy. She trusts him, so thanks him for her loyalty. The mask on Damon's mother's face began to fall apart, revealing rotten flesh. Damon started screaming through the speaker, and Charlie tried to contact him, but realized that it was the work of a monster. The guy asked Susie to help Damon, when she saw her father in front of her. He was glad to see his girl grown up and very strong. Susie immediately rushed into her father's arms. Charlie tried to convey to them that all these were illusions. However, even Susie was caught in the trap. It was no longer possible to pull. His strength and muscles alone would not be enough in the fight against the creature. The creature tried to inflict a series of blows on Charlie, but this could not stop him. The guy jumped and plunged his blade straight into the monster's eye. However, right in front of him, his beloved appeared with a sword in her stomach. Although Charlie loved him and hated him for it, Charlie took his blade in both hands. The girl said that all the suffering was precisely because of Charlie. She would never forgive him for everything he did here. Half of the girl's face was destroyed and revealed a large amount of muscle and other ugliness. Charlie promised that he would come and find her. He promised that he would never leave her. However, Anne did not understand why Charlie abandoned her, why he left her alone in this world. The girl raised her hand behind her back when she turned into a blade. She accused Charlie of being a liar his entire life and now wanting him dead, and she pointed her blade straight at the guy's head. However, he pointed the blades upward and cut Anne in half. She didn't understand why he could still resist. But Charlie was a versatile type. Although mental abilities were not his strong point, they were enough. The girl cursed again and fell. Gradually, her body turned into writhing tentacles. The creature dared to use its tricks on Charlie. She would pay for it. Now Charlie is seriously determined to kill the monster, and to do it in the most cruel and bloody way. He will not spare the monster. Charlie tensed all his muscles and made one powerful jerk. The monster did not have time to notice anything, as it was split in two. Damon and Susie passed out, as did the rest of the zombies who were nearby. Charlie noticed a huge meteorite crystal that fell from the body of the infected. However, this was an unusual fragment. The creature absorbed it and then created another one. A meteorite fragment of this type contained more energy. It is much more useful, but has an increased chance of causing uncontrolled metamorphosis. So Charlie decided to absorb it in the future. Susie woke up first, as did the rest of the fighters. Damon still hadn't come to his senses. The girl shook him in different directions and called for him to wake up. Charlie asked what happened. Susie answered slaps. Damon still hadn't woken up from his sleep. His condition was very strange, but he had to go back before it was too late to find a safe place. At that moment, everyone felt seismic activity under their feet. A rumble was heard, and the militants thought that an earthquake had occurred. However, the ceiling above them began to collapse, and huge boulders threw at people. Charlie ordered Susie to quickly pull Damon away. It was not an earthquake. Charlie felt a very uneasy feeling. He asked Susie if she could still run, if she had any strength left. The girl answered in the affirmative. However, from the huge hole in the ceiling, a colossal infected looked out. The one that Susie had seen in the video with the hamster. It was larger than a 4-story building. The monster looked at the people and directed its huge paw to grab as many of them as possible. First, perverted them. Knocked down many militants. One of them helped another to get up and ask about his condition. They needed to run. However, before they could finish their sentence, the giant crushed both of them with his palm. If this continues, the entire bunker will collapse. They need to run as quickly as possible. But if they do nothing, the giant will definitely kill them. Charlie ordered Susie to take Damon and run. The guy himself would try to contain the giant. Charlie started throwing boulders at the monster's head. Susie was in no hurry to leave, and Charlie yelled at her. The monster recovered from the blow of the boulder to the head, and was about to crush Charlie with its foot. However, he managed to dodge the blow, and at the last moment, when the giant was raising his leg, he grabbed one of the toes and began to run up the leg. The huge creature tried to grab Charlie with his hands, but he was too fast for it. Climbing up from his leg of his arm, Charlie jumped into the monster's face, taking the blade. Susie said that they had managed to get out. The survivors watched Charlie's fight with the giant. The spectacle was very exciting. Susie looked at Charlie. He has to survive. He's been fighting for so long, and the giant is still healing his wounds. Right now, the difference in their strength is huge. If this continues, he will be in trouble. He has to run. Charlie took the grenade from his bosom and removed the pin from it. It was necessary to detain the giant, and he threw the grenade straight into the zombie's mouth. From such a shot, the big guy began to fall to the ground. Susie noted the good work of their friend Charlie used this to retrieve them. Charlie finally managed to run to them. He warned his friends that the giant would not die from one grenade. They needed to hide from his sight as quickly as possible. The gang did not stop clearing the neighborhoods and buildings from zombies. Finally, the north became clear. The militant transmitted this information by radio. Michael was pleased with the results. The horde was gone, and there were few zombies nearby. He and Amanda sat at a table in the conference room. However, the teacher was worried about Charlie's absence. The horde had left, and he still hadn't returned. Michael said that the horde had retreated a few days ago. Today was the second day. If Charlie had succeeded, he would have already returned. However, as soon as they mentioned it, Charlie burst through the door with Damon on his back, and immediately ordered all the evolved people to be gathered from the threshold. Amanda wondered if it was necessary to do this now. Michael asked Charlie what happened to them. All the survivors were out of the terrible. Charlie ordered everyone to gather and stop asking him questions. They had huge problems, and to solve them, they needed the help of everyone in the building, and certainly all the evolved ones. Chris couldn't believe his eyes. A chill ran down his spine. Charlie had 10 evolved under his command. When everyone finally gathered, Lilith asked why Charlie had called everyone together so urgently. Everyone was waiting for answers from him. In the city, those who had developed were feared, and Charlie had 10 of them, but he had few subordinates, only 5 and only the first stage. Although in connection with the losses, this was good. As for the mutant, Charlie just explained to everyone in hopes for everyone's understanding. They need to act in a coordinated manner. The mutant can determine the location of the crystal that Charlie just took from the monster he killed, which means the giant will come to them soon. Ford clarified why they couldn't just throw the crystal away. Charlie replied that if the mutant got this fragment, he would be able to evolve again or gain intelligence. And not only the city would be doomed, but the entire Central Valley, by which point there would be nowhere to run. Everyone looked at him thoughtfully. Of course, Charlie understood that they doubted. He did not want to destroy their illusions. This case would be much more dangerous than an ordinary horde of zombies. If everyone wanted a safe place to live, the only way to achieve that was to kill the colossal monster. Ford couldn't believe that they could defeat him. Everyone wanted to know how strong the mutant was. I explained that everyone was at the peak of the first stage. The young gentleman was initially at the beginning of the second. Ford and the others sadly noted that there were more stages. No wonder Boone was so strong. Charlie was able to defeat the young master, however. Charlie was only in the middle of the second stage, but people below the third are not a problem for him. Charlie thought to himself that the concentration of the tattoo slowed down the progress, but its base was stronger, allowing it to be able to fight those who were a whole step above it. Amanda was at the peak of the second stage. However, the mutant's strength was at the peak of the third stage. If they let him get the meteorite piece, he could reach the fourth. All they could do was prepare and fight when he came. Ford thought sadly that there were even higher stages. Charlie asked Michael how many resources they had. He replied that they weren't enough, but the guy went to sleep. They arrived at a warehouse that was barely 30% full. They had only 2 boxes of explosives left. That was all they had. A small amount of ammunition that was of no use. 2 boxes, that's very little. They didn't have enough explosives and he was almost out of options. But Triss asked him to give him the boxes. And since Charlie saved them, they wanted to help the guy in his business. The guy himself worked in construction and was well acquainted with explosives. With 2 boxes, he could blow up a huge building. The guy wanted to try to blow up this thing. Triss could control time and the detonation of explosives, but he needed help in this matter. Charlie asked Michael to provide him with heat. He asked Lilith if she could set traps, but the girl refused. While Charlie was away, she used the family's resources to create a workshop. Charlie's weapon was almost ready. The guy was surprised that the girl started working on it. She did not waste time and got to work, honestly fulfilling her agreement. Girls were eager to Charlie was future. 2 guys were working near the improvised furnace, stripped almost naked and constantly blowing on the huge furnace. As he requested, Lilith chose several alloys for experiments and settled on a titanium alloy with other metals, so the reliability and hardness would be higher. Another 10 minutes. They would be able to pour the metal into the mold. Charlie asked Lilith to add a meteorite fragment to the mold. It was forbidden to touch it with bare hands. It contained a high concentration of the virus. The girl took the meteorite with tongs and added it to the molten metal. Instantly, the metal turned from hot substance into black-brown shades. Lilith silently cursed these changes. The metal needed to be poured into the mold immediately, so she put on her gloves and ordered her assistants to open the container. Lilith took a huge steel mold and opened it, eventually pouring molten metal into it, which began to interact with a crackling sound and be cooled by the air. Typically, it took about 3 days from the moment the molten metal entered the mold until the hardening process, but it evolved and gained the ability to affect fortune. The girl used her power and directed it at the molten metal. Tattoos appeared on her forehead. She used transformation and control of the metal, which instantly acquired the shape of a huge blade. With her knowledge of metal forging and her ability to bring molten metals to their perfect state, it was no wonder her skill was so great. The girl took the metal with tongs and ran to cool it. Everyone who was in the way barely touched the hot metal. It is not surprising that she was called the #1 blacksmith. As a result, the girl dipped the metal blades in the water. They already had a shape. Charlie was surprised that Lilith provided this so quickly. Next, she had to polish it, sharpen it, and add a few finishing touches before they could use it. Lilith will need half a day for all this. Her ability is not strong enough for sharpening, so it will have to be done manually. Charlie left the girl with a light heart. The faster she brings the weapon to the battlefield, the better. Charlie headed back to the building and met Susie. David still hasn't woken up. The girl tried to wake him up in different ways, but he doesn't respond. If Damon wasn't breathing, she would have thought he was dead. Charlie decided to take a look at his friend in person. He was lying on the bed. He asked Susie how long he was in a coma. Damon had been in it for about 2 days, without showing any signs of waking up. This shouldn't be the case. He shouldn't be unconscious for so long after the monster's ability. He should have the ability to resist. Charlie asked Susie to turn away and open the blanket with a t-shirt, looking at his friend's torso. As he thought his tattoo was spreading while he's in deep sleep, this will not end well for Damon. Usually, only those who reach the third stage and merge with the meteorite fragment can enter deep sleep. This can help the user improve their body, increase immunity against the virus. Susie was surprised. Wasn't that good news? Now Damon would be very strong. Of course, deep sleep was good, but he had a big problem. There were inner demons. A deep sleep of this kind would awaken his worst nightmares, insecurities, or worries. And the guy is not strong enough. He could go crazy and turn into a fallen one. Charlie needed to continue working. He asked Susie to find someone to guard the room. He could only wish him luck. Touching the handle, he looked at his friend's carefree face from the last time. Leaving the room, he ordered the fighter to find security, keep an eye on Damon. Susie thought sadly that when she broke through to the third stage, she would also have the same condition. She thought sadly. Charlie called out to her. He was worried about her. However, they were interrupted by a sudden voice informing everyone that the zombies had already arrived. Everyone was surprised by such a quick arrival. It was necessary to immediately move towards the giant. Charlie called Susie to him and they rushed forward. It was necessary to meet the infected. Triss said that the zombie arrived too quickly. He did not have time to finish with the explosives, but Charlie warned him not to get distracted. The giant was rapidly approaching them and destroying all the buildings in his path. He destroyed one of them with his fist and tore another in half. Charlie asked if the guy was finished with the explosives, but he still needed at least 10 minutes. Charlie advised Triss not to get distracted, and he himself would try to delay the monster to defeat it. It was necessary to give as much time as possible to all key persons. One of the fighters pointed into the distance. The giant tore off a piece of a building and threw it at another. Everyone watched in shock as the city was destroyed. The monster's strength was so great that it sent a huge boulder forward several hundred meters, and it landed in another building. The giant noticed the survivors standing on the street and walked towards them. His steps echoed loudly and thunderously. The militants decided that they were finished, but Michael ordered them to get back to work. If they wanted to live, they had to do everything faster. The militants understood their master's order and continued their work. Michael warned Charlie that the giant had noticed them and was heading this way. The boy wanted to attract the monster's attention. He took as much air into his lungs as he could and called the giant a big club. The trick worked, and the monster turned its attention to him. Charlie took out the shard and asked the monster if this was what he was looking for. The monster abandoned its usual path and headed straight for the roof of the building where Charlie was currently standing, the giant intending to get the shard. He began to climb the glass skyscraper, leaving behind only emptiness, millions of fragments falling dangerously to the ground. Eventually, the monster reached the rooftops. It couldn't be hurt with a regular sword, but Triss was almost done. Charlie hit the monster again with the shard. If it wanted this meteorite so badly, then it should go and take it. If it dared, Charlie jumped off the roof face up. The guy flew down, and a giant jumped after him. He pushed off the floor and intended to catch up with the survivor to take the crystal from him. However, Charlie, although he jumped down, nevertheless thrust his blade into the window of the skyscraper, thus holding onto the building. The creature flew down and landed on the monstrous roll. Only 10 minutes passed. It turned out that they were already finished. Michael prepared the car. Susie and Amanda took up their combat posts and awaited further instructions from their boss. Now it was up to Charlie. The boy finally had everything ready for the detonation. They could use the explosives at any time they needed. Charlie shouted to Michael. He understood his task and pressed the gas pedal. He drove off at great speed and prepared to carry out his part of the plan. The SUV was surrounded by 3 more similar jeeps, and they were rapidly approaching the giant. Michael and the others saw a huge zombie that still hadn't recovered from the blow. Michael ordered everyone to get ready and jump. As a result, the SUVs jumped off the ramp and exploded right on the giant's face. You could see him wincing in pain. Michael and the rest of the fighters had completed their part of the plan. All the survivors were breathing heavily and trying to catch their breath. Now it was up to Anthony. He ran to the next safe zone. Triss rushed after him. He asked the guy what they should do. Charlie gave the go-ahead to detonate. The green-haired youth did not expect the explosion to happen so quickly. He was surprised by the order, but Charlie ordered him to stop daydreaming and press the detonator. There was an explosion and several colossal buildings collapsed, raising a huge cloud of dust as they fell, which spread onto the nearby street. The giant was buried under the rubble of buildings. He was unable to move or get up. Everyone present in the city covered their airways with rags. They looked like everything was over when they were in. The fighters were looking forward to rest, but Charlie ordered to be volunteer. They only delayed and stunned the giant for a while, managing to weaken him, but he was still alive. The giant pulled his hand out of the rubble and tried to get up. Everyone couldn't believe that he was still alive. After everything Charlie had done to him, the giant was moving quite briskly, but he was wounded. Charlie asked Triss if he could still run. He ordered him to immediately find Lilith and tell her to work faster. He divided Michael and the rest of the evolved ones into 2 groups. One attacks his right hand, the second attacks the other hand. Amanda and Susie should have attacked the hand in the same way. Charlie will deal with the head. All those present understood the instructions required from them and rushed into battle. The giant had already managed to finally stand up and was trying to analyze the situation. The attack was unexpected. The giant did not have time to do anything or think of a way out. Susie tore his hand apart and blood poured out. Amanda continued to torment the giant's other hand, causing him great discomfort and pain. Charlie approached the monster. He pushed off the ground and ended up right on the giant's head. Triss finally managed to find Lilith, who was wrapping the ball handle with red ribbon, and asked what Charlie wanted from her. The guy explained that their boss was currently fighting a huge zombie, and asked the girl to work as quickly as possible. Lilith understood everything, but there were no particular problems with Charlie's future weapon. Triss finally noticed the blade that was near Lilith. In her right hand was a huge blade that had a red cutting edge, most likely from a meteorite fragment. Charlie struck again with his blade. However, all the cuts that Charlie made instantly regenerated. Charlie quickly realized what was happening and ordered everyone to immediately move away from the monster. He was going to evolve. The monster went berserk. It began to throw stones around itself and split the ground. Boulders rained down on all the survivors who the monster at that moment. Ford tried to understand what was going on, but the militants took their leader back if he wanted to live. He had to run away as quickly as possible. It was necessary to add 1+1, super strong protection, insane regeneration speed. The giant had already evolved to the 4th stage. While he was thinking about it, a hand appeared behind him. The blow was so strong that Charlie flew hundreds of meters forward, drilling into the ground. A crater formed in the place where he fell. The giant was about to crush the immobilized man with his foot. However, Susie decided to cover her friend and started shooting in his face. She wanted to redirect the monster's attention to herself. The monster almost managed to crush the girl with his hand. Susie felt like a colossal structure was approaching to crush her. However, at the last moment, Susie decided to help Charlie. He approached the hand and supported the giant's limbs so that it would not fall. Blood was coming out of his mouth and he shouted for Susie to leave immediately. The girl managed to hide, but the giant still slammed his hand shut. Charlie managed to run out at the last moment. He asked Amanda and Susie to run. The monster had already reached the 4th stage. Now it could attract hordes of zombies. Charlie sent his friends to help the others defend themselves, and he would take on the monster himself. Amanda and Susie quickly left and left Charlie. The other survivors were starting to have problems with the infected that the giant was summoning. Charlie got the shard. He had serious injuries, no weapons, and almost no energy left. But Lily used the shard. His conclusion was interrupted by Lily. She was approaching Charlie on a bike. As soon as she got a little closer to the guy, the girl threw a blade at him. The giant was already approaching his palm and shot the man. Charlie managed to grab the blade and make several swings. The giant roared in pain. Charlie again noted that Lilith had a wonderful and very useful technique for all of them. She knew how to make real wood smart. Several of the giant's fingers fell next to Charlie. The blade Lilith made was excellent and cut through everything like a knife through butter. Red threads emerged from the finger stumps and pinned the fingers back. The giant regenerated, but this time Charlie cut off an entire palm. The giant roared. His scream could be heard from many kilometers. All the zombies turned their heads in the direction of the scream and ran. A group of militants heard the noise and turned their attention to the clouds of dust. Thousands of zombies emerged from the smoke screen and headed towards Charlie, but the infected began to appear from all sides. Susie and Amanda arrived and ordered not to panic. They couldn't be allowed to interfere with Charlie. Their task was to delay them and buy some time. The girls moved into battle against the zombie hordes. Charlie stood on the roof of the building. The giant was glaring at him. Now there were only the 2 of them left in this place. Charlie threw off his torn to shreds jacket. With such a weapon, it was now possible to counter the power of the 4th level infected. Charlie took a stronger blade and jumped. With one swing of his sword, he cut off the monster's arm, jumped onto the roof of another building, pushed off again, and flew towards the head. Finally, it was time for the fight. Charlie plunged his sword deeper into the brain. It was time for the giant to die. As soon as the blade entered the head, Charlie began to cut deeper into the monster's brain, however. After that, he still did not die. Usually, the infected always die after their head is down. This was not part of the plan. Charlie jumped off the head, but the giant managed to hit him with a blow. The guy flew down at great speed. It turned out that his weak point was not his brain. The blade was standing nearby, stuck in the ground, and Charlie himself was lying down, and he didn't have the strength to move. His injuries were too severe. This was not how Charlie imagined his end. However, the sweet voice attracted the guy's attention. The voice for which he lived in the past, and appeared in front of him. She reminded him that he would protect her, but Charlie did not even climb the stairs. It was a fragment from a past life. Charlie was completely out of breath as he flew up the flights of stairs. The infected settled behind him. They made a promise to each other that they would always be together until the very end, Charlie remembered the important the rest of the time. They made a promise to each other. Anne gave her hands to make it easier for the guy to climb the stairs. They grabbed each other's hands. Charlie remembered the promise and they couldn't just lose now. He squeezed the shark tighter and swallowed it. A sudden, monstrous flash of pain swept through the guy's entire body. Tattoos lined up on it. The pain was simply unbearable. The giant watched the guy evolve. He roared again for the zombies to help him. Even more enraged, Charlie screamed. However, Susie ordered them to do their job. Now there was no way they could be distracted by anything. It was Susie herself had doubts about this. Finally, the metamorphosis was complete. When the clouds of smoke cleared, a new Charlie appeared. He had black whites in his eyes with orange irises. The giant intended to kill the man, but Charlie took the blade and cut off the monster's hand. This time, all his movements were much faster. The monster did not expect such an onslaught at all, but now Charlie was much stronger than the giant's strength. He was scared. Charlie was not satisfied with the result. He took the blade stronger and smiling ran towards the monster. He did not want to die and began to run away from the man, demolishing all the buildings in his path. However, Charlie was not going to let him go. He clenched the blade and threw it with all his strength at the fleeing monster. The blade pierced the monster's heart. The giant fell, and Charlie caught up with the giant in one jump. He noticed a gleam inside him. It was a crystal. Charlie found himself inside a zombie. He intended to destroy the infected from the inside, and with one jump flew through the entire body of the monster, flying out through the head. As a result, the monster was killed. Black armor left his body. His eyes and hair acquired their usual shape. Michael and the rest of the fighters ran to Charlie. They needed to help him as soon as possible. Taking the guy by the head, he brought his face to himself. Michael was able to catch a faint breath, which meant the guy was still alive. One of the militants tried to unclench his fingers from the shrapnel, but Charlie's hand was clenched too tightly. He couldn't unclench it, and Michael ordered him to be carried just like that. The pair loaded Charlie into the truck, and they raced back to base. Charlie's body beginning to be covered in tattoos again. His sword still clenched. Another secret form of an infinity sign appeared on his forehead. He opened his eyes and found himself in a white place, surrounded by 3 clocks. This was his spiritual space. However, there were clocks of energy that balanced each other. Thanks to this, Charlie did not mutate and did not harm himself, but he will pump out the power and make it his own. This is a long process. 2 weeks later, the truck with the survivors arrived at the gas station. Everything was fine on their side. Michael asked them over the radio to be careful on the way back. Tris was pleased. Things had been going well for them lately. After they got rid of the giant zombie, the base was expanding rapidly. One of the fighters ran up to the guy. He informed Tris that Jonathan and his gang were in this place. This was unexpected news. The 2 groups stood opposite each other. The survivors glared at each other and showed no signs of retreating. Tension hung in the air. Tris asked him why he didn't see their boss among the group, but the fighters replied that they can't be small out of themselves. Tris realized that Jonathan wasn't here. They were almost done packing up here, and it didn't seem right for the gang's fighters to interfere. Now Jonathan wasn't number 1. He sent a gunman back to ask where the boss was when the horde came, and when they fought the giant zombie. The fighter didn't like this. The guy needed to watch his words and not show disrespect to Jonathan. The gang boss said that he hadn't seen Charlie for half a month, and he had heard rumors that the boy was badly injured. Jonathan asked how Charlie was feeling now. Tris said that he was fine and thanked the boss for his concern. Charlie became the hero of the city after killing the giant zombie. The boss admired this. His men had caused problems for the militants, so Jonathan asked to convey his apologies to Charlie when they returned, but it was just a small misunderstanding. The guy said goodbye to the departed gang in order to leave everything else. First, they would take away what they had already collected. The militants said that there was no need to pretend to be tough now. One of the fighters walking next to Jonathan said that they had been looking at this place for a long time. Would they really let them go so easily? However, Jonathan assured his colleagues that they should not worry. They would get what was theirs anyway. Michael couldn't believe that Jonathan had intervened. He asked about what the boss had done, but he was just asking about Charlie. Lilith was glad. All this time they had a bad relationship with his gang. But now he expressed respect, but Michael sensed a catch. It remains to be hoped that Damon and Charlie will wake up soon. A militant arrived and announced that 6 involved people from the peaceful area had arrived to them. Michael asked to bring them to the guest room. While he was looking for Amanda and Susie, the girls trained among themselves and honed their fighting skills. Susie was furious. She remembered Charlie's bloody face all the time and bruised, and how she had barely gotten out of there alive. She hadn't been strong enough, still not strong enough. Amanda had hit, and Susie had been sent flying backwards. However, the girl was not going to give up so easily. She landed and pushed forward with great force. The speed of her movement was such that it exceeded the speed of sound. Apparently, breaking the sound barrier was Susie's second stage ability. The girl decided to call this ability the Sonic Flash. Instantly, anything below the second stage. However, Susie was not satisfied. She was still far from Amanda's strength. However, even so, the girl was very strong and capable of breaking through to the limit of the second stage. When Susie stood up and asked again, she was too impatient. Improving too quickly without leaving. She learned from Charlie. Michael was here. He said that the peaceful area sent several evolved to them, and he needs the help of these 2. The opposite side sent all the evolved to them. Michael was still in the first stage, so he wouldn't be able to cope if the conflict started. Susie gave in, and she had a bad help. Susie wasn't happy. She expected to see Charlie along, but Michael was sitting at the head of the table. She asked about Charlie. However, the guy said that everyone present could talk to him, but Lisa was going to decide an important issue. Although they looked harmless, the girl felt the power. She recognized Amanda. It was the one who was near the bloodbath. Thanks to such strong people, Charlie was able to destroy the horde, as well as the family. Lisa agreed and got down to business. They wanted to join Charlie and work for him. Michael met this with caution, however. Perhaps they did not know, however, the peaceful area is no more. During the zombie army attack half a month ago, every district in the city was attacked. Charlie's district there was himself, who was able to completely cope, but the peaceful district could not withstand it. Jonathan came to them. He brought his people, recruiting them under the auspices of restoration. Before Charlie arrived, he was considered number 1 in the city, so a large number of people followed him. Now Jonathan has taken over most of the elite of the peaceful area. Now his power is much stronger than before. Susie was indignant. They were the ones who fought the giant zombie and organized the defense to fight the horde. However, the man still took the opportunity to increase his strength. Susie started screaming. Amanda asked her to calm down and sit down. Michael asked Lisa to continue her speech. The girl replied that Susie would continue his business. It was in the interest of the people from the peaceful area to follow Charlie. It was not much to do with Susie. Michael clarified why they chose Charlie, but Lisa understood everything. The man was not the first to talk. He said that he satisfied his expectations. Suicide. To prove that his powerful man was sent them to the neighbor list. They also heard that Charlie fought against the horde wave, and they all respected him for that. The moment only Charlie's group could stand up for Jonathan, chose Charlie and the others to fight Jonathan. Michael will win. However, Lisa knew that Michael would answer like this. It was much more complicated than he thought. The figure in the corner removed his hood. The foreigner who was so well known to them all appeared before them. His arm was broken and bandaged. He greeted everyone present. Michael would be surprised. Usually Lynn always followed Shepard and his boss Howard, but his boss died. Jonathan killed everyone, and only he remained. However, the man needed something. Michael tried to find out what it was. And Lisa, tired of Michael and Lena constantly shouting at each other, decided to explain everything herself. After they wiped out the Howard family, and several of his lieutenants came to a peaceful area, only after arriving did they realize that the situation there was no better. However, Jonathan was there too, and it later became known that Shepard was Jonathan's spy, who was passing him all the information. It was known to everyone that Shepard was originally Jonathan's man, but betrayed his boss and joined the family's gang. But Shepard brought proof of loyalty. He provided the head as evidence by killing Jonathan's younger brother, so he could gain the trust of the family gang. Because of this proof of loyalty, the young master trusted Shepard without any problem. Everyone thought that Shepard was Michael the hand that fed him. Amanda realized that Jonathan used his younger brother's life to implement the plan. Lynn was the only survivor. He was being pursued, but they saved him and came here. Jonathan's plans were to control the entire city. He already controls the family, then the peaceful area, and only Charlie's people remain. In order to achieve his goal, Jonathan sacrificed his younger brother. He will stop at nothing for his power. Michael ordered that all involved be found immediately and brought here. A very dangerous time is coming, and they must be prepared. Charlie didn't stop absorbing the power. After such a period of absorption, the three energies became smaller. With his current ability, he should be able to control the power. Charlie felt one of the cores raging. It was not good. The energies felt threatened. They mixed and attacked the guy, not wanting to submit to his will. They all mixed into one. The resulting power could destroy it. At any moment, lightning began to shoot out from the core, into which all the others were united. If they had done this a couple of days ago, it would have been difficult to handle now, but now it was too late. The core shouldn't even think about escaping. Charlie heard someone talking. The group tried not to draw Charlie. They brought him and Damon to the basement. Michael asked them not to forget to close the door and guard it. One of the fighters did not believe that they would really start a war against Jonathan. Charlie heard everything. It turned out that the boss wanted to start a war. In his past life, Jonathan was an outstanding person. His strength cannot be underestimated. When he first came to the city, he was at the peak of the second stage. With his speed, he had already broken through to the third. Charlie must quickly absorb the power. A few days passed. In 2 days, Jonathan's men were very active and took almost all of Charlie's territory. Michael ordered everyone to retreat. With their current defense, it would be difficult for Jonathan to attack him. Susie noted that they couldn't continue any longer. If they started defending themselves, they would run out of resources to do this. Earlier, Amanda checked Charlie. The energy coming from him was getting stronger. She woke up soon. Then noted that she could also fight to help him. She also called. Amanda approached her sister and asked her to let the adults fight, but she had a task for her sister. She needed to go to the basement and guard her older brother. During this, Michael was told that Jonathan's men had arrived. However, only one came. Michael asked Philip to stand still and stay. They would come as soon as possible. Shepard appeared in front of him. Philip was furious at the sight of his former colleague. How dare he come here? The foreigner will definitely kill him. Shepard held a cigarette in his hands, expecting to see the heroic Charlie, but he never appeared in front of him. The guy assumed that the city's hero had died. Michael convinced Shepard otherwise, which was fine. There was no need to bother him. That was related to a bunch of bad hooligans. Shepard greeted Michael. Charlie became a really strong person. An unknown evolved person became a boss in Africa. Shepard convinced him. Michael asked him what he meant, but he was just in shock. He was here to tell the good and bad news, but Michael asked him if he Shepard gave the sign and 70 evolved ones appeared in front of him. He would like to see how they managed to drive them away. Susie was surprised how Jonathan managed to get 70 evolved during the horde attack. There were several mutated zombies, many evolved in the fight, also using the crystals that dropped from them. Shepard reveled in the effect he was having on the fighters in front of him, all demanding that Charlie be brought. However, Shepard assured them there was no need to worry about Charlie, because even if he came, he would die immediately. Susie could not stand his hands, and almost all the hair fell from Shepard's head. The militants around him started laughing when they saw the childish hairstyle on their boss's head. Susie didn't care whether Charlie could change anything or not. But the action movie itself is not worthy of commenting on anything about her friend. Shepard clenched his fist tightly. He valued his hair very much. His luxurious hair was his pride. He took care of it for many years. He grew it until it reached such a level that Shepard was satisfied. He demanded that Susie return his hair to him. The guy swung, but his fist cut through Emily's face. Susie was in front of him again. Shepard, with his skills, could not compete with Susie. He needed to train for the next fight. The speaker in Shepard's ear turned on. Jonathan noted that there were no traces of Charlie's strong fighters nearby, as well as of himself. The leader ordered the attack to begin. Shepard grinned, because his hands had been itching for a long time, and he demanded that everyone bring him that very thing. The group heard some noise. The guys turned their gaze to the side and noticed the approach of an armored personnel carrier. Amanda would recognize a diesel engine anywhere. The monstrous mechanism drove up to them. Several fighters were sitting on it. A bloodthirsty grin never left Shepard's lips. The APC stopped. Michael tried to understand how such a structure ended up in Jonathan's hands, but Amanda decided to deal with the car herself. The girl rushed forward, activating her black armor. The militants noticed the girl approaching them, prepared to attack. Michael asked Lilith and the alien to help Amanda with their case. They needed to distract the evolved. Amanda would deal with the APC. The conflict began. Charlie's men repelled all the attackers. They were stronger than Jonathan's fighters. Lilith and the African American opened the way for Amanda. She grabbed the armored personnel carrier with force and tried to tip it over, but the vehicle was much stronger and heavier than she could have thought. Amanda didn't have the strength to stop it. It was too heavy. The teacher closed her eyes and prepared for her death when her sister's voice thundered in the air. Emmy stormed into the armored car. Its blades flew in different directions. The girl's blow was enough to tear it apart. Everyone noted the girl's great strength and rushed to the armored car. Shepard ordered 10 people to stay with him. The rest he sent to attack. Susie was surrounded by a group of evolved. The boys looked at her angrily. The technique that Shepard will use was originally created to deal with Charlie, but Susie will learn it first. He activated his mental link ability, which would unite all 10 evolved at once, Shepard being able to effectively control them all. Since losing to Charlie, Shepard has focused on increasing his mental powers. Now he can communicate with 10 evolved ones. Michael continued to give orders. He was trying to close the gap on the left flank. The people on the right flank were running out. They needed to send more evolved ones. It was necessary to strengthen the defensive line as soon as possible. Michael realized that this couldn't go on any longer. He looked at his guys and realized that they couldn't hold back any longer. Amanda stops the armored car and can't get away. Susie is surrounded and needs to be covered. The rest are fighting and no one can help. They lost. David thinks himself. A male voice calling him to wake up. He opened his eyes and found himself in a white space. The boy looked in different directions, but the voice asked him to look up. Charlie was hovering above him. His body was translucent. David was wondering where he was. Now was not the time to explain. There was a big battle going on, and everyone needed David's help. Charlie's mental strength was limited.
Dum
He himself
dum
did not help.
dum
David
dum
fight against Jonathan.
dum
One Jonathan's spies.
dum
He assumed that this bonus was
dum
fair.
dum
Charlie began to disagree.
dum dum.
He asked David to take a close look at his body. The guy had reached the peak of the second stage and should now be able to control his special ability. Charlie almost disappeared. David was afraid for his friend, but Charlie asked to follow him as quickly as possible. David was approaching the red door. He had almost reached the end when the door began to gradually close. Charlie's spirit followed in the same manner, and his friend asked him to wait for him. David finally opened his eyes. He understood what was needed for them. Jonathan asked about the situation. The militants replied that the armored personnel carrier was moving slowly. They needed more time. The second team responded that Susie was very strong. They all needed much more time to deal with her. But Jonathan gave them 5 minutes. Shepard activated his tattoo and ordered everyone to use the power of their patterns. It would be necessary to finish as soon as possible. All the fighters surrounding Shepard began to activate their tattoos. The leader ordered them to regroup and move slowly. Susie was covered in bruises and abrasions. Last time, Charlie took advantage of the opportunity when they used their tattoos, but now they have a formation. Susie is not a power type. Shepard remembered his mistakes and will not make them again. As Shepard already said, today no one present will be safe, and even Charlie. Today, their gang will take over the entire city. The madman's voice was interrupted by a sudden explosion, and the fighters turned their attention to the place where Shepard had spoken a second ago. All that was left was a pitiful handful of ashes. Susie tried to understand what was happening. Large clouds of dust rose up, obscuring the view. David was even offended. He asked Susie what shocked the girl so much. No one except David could aim so well, and then everyone else rejoiced in the presence of their friend. Finally came out his own. David asked everyone not to be distracted. He can't wait to start right now. Shoot him. When something was happening. Why are you mentioning the thing? Michael decided to lead the command to David. From his point, it was very convenient to observe the battle. The boss himself wanted to warm up and help his subordinates. The guy walked forward, inspiring his subordinates. They just had a chance to win. Jonathan's connection with Shepard was interrupted. He asked the others what happened to him. However, the militants did not know what had happened. Someone had fired from a sniper rifle or a gun. The boss did not understand this. The subordinates replied that the shells were explosive, of the size of ordinary sniper bullets. The leader ordered his men to find snipers' position. The fighters could not dodge David's bullets. Every second, a huge number of people died. The sniper's bullets found the targets perfectly and exploded. It was impossible to defend against them. The gunman warned his boss that if they continued like this, they would lose too many people. The man did not have time to finish killing his master when an explosion was heard in the loudspeaker. Jonathan cut off communication with him. David contacted him. He asked the boss to guess who he was, if he could. David released him. The guy decided to be sarcastic and tried to count out loud how many he had killed. But he killed too many militants. Their number could not be counted. If Jonathan still wanted to play, then David had plenty of bullets left. He would deal with all the people, no matter how many the boss sent. Jonathan ordered his fighters to be ready. Now they would look for the sniper to deal with him. Amanda and Lilith were getting pretty tired as Jonathan's fresh weight gave the fighters moving. It was unclear where he got so many people from. Susie asked David how things were with Jonathan. The guy replied that the area was clear. Now the last group of reinforcements had arrived to them. They were planning to fight to the death. However, David asked everyone to retreat. He would deal with the new wave himself and also resolve the conflict with Jonathan. Susie was worried about her friend. He would stand up for himself. A new wave of explosions had moved in. Yes, David was pouring fire on all of Jonathan's fighters, blowing through shots. The fighters told their boss that they were suffering critical losses, but the leader had already identified the sniper. David didn't really aim. Just pulled the trigger on the sniper and sang the song in front, finishing the first gun before it. However, Jonathan had already arrived to him. He asked about the guy, he finished. David noted that the leader clicked quite quickly. As far as Jonathan remembered, the guy in front of him was named David, and he offered him to join the gang. David was flattered by the respect of such a person. Jonathan would feel sorry to kill such a specimen. However, since David was against joining the gang, he needed to run. Jonathan struck David with weapons. But only the tips of the leader's fingers touched the bullet's body. A second later, a huge impulse was heard that sent David back. Blood started coming out of his mouth, and he quickly grew to. Jonathan replied that David might be good at range combat, but he was weak at close range. He didn't listen to the instincts directed at him and shot Jonathan. The martial arts master caught the bullet and flamed in his temple. But he quickly continued his flight with his hands, and having gone around the man, he exploded. The leader was starting to get nervous about David's strength. The master could control his bullets, for this he would die. The clothes of his body were torn to shreds. However, when the smoke cleared, David ran forward as fast as he could. Jonathan rushed him, and a bloody conflict began between them. David refused to let him touch him, constantly snapping back with shots. The smoke screen helped him escape, but he stopped in front of the cliff. The boss finally noticed that their game tag was running low. David took off his glasses and looked at the martial arts. He replied that he was satisfied with the work. He had completed his task, and now another person had to go on stage. He passed the baton to his friend. Charlie walked slowly up the stairs. The guy asked Jonathan if he was doing well since their last meeting. The leader noticed the face. Charlie's appearance was quite frightening. The guy said that it was time to settle the scores. David remembered the conversation he had a few minutes ago with Charlie. This time, the guy was still continuing his song. Charlie suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said that he was very happy. The friend would be incredibly happy to see Charlie. He woke up. If he was here, then the fight would soon be over. He was glad to use his friend's skill ability. It was about the ability to bend and explode bullets. David put the virus in the field and used it to control it. Bullets need a certain speed to explode. The further the bullet flies, the stronger the explosion will be. At this point, the energy it puts into the benefit is equal to the explosion of a mortar shell. At one time, it could handle about 30 bullets. This meant that David was a walking 30-round rocket, which Charlie would be fired. His friend had more attack potential than evil, but what he would do no good. They had to take out Jonathan. He hadn't shown up like that since the attack, so Charlie asked David to lure the leader here. He handed his friend the headset. Until Jonathan showed up, Charlie looked in fear. The guy finally advised his friend to exaggerate. His David was a stage 2 expert at his peak. In turn, Damon asked Charlie to be on guard. No one knew how many maidens still awaited them. Damon started a conversation with Jonathan. The leader assessed the situation. Jonathan was a rock and hard place. Between David and Charlie, he hastened to the martial artist barely touched Charlie's chest. David only managed to warn Charlie. The explosion still occurred. A friend mentioned that Jonathan had strange attacks that could produce huge explosive power. The boss had an ability called inch burst. It could increase the power of a blow in a small area. It was great for close combat. Charlie asked to provide Jonathan to him. David was supposed to help the others. His friend agreed with his proposal and walked past the boss. Jonathan was surprised. Charlie sent away a strong ally. The guy was sure that he had broken through in the spiritual space. He was at the peak of the second stage. He must practice thoroughly in combat. Jonathan is the best target for this. The man man decided to smoke. When he first heard about Charlie, he already knew that the guy was unusual. Jonathan was red. These were not rumors. The guy arrived in the city. He was at the beginning of the second stage. Now he was almost in the third. This couldn't be a rumor. A month ago, he explained to him everything that Charlie did on the dam. Eventually, Charlie realized that the plan was to use Charlie to overthrow the family. Jonathan would take over the city. However, Jonathan only wanted to throw the place into chaos. There was nothing wrong with overthrowing the family. However, Charlie was smart. He was able to deal with a horde of zombies and kill a huge one of them. The place that Charlie took was his. They had encountered before. The fight would have been difficult, but Jonathan achieved his goal. The man threw a cigarette on the ground. He overthrew the family. The capture of the city and working towards Charlie. Charlie needs great strength to achieve it. Overthrow the family was only the road to his improvement. The martial artist took off his shirt and revealed his numerous tattoos all over his body. His true color was different. Charlie noticed a huge crystal on Jonathan's chest. The leader hurried to strike the guy, but he managed to dodge the blast. However, even so, Jonathan managed to hit the guy's right hand, which was now covered in bruises and cuts. Jonathan was interested in the meteorite crystal polymer. However, Charlie was not embarrassed by anything. High-level infected slowly developed a sense of territory, and some hunted others. The meteorite crystals they appropriated in trophies. Thanks to the polymer, Jonathan became so strong. Charlie won't hold back. He activated his arm. He will be interested in playing with Jonathan. The man was unhappy. He will show the impudent man who was the real target here. Jonathan struck, but Charlie was able to stop. He was happy with the armor that could block an inch blast. The leader could maintain the force for half an hour, and Charlie's armor would definitely break. Jonathan launched another flurry of blows, but Charlie quickly dodged them. Some of the martial artist's blows nevertheless reached their target. Charlie flew to the side, but his arms were no longer holding. The armor on them only covered bare flesh and pieces. He could easily defeat Charlie if he only defended himself. However, the blow was censored. Each of Jonathan's attacks was comparable to a full power attack from a peak second stage evolution. Armor formed by his muscle strength blocked 37 of the man's strikes. His defense level even higher than in his past life. Charlie healed his armor and moved forward, delivering a series of blows. He didn't have time to cover himself. A stream of blood gushed from his mouth. The leader's body flew back and punched a hole in the middle. Jonathan could barely get up. Charlie's strength was high. The guy noted that the polymer made the master much stronger than he actually was. An ordinary third stage ball would have been badly maimed or killed after Charlie's blow. Gathering his strength, Jonathan stood up and admitted to Charlie that he had honestly underestimated him, and that he now understood how the boy was able to deal with a giant zombie. Then he stated that Charlie's understanding of the third stage was too superficial, and that his understanding of the virus was much higher. Jonathan also explained that brute force alone could not make up the difference between the second and third stages, and that it was only after he himself had reached the third stage that he learned to control the energy. After hearing his words, Charlie realized that all these skills of Jonathan, the first emperor, were a great indicator. It was no wonder that he had become a powerful evolved in his past life. Suddenly, Jonathan turned to Charlie, admitting that he was not bad, because he was the first person to learn his respect. Then the man crowded saying that he had previously been thrown a chance that he had not taken advantage of. He menacingly flew at the guy. His scream of wanting his opponent dead echoed throughout the room, and the dust behind it rose to the ceiling. But when Jonathan was about to slam the guy into the ground with his fist, Charlie did not move. Jonathan still stood with his hand outstretched, but there was horror, genuine incomprehension in the situation. The movement of his hand was stopped dead in his tracks by Charlie's grip, who in turn was absolutely calm. While the man sincerely did not understand how this could be possible, Charlie just smirked and turned to Jonathan, stating that it seemed that his own energy was better. Jonathan immediately burst into tears. He protested that the guy was only at the second stage. That was why he could not control the energy in any way. To which Charlie calmly replied that there were still many things that the man did not know about. Jonathan was angry. He lost control of the situation and fell to the ground helplessly, still not understanding how this could be. Jonathan looked at Charlie's figure and him until the very end, could not accept the fact that this second stage involved was so strong. Suddenly, he received a message on the radio that the armored personnel carrier was almost at its limit. The enemies had surrounded it and were attacking the hatch right now. The guy on the other end immediately told Jonathan that the hatch wouldn't hold for long, and if he didn't come to the rescue as soon as possible, the armored personnel carrier would be destroyed. Immediately after that, there was a frightening silence on the line. Suddenly, a girl burst into the guy's hiding place. Thereby scaring him very much. She smiled sweetly and said that his mailbox was really thick, which is why she had to feel comfortable. Catherine, her face lit up with a frightening grimace. She asked who exactly was driving the armored personnel carrier. The guy just screamed in fear and, stuttering, demanded that the girl get away from him. The connection was immediately interrupted. Jonathan was suddenly informed again that the sniper had been, and they needed reinforcements. Immediately after, on the other end of the line, the man heard requests for a quick retreat. Jonathan was furious and immediately told Charlie that he had spent more than 3 months on this operation, and had not only sacrificed his younger brother, but also his most trusted subordinates, who had ultimately betrayed him, and that he helped to blame for this. Despite the man's accusations, Charlie angrily asked where his friends were at the moment, to which Jonathan spoke of them as 2 traitors, and stated that after their actions he did not plan to leave the guys alive. Charlie only called the man a real egoist. To this, Jonathan responded that he had not originally intended to become the guy's enemy, after which he admitted that he had acted recklessly, despite not knowing the full depths of his power, which was at stake. After Jonathan declared that things had gone too far and there was no turning back, a second later the pair clashed in a furious fight. The man used an inch blast attack, causing a massive explosion to occur in the room and sending Charlie flying to the side. The guy's friends saw this outside, and one of them rushed to help her brother. But Damon stopped her in time and demanded that she not get involved in the commotion. The girl turned sharply to him and growled. Couldn't he see how strong Jonathan was? Damon assured her that Charlie would definitely cope, after which he explained that it was pointless for them to enter into a battle at this level. Everyone immediately hung their heads. They were powerless in this situation. All they could do was watch the fight. Meanwhile, Charlie stood motionless, imprinted. Jonathan declared that the testing of his limbs would end right here, because the guy's armor would never block the man's attacks. Jonathan prepared for his final attack, before announcing that he had mastered this attack after breaking through to the third stage, namely, concentrating all of his energy into one point. As soon as he tried to attack the guy, his fist was blocked by the protective steel of Charlie's huge sword. The guy in turn smirked and said that he would show him how energy control really works and how to use it properly. The next second, Charlie twisted in a jump and used his deadly sword for its intended purpose, piercing Jonathan's body. The man's body was cut in half. His limbs and all his belongings all turned into one piece of dead bloody carcass. The guy's friends immediately noticed the body parts flew out. They all suddenly fell silent, watched with hope to see what would happen next. Then, for all to see, a man's outstretched hand, clenched in a fist, appeared. It was Charlie, who appeared before everyone in his previous appearance. His wind spoke. The crowd burst into shouts and victories on their side. They all quickly The guy himself was handling his A second later, David and Susie were approaching shouting the name together. Charlie simply calmly reported that they had arrived on time and asked if they had taken the meteorite crystal with them, which they asked again in surprise. Charlie simply showed them to a small sample first. Immediately after which they began bombarding the English questions on the news. I explained that even though meteorite crystals quickly restore energy, they are dangerous and too much is used in a short period of time. Damon assured him that he had good enough resistance to the pirates that he could safely lose 1 or 2 crystals at a time, and then asked how much Charlie had recovered, to which he received a half-hearted answer. Susan became angry at this, and irritably said that if Damon needed to use 2 crystals for 1 attack, they would simply run out of crystals, to which Damon added that using too many could also cause side effects. While Charlie calmed them both down and assured them that he would not use this attack until the decisive moment came. Charlie's next move was to show the pair the meteor crystal polymer he had received from Jonathan, explaining that the thing was capable of containing a huge amount of pyro energy, as well as continuously charging or absorbing it, and that the guy explained that its energy resistance to negative crystals and had no side effects. He also said that Jonathan had once placed the polymer into his own body and used it as a catalyst, which allowed him to break through to the 3rd stage. Therefore, the polymer was a priceless treasure, and since his energy regeneration was limited, Jonathan decided to increase his strength. Afterwards, Charlie smiled and said that instead of increasing his strength, it would be better to use the polymer as some sort of battery to absorb his energy. Immediately after hearing all this, Susie grabbed the polymer in her hands, examining it from all sides, and asked how to use it, to which Charlie demanded that she stop, since the polymer was currently completely empty. Charlie suggested that his friend leave the building, because in order to charge the polymer, they need a huge amount of meteorite crystals. Before that, they should restore order in the city and search Jonathan's base. As the trio left the building, Michael was giving instructions to his assistants about clearing out areas of the city, watching all the actions. Lilith told the girls that she personally did not expect such quick communication, to which Lisa replied that Charlie's last will was too powerful, because of which no one else would dare to resist him. Hearing this, Emmy happily declared that their older brother was very strong. A minute later, everyone saw Charlie and immediately began to breathe joyfully, sometimes assistance. Michael personally expressed his deep gratitude to Charlie, then pointed to Amanda, who was standing to his side, and said that it was she who had worked tirelessly to build their base. Charlie looked at the girl, who with her hands full, was very quiet and thought, and walked up to her and holding her his hand and thanked her. They shook hands again. Amanda sheepishly replied that it was all nonsense, and thanks her too. Suddenly, Michael's voice was heard, and announced to everyone present that today they had defeated Jonathan. The city was finally united, which was something they should celebrate. Everyone cheered as he knew that over the room. Late in the evening, we celebrated the occasion of the party. Fresh beer was flowing down. Everyone was in good cheerful mood. Everyone crowded around Charlie and sincerely swore to him that they would fulfill all their needs. Mr. Boyd carelessly replied that the city now belonged to all of them. Lucas then told Charlie that very morning Lord John joy, because he was very glad to finally see him. Lucas immediately began to explain how they were initially against declaring Jonathan to kill them, since they were major figures, and decided to simply lock them up. In turn, Lou admitted that if Jonathan had remained alive, they would have done anything. To this, Charlie replied with a smile that his death was only the beginning, because the city had survived. After the new arrivals were sent off to rest, Michael and Charlie watched them go. Charlie stated that the two got along well, they could be trusted to help him out. As soon as the guys went low, Charlie began to give the guy advice on further leadership of the base. Michael was surprised by this and asked if he was leaving them, to which Charlie confirmed this. Michael sighed and wished the boy a safe journey, and also said that he really hoped that Charlie would find him as soon as possible. Charlie promised that he would definitely find him. The guys sealed this promise by completely being hands. A few steps away from them stood Emmy and Amanda. Amanda carefully holding the girl's hand and looking thoughtful, which Emmy asked if the girl wanted to say something to Charlie. Amanda sighed in confusion and, lowering her head, answered negatively, after which she asked the girl to return with her to the guys. Meanwhile, Damon was already thinking about it, which is why the other guys had to carry him to the building, since Damon himself no longer controlled his words and actions. The boys threw him down onto the soft bed and said they could go. After which he collapsed on the bed in exhaustion. Suddenly, the guy's rest was interrupted. A dark figure appeared at the window, whose face was hidden by a thick cloak. She quickly waved her hand and knocked out the glass. Damon immediately came to his senses and attacked the mask straight in the head. The dark figure became frightened and ran away, but Damon did not want to let her go and rushed after her. After a few minutes of trying to catch up with the shadow, Damon ran out of steam because the mask was too fast and had managed to hide. The guy decided to go back and tell Charlie everything. Then suddenly he heard the crack of wood. It turned out that the sound was caused by little Susie's night tree. She was practicing her blows in the tree. Damon immediately came closer to her and reminded her of the late time. Suddenly, Charlie appeared behind the guy and immediately asked him how he ended up there. The boys returned to the house, and Damon told Charlie about the situation with the suspicious mask, about his incredible speed and skill, to which Charlie replied that this could not be. Charlie then said that they had been too cocky lately, and that they should leave, after which he asked Damon to talk with Susie. Charlie explained the decision to this. He told Damon about the girl's sharp irritability, after which he showed the guy the crystal that they got him. Charlie explained that he could do this since the moves were much more important for the girl, and then asked his friend not to ignore the crystal. Already at his door, Charlie felt someone's gaze behind him, and immediately asked how long the observer was going to hide. The guy realized that it was Amanda who had been watching him all evening. The girl, in turn, came out of hiding and asked him how long ago he had noticed her, to which Charlie replied that her black armor emitted a special aura. Amanda asked if he was really going to look for him. Charlie confirmed this and asked if the girl would look for him, to which she replied that it would be very inconvenient for her. Suddenly, the girl's cheeks turned red, and unexpectedly, she rushed into the guy's arms. Charlie was immediately taken aback by this and asked what she was doing, to which Amanda asked him not to say a word. Charlie calmed down after thinking about it, and nevertheless hugged the girl by the hair. They stood there in silence for a few minutes, after which Amanda hesitantly pulled away. Immediately, her face changed into a radiant smile, and the girl wished him the fastest possible happiness within, after which she sent him off to rest, while Charlie was left to silently watch her retreat steps. As soon as Amanda had gone far enough, tears came to her eyes and faint joy disappeared from her face. By early morning, the whole team was assembled, and Damon and Susie were showing off their throwing knives and daggers. Lilith calmly explained that she personally added meteorite crystals and meteorite fragment powder to all these weapons, with the help of which they will be able to use new techniques, after which the girl turned to Charlie and said his sword would be better. Before those being suggested, a squabble began between Damon and Susie. Damon shouted first and suggested calling the sword a Dragon Slayer, and Susie irritably replied that it would be better to call it the Blood Slayer. The squabble continued until Charlie decided to shut them both up by smashing their heads together. Once there was silence, Charlie smiled and suggested that Lilith name the weapon a meteor, to which the girl thought for a moment and agreed. Suddenly, Bruce appeared in front of Charlie and announced that he would go with him. Charlie explained to the guy that he was going to a very dangerous place and asked him to stay in the city. Bruce shouted that he could only become strong by following strong people. To all the excuses, Bruce replied that he was not afraid of any danger, after which he declared that he would do anything for this. Immediately after which Damon's funny face appeared in front of the guy. Bruce immediately interrupted him and declared that he would follow him wherever he went. Everyone watched all this in absolute silence, and only after a few minutes Charlie gave the final answer. However, instead of words, the guy hit Bruce in the stomach, and he immediately fell silent. Afterwards, Charlie asked Michael to carry the guy away, and explained that if he hadn't done it, with Bruce's character, they would never have been able to get away. As soon as Bruce was carried away, Charlie turned to the others and announced that it was time for him to go. He smiled and told his friends that he would take them with him. One by one, everyone wished him a happy journey and success, and only Lilith, with a cry, advised him to take care of the sword. Eventually, Charlie, Damon, and Susie jumped into the car and set off. On the way, Susie asked Charlie what Miss Damon had not come to see them off, to which the boy remained silent. In the letter, the girl spoke about her imminent departure, as well as about future care for little Emmy. Amanda promised that she would find a secluded place for them to live away from infected people, and also said that they would only see each other when the girl grew up a little. Then Charlie thought that the girl was not feeling well, and did not attach much importance to the letter returning with his thoughts. The guy suggested that his friends take a rest, because they had a long journey ahead of them. Meanwhile, Glendon and the mask were watching all their movements. Suddenly, the mask turned to the guy and asked him to inform their man about Charlie's location. When Glendon asked if she was going to go with him, the mask replied that she had to stay behind, and that she wouldn't let the group get anywhere anyway. Charlie and his friends continued to drive. The weather turned bad, and it was already pouring rain outside. The long silence was broken by Damon. He asked if the guys had ever heard the legend of the Snow Maiden. Once he realized that no one understood what he meant, Damon began to tell how long ago in the north there was a story about a woman who lived on a snowy mountain. Damon also said that no one survived to tell the tale until one day, a student got lost on the mountain, and just as he was on the verge of death, a young and beautiful woman saved him. The woman called herself the Snow Maiden, but since the student had seen her face, he had to keep her secret, because he was forbidden to tell anyone that she had saved him. Otherwise, the maiden would kill him. A few years later, the student taught the exam at the palace and married a beautiful girl, but his wife was quite interested in how he survived that night in the mountains, so she asked him about the details very often. This continued until one day he could no longer keep silent, and finally told his wife the truth. However, her look suddenly changed as soon as she heard it, and the thing was that she was actually the Snow Maiden he had met that day. The man was shocked and panicked. He fell to his knees and begged for mercy, but the Snow Maiden was indifferent. He simply told him that he must die. After finishing the story of the murder of the man, Damon said that there are still rumors that all of the followers have the symbol snow in their name, to which Susie immediately replied that all of this is complete nonsense, while Charlie remained silent. The girl smirked and said that her good friend had snow in her name, and that she was a kind girl who understood others, and as soon as Damon heard this, he immediately began to bombard Susie with all sorts of questions about the girl. After Susie refused to tell him anything about the girl, Damon turned to the window and called her a shrew. Immediately after which they began to argue, which greatly interfered with Charlie's driving, and he immediately demanded that they shut up. Suddenly, Charlie turned the steering wheel sharply to the side and announced that there was someone else on the road. Having stopped, Charlie asked his friends to stay in the car, and he himself, taking the sword, went outside the window. Suddenly, Damon told Susie that this was the same guy who had been following him around town, and the girl became wary of Charlie's increased seriousness. As soon as Charlie tried to scare the creature away, the mask rushed towards the car. The guy tried to grab its hand, but a dark figure appeared a few meters away from him a second later. The guy wasn't going to stand on ceremony with her, and immediately activated the transformation, starting the countdown. Charlie counted twice, but the mask only looked at it without doing anything. Without waiting for her answer, Charlie lost patience and rushed into the attack. Swinging his huge sword, he also lifted all the objects nearby into the air, but the mask still stood there without any movement. A second later, all the dirt fell into the mask, upside down by the snow. However, the unknown woman still managed to get out without injury, and after some time, both were standing on the rocks facing each other at a distance of several meters, and a waterfall was flowing under their feet. Eventually, the mask was carried away over the protruding rocks in the water, but Charlie did not try to catch up with it and decided not to waste time. It was unknown how much time had passed when suddenly Susie opened her eyes. She heard many voices in the distance. Someone was swearing. Susie saw a bunch of teenagers in front of her, who were arguing animatedly about something. She felt very dizzy, which the girl said out loud, after which the girl suddenly turned to her. Susie immediately recognized her as Nancy, and quickly rushed into the girl's arms. She was glad that she was alive, and asked what they were all doing there, to which Nancy replied that she was very glad that she woke up. After which she told Susie that the gym teacher had been looking after them ever since they got lost. Nancy also said that they were attacked by the infected, which is why the teacher had to sacrifice himself to protect them. They themselves did not dare to wander around the area, and therefore temporarily settled in this area, while Susie herself went to their classmates. One by one recognized most of them. The last thing Susie noticed was a trio of teenagers who stood out from the crowd and immediately began to smirk at her. Three girls, Abby, Daisy, and Megan, all of them often bullied Susie in school, which was very unpleasant. They immediately started making fun of Susie, saying that they didn't expect to see her in such a miserable state. But the girl simply smiled and confidently replied that she also didn't expect to see her so soon. Within a second, Susie had spoken out about each of them. Now Daisy, whose body type still didn't fit into any clothes, she called Abby too physically gifted, and she reminded Megan of her constant angry face. Immediately after this, Susie called all three of them little bastards and showed them who they were. The girls immediately got mad, called her an ungrateful bitch who didn't appreciate the people who saved her life. But Nancy came to Susie's aid quickly, stood up for her, and explained to them that she was just being a little blunt. Before Nancy could finish speaking, Megan abruptly pushed her aside and told her to shut up. Without wasting any time, Susie was immediately at Nancy's side and caught the girl, preventing her from falling. She then looked at Megan with a murderous look and demanded that she apologize to Nancy. However, the girl remained silent, unable to move, when suddenly Susie repeated her words. Abby and Daisy also stood silently behind Megan, because they did not expect such a sudden change from their classmate. But after a few minutes, Megan screamed and asked why she had to apologize. Nancy stood behind Susie and asked her to forget about the whole situation. Susie turned around and continued to demand an apology from Megan. Suddenly, their silent squabble was interrupted by a shadow that appeared out of nowhere in the air behind the trees. The figure immediately fell to the ground with a crash. The three were frightened and ran to the sides, and Susie immediately covered Nancy behind her back. Before she had time to prepare for battle, a human hand appeared from behind the dust, after which a painfully familiar voice was heard. The dust cleared, and Susie could finally see from the silhouette. It turned out to be someone like Damon. The girl immediately called in surprise, and the guy also turned to her in surprise. Face to face, both simultaneously asked what each of them was doing there. Afterwards, Susie asked the guy where Charlie was at the moment, to which he replied that he had no idea. Damon told the girl that at the last moment he had to push her out of the car, otherwise she would have died. He also said that he himself had it much worse. He fell along with the car, subsequently breaking his leg. While Susie was asking the boy about his health, her classmates were whispering among themselves about his courage to fight the infected and how lucky the girl was to be friends with the evolved. But the vile trio were discussing something completely different off to the side. The girls started spreading gossip about Susie being David's girlfriend, while Megan had a bit much more vile understanding. She decided for herself that Susie had seduced the guy. Megan immediately called out to the girl, putting a fake smile on her face, admitted that she was to blame for the fight that had happened with Nancy earlier, and then began to flirt with Damon. Damon immediately asked Susie in surprise if Megan was her friend, after she rejected his horrible version. He said that he didn't know her either. Megan immediately fell behind them, and Susie introduced the guy to Nancy, who greeted him politely in return. Damon immediately came closer to Susie and whispered in her ear that her friend was not only prettier than her, but also had a much better character, and then jokingly advised her to follow Nancy's example, to which Susie quickly slapped him. Nancy immediately interrupted their fight, and with a smile announced that she and the guys had temporarily settled nearby, and suggested that the girl and the guy stay there for a while. After thinking for a while, Susie decided that this proposal was very suitable for them at the moment, and gave Nancy her consent, and after a while the company was in a half-destroyed plane, which was their base. Nancy announced that the other half of the plane was theirs to share and apologized for its simplicity, to which Susie assured her that they were happy with everything, and then asked how she and her classmates had managed to find the plane. Nancy explained that all of this happened only because of their deceased teacher, and that they only managed to survive by gathering and hunting, which is safe. The girl suddenly became sad, and sitting down on the seat, admitted that recently they had all become very separated, and Susie blamed herself for the fact that if they had not separated then and met Charlie together, the girl would not have had to be in such a difficult situation. Nancy immediately noticed a change in her friend's mood, and taking her hands, reassured the girl that, despite everything, she was very happy just at the opportunity to meet her. Before she could finish speaking, Megan suddenly appeared behind her, and reminded the girl that it was time for them all to rest. Nancy was taken aback for a moment, but then agreed with her, and quickly said goodbye to Susie. Having waited for the girl, Megan immediately showed her what the hell she was doing, because everyone had been waiting for her for a long time, and did she really want to spend the night outside again? To which Nancy quickly apologized to her. When Susie heard their entire conversation and detained Megan, she realized that her classmates had been making fun of Nancy all the time. To Megan's surprise, she immediately began to stutter, make excuses, but Susie couldn't stand the pretense and slapped the girl with all her might. Afterwards, Megan tried to confront her about something, but she heard Damon's warning cough and immediately fell silent. Nancy calmed her friend down and, dragging the furious Megan along with her, wished the boys good night. However, Susie was not going to let the scoundrel go so easily, and finally warned her that if she saw them bullying Nancy again, she would not hold back any longer. After the girls left, Susie asked Damon why he suddenly intervened, to which the guy replied that if he had not done so, she would have simply killed Megan. Afterwards, Damon asked the girl if her classmates seemed strange to her, to which she asked what exactly he meant, and the guy explained his question by saying that he, being from the mental group, senses everything much better than she does, and that the guys look really strange in comparison to them. Hearing this, Susie suggested that he recover, since she had previously had to use all her vital energy to survive the landslide. Within a few minutes, both were sitting on the floor, enveloped in a restorative aura, completely relaxed and focused at the same time. Susie tried very hard to concentrate and not be distracted by extraneous thoughts. Already in the morning, classmates were nervously waiting for Damon and Susie to wake up. Megan was the one who freaked out the most. She insulted Susie for her self-confidence, but in reality, she was just jealous of her, since Damon was with her, to which the other guys calmed her nagging, and said that they should all join the couple, since only they can help them get out. Abby immediately intervened in the conversation. She stated that they did not necessarily have to join the newcomers. Instead, the girl suggested that they simply suck up to Damon so that he would help them get out. Of course, she offered her person for this. Afterwards, Megan immediately jumped up from her seat and declared that she should do it, to which Abby laughed and replied that she had already had one unsuccessful attempt. In response, Megan stood in an imposing pose and declared that there was no man in the world who would not fall in love with her. She also said that Susie just decided to compete with them, but with her pathetic body she would not succeed, when suddenly Nancy interrupted her performance and said that she thought the idea was bad. Megan approached the girl and said that she understood perfectly well that Susie was her friend, but she needed to decide whose side she was on. Megan immediately reminded Nancy of her past story, having learned about which Susie would hardly continue to treat her well, and then announced to everyone that they would pull the evolving Damon to their side. Nancy remained silent, and after a few seconds she told them to do as they saw fit. It was late in the evening when Damon was relieving himself by a tree in the forest and humming a calm song. Suddenly he heard movement behind him, and declared that watching another person relieve himself was not a very presentable thing to do. Hearing a familiar voice in response, Damon turned around and saw Charlie. He immediately asked how long he had been spying on him, to which Charlie replied that he had absolutely nothing to worry about, and then Damon saw his weapon in his hands and quickly rushed to take it, but fell to the ground. Charlie still returned the gun to the guy, but after looking at the weapon up close, Damon realized that it was not his, and demanded that his sniper rifle be returned to him. Charlie immediately interrupted his indignation and started talking about Susie's classmates. He noted that they were all behaving very strangely, and from his observations, some of them clearly had bad intentions regarding the little girl, which was not a simple student view. The guy also said that they can't always decide for the girl, and that for this reason, Damon will have to use his last bullet only at the decisive moment. Charlie also said that he will stay near their base and will contact him if something happens. Afterwards, he took Bob the hamster out of his pocket and said that he found him so quickly only thanks to him. Before leaving, Charlie explained to Damon that from now on he would let Susie decide for herself and act accordingly until her life was safe. Damon was surprised by the situation and asked if it was really necessary, because everything had been fine with the girl for these 2 days. To which Charlie replied that right now she was in the middle of the second stage and was already very strong, but the people around her were even stronger. Charlie also reminded the boy that they and the teacher Amanda had completely surpassed Susie in terms of the speed of evolution, and it was no wonder that the girl was reacting negatively to this, and if this continued, it would have a bad effect on her. He then pointed out that since they were both in a bit of a bind right now, this was a great opportunity for the girl to take the initiative and regain her confidence, which she should take advantage of, to which Damon suggested that if they did so, Susie would simply crumble under the pressure. To this, Charlie explained that the girl needed to change her way of thinking in any case, and their goal was united towards this, and after listening to him, Damon agreed. Afterwards, Charlie asked the guy who he thought had the most potential, to which Damon gave Amanda as an example, since she had very strong black armor. Charlie just smirked and said that everything was actually exactly the opposite. To Damon's surprise, he told about one feature of the black armor. Charlie, with a satisfied smile, reported that the highlight of the black armor was actually cannibalism. Afterwards, he explained that those who were infected with black armor and retained a clear conscience are usually called mutated. For them, the fastest way to evolve is to absorb others like them, otherwise they begin to stagnate. Damon fell into a stupor. Charlie just smirked and asked how many more people with black armor he had to see, to which he thought Charlie just turned away and warned him to be careful. Suddenly, he announced that he was away from the horde, which would be here in about 10 minutes. Damon was stunned that Charlie hadn't told him sooner that such a dangerous enemy was approaching. When Charlie left, Damon, stunned by the news, ran to the plane to find Susie. As Damon boarded the plane, he caught the wooden cane and was very surprised by this event. Susie threw the cane to Damon to try out. She made it herself. Her older brother once told her that in order to survive, you need to be able to adapt. She used the metal parts of the plane to sharpen the tip of a wooden stick. After making weapons, she wants to work on traps or something similar. Damon tried to reassure her that she was already strong, and that these traps and canes were unnecessary. Susie justified her actions by worrying about the appearance of strong opponents, such as the third stage infected, a high stage evolved, or even a horde. She is also worried about the disappearance of her older brother and Damon's injury. She cannot sense Bob. Susie said that she could no longer rely on others who wanted to stand up for herself, and Damon realized that he had underestimated her. But suddenly, during the conversation, they heard a cry for help, and began to peer into the darkness in surprise to find the one who needed help. They saw two survivors trying to escape from the horde of infected pursuing them. One of them was captured by the horde, but his brother in misfortune did not extend his hand to help him, only apologized and continued to run away. Susie was surprised by the number of infected. Damon said to climb up to the top of the plane. It was safer there. Susie asked Damon not to interfere, after which she assured him that she could handle the horde herself. Damon was concerned about her safety. She assured him that everything would be fine, and he should not worry. The other survivors also began to climb onto the roof of the plane. Nancy thought about how exhausted she was. Nancy saw Susie standing with a spear and shouting at her to come to her. In response, Susie asked her not to shout. Suddenly, Megan grabbed Nancy by her clothes and very rudely asked her to shut up and not make Susie feel like she was being taken advantage of, while Nancy was very worried about the approaching horde. Megan continued to yell at Nancy that Damon had evolved and had great power. With great power came great responsibility, and if they weren't going to climb onto the roof themselves, there was no point in inviting them. Megan's final argument was the threat that if Nancy said another word, she would feed her to the infected. Nancy had to remain silent. Nancy was very concerned about Susie's safety, and understood that she could not cope with so many infected on her own, while Susie stood and looked at the approaching infected, like a mountain river, not without a bit of fear in her eyes. Already near the plane, the crowd of infected abruptly changed direction and headed towards the second part of the plane, where the rest of the survivors had gathered, ignoring Susie and Damon. Nancy was alarmed by this development, while Megan was outraged that the infected had targeted them instead of Susie. The other survivors were also confused as to why things were happening this way, why the horde was heading towards them and not towards Susie. Susie and Damon were equally surprised and also didn't understand why everything was happening this way. Even Damon had never encountered anything like this. It was as if other people had something special that they didn't have. Damon suggested waiting a minute, as he noticed that the others were acting strange and maybe hiding something from Susie. Susie wondered if Nancy might be hiding something from her. At that moment, Nancy slid off the fuselage, but managed to grab the window frame. Nancy begged for help, knowing she couldn't hold on for long, and one of the survivors reached out to help her. However, Megan refused to help her and told her to climb in as she wanted, saying in her head that no one asked her to help Susie, and hoped that she would be eaten by the infected. Her strength was running out. Nancy continued to pray for help, but no one helped her. She broke away and flew straight into the crowd of infected. But already at the very ground, Susie caught her, preventing her from falling to the ground and being torn apart by the infected. With a powerful and quick jerk, she carried Nancy out of the crowd. All this time, Nancy was completely perplexed as to how Susie was able to be next to her so quickly and save her from certain death. After leading Nancy to a safe distance, she told her to stay behind and watch out for lights. Megan were also confused as to how Susie got there so quickly. Megan was sure that Susie couldn't be involved. Megan tried to reassure herself that it was just her imagination, and that it couldn't really be like that. Meanwhile, the infected were advancing. Nancy was shouting at Susie to be careful, but Susie was determined. Armed with a cane she made herself, she began to cut down the infected, killing them in rows, and standing alone against the crowd. Megan couldn't believe that Susie was so strong. Megan's friends made sure that she'd evolved. Damon looked at this with a smile on his face and thought about how she was becoming as bright as Charlie, while Susie complained about how useless her cane was, having broken it over her knee. She broke her cane, which would be more convenient for battling against the whole crowd. Susie told Nancy to stay close to her because she would be forcing her way back to the plane. Some of the survivors decided to go down to help Susie with the battle. Megan's friends also decided to go down to help them. Megan was very upset by this development. She hoped that Susie would not survive this battle. The next morning on the banks of the Damon River, Susie and Nancy sat apart from the others, Megan complaining that she was so tired from this terrible day. Megan was angry that things had been going so badly for them since they met Susie. The people around her were trying to calm her down because they were afraid she would hear her. One of Megan's friends began to reason that their original plan now made no sense since Susie was evolving, which made Megan even more angry. After sitting for a while, Megan called everyone to start the meeting, but she did not call Nancy, and this worried the other members of the group. The remaining survivors decided to invite Nancy to the discussion because they believed that she is one of them, and they should not abandon her. Damon was frying fish over a fire, and was arguing about how Susie wasn't very popular with her classmates because they didn't invite her to their fire and even called a meeting, to which he told him to fry his fish in silence. Nancy was excited that Susie had evolved, and Susie was more concerned about what Nancy was hiding from her. Nancy made an excuse that they were, after all, classmates, and were all trying to find out something about each other in the current situation. Susie told Nancy that Damon was almost recovered, and that they were leaving tomorrow, and invited her to go with them. Nancy tensed a little at such an offer. Then the friend saw one of Megan's friends peeking out from behind a tree, and gesturing for Nancy to come over. But Susie stopped her, after which she suddenly appeared near this tree, shocking the uninvited guest. Susie came closer to her, opening her eyes as wide as possible, and asked if she was afraid of her. Falling to the ground in fright, the girl began to back away and apologize for everything that happened. Nancy was already running up and asking Susie to stop scaring her, to which Susie told her that if they had any questions for her, then they should say them to her face. Picking up the frightened girl, Nancy said she thought they wanted to talk to her, after which they went off into the woods together, and Susie returned to the fire. She asked Damon what her brother would do if he were in her place, to which Damon suggested that something by relying on the experience of Nancy. Damon said that he would be fully recovered tomorrow, and until then Susie should do as she sees fit. This time, Charlie was walking through a clearing with tall grass that was up to his shoulders, and was puzzled by the smell that was in this clearing, parting the grass. He saw an infected person lying motionless. The smell he had been smelling all this time was coming from his body. This was already the third such infected person Charlie had seen. After examining the body, Charlie saw that it was covered in symbols that he had seen on the other two infected. These were traces of green mutations, which are found in those infected who emerged from nature. Suddenly, Bob, who had been sitting on Charlie's shoulder, jumped up and ran off somewhere. Charlie followed him. Soon they came across some strange thickets that Charlie didn't think could have grown in a cornfield. They were dense and thick, not like other plants. Charlie took hold of the blade and ordered Bob to step back. Charlie cut through this wall, an incomprehensible plant, but the wall was not as simple as he could see. After Charlie cut it, fell apart, and particles similar to small balloons separated from it. These were infected plants. When Nancy reached the main group, she informed them that Damon would recover, and they would leave tomorrow. Megan was not happy with this news. At this time, the others were whispering about how Susie had evolved and was in fact their protection, so her departure would leave them without protection. Someone suggested asking Susie to take them with her, but Megan rejected these ideas, saying that with Susie's character, she would not take anyone except Nancy. Megan turned to Nancy and said threateningly that if Susie wanted to take her with her, she should refuse to remember who she was. Nancy couldn't speak. She was confused and scared, so Megan said that she wouldn't have dared anyway, and she had an idea. Megan suggested making Susie and David one, and then the problem would solve itself without any effort. A girl from the group asked Megan with a scared look on her face if she really wanted to bring them there. Megan countered with a lot of better ideas. The crowd began to complain about what would happen to them if they died on their last trip there. They barely escaped with their lives. Some supported Megan's idea and said that if they didn't go too far, everything would go well. But another problem arose. It would not be so easy to lure them there, but they had Nancy, whom Susie would listen to and would not ask unnecessary questions. Nancy was scared and ashamed. She came up to her and said that she was the only hope. Megan remembered that she had made a vow to Susie that they would always be friends and would not lie to each other and would help each other. She remembered having made that vow at school, how Susie told her that they were now friends. She remembered their photo together. Nancy returned in a bad mood. Susie was also thoughtful and was waiting for what Nancy would tell her. They discussed it. Nancy came up and quietly called out to Susie. In response, Susie asked if everyone had left. When she received an affirmative answer, she asked to tell what they had discussed at the meeting. But Nancy didn't say anything. She just lifted her blouse, and Susie and Damon saw strange symbols on her stomach that resembled spirals. Susie asked in surprise what these signs were. Nancy told her that she was actually infected, but remained lucid. She said that they went to the city, but came across an area and encountered them there. Susie did not understand anything. Nancy continued to tell that they met strange spirals that were larger than normal plants. They emitted strange spores, and all the infected that were there were green in color, and were stronger than normal infected. And when they ran away from there, they got hurt on these flowers, but did not attach any importance to it. Nancy fell to her knees and began to cry. She was now forced to feed on fresh blood and raw meat, and they also had a craving for human flesh. Susie began to suspect that they wanted to kill her in order to feed on her. Nancy said in tears that she had no such goal. Susie understood that if Nancy did not have such a goal, then the others could have. Susie began to reason that if she had not evolved and Damon had not appeared, they would have done so. And Susie also realized that they had talked for too long, and clearly had not sent Nancy to them so that she would tell the story with the plans. Nancy said that they want to make Susie and Damon like them. Susie and Damon, of course, were not happy with this news. Nancy explained the essence of their plan. If Susie and Damon became like them, they would have to live together, and with their power, they would never go hungry again. Nancy continued to cry and asked to take her with them. But Susie had a question for her. Susie took her hands and asked if she remembered their promise. Nancy took Susie's hands and said that of course she would. Nancy stopped crying and said that they would always be friends, as they had sworn then, and she could not break the oath. Clenching her fists, Susie was determined to deal with these wolves when she was clothed, and strode confidently with the The group of survivors took up positions in the field of infected flowers and waited for Susie and Damon to arrive. Megan was confident that Nancy would not betray them, and was looking forward to how long they would live when they had such strong allies as Susie and Damon. Soon the trio were at the ambush site, but for some reason the plants did not attack. Megan explained this by the fact that the plants were asleep, and the rest of the time they were cruel, and you had to wait a little before they attacked. Their classmates sat in the bushes and waited for the plants to attack, but suddenly Susie simply disappeared. An explosion was heard behind them, and everyone was scared and did not understand what it was. It was Damon, who stood and tossed a pebble. His power allowed him to throw objects very hard and fast, so that in his hands they turned into dangerous weapons. The survivors started to run, but as expected they were too slow for him, and it didn't help them much. The stones Damon threw made them stop running. Megan was still confused how he was able to deal with them all at once. Where did he get so much strength from? But before Megan had time to think about what to do, Susie appeared, and asked if she was bored and gave her a good slap. Lying on the ground, Megan called her a traitor through her teeth. She was furious that this traitor dared to stand up to her, but Nancy slapped her. Nancy emotionally expressed everything she thought about Megan, that she used and deceived her from the very beginning, saying that people would not accept them, and they needed to live separately from everyone else of their own tribe. Nancy talked about how when she told Susie everything, she didn't turn away from her, and Megan used the general fear to manipulate people as she wanted. Susie came closer and asked her to calm down. Susie said she would deal with her herself. Megan didn't her to listen to her, saying that she was wrong, and she had no choice. She just wanted to survive, and tried to live together. She had no evil. Nice. Said that she was responsible for everything that happened in school. Tearfully begged her not to kill her. Was ready for her to beat and insult her, but left her alive. Because they were, after all, classmates. Damon, who had been standing silently behind her the whole time, lit a cigarette and repeated after Megan that they were classmates. He reminded her that when she wanted to kill her, she didn't really mean it when she called her a classmate. A day ago, when Charlie was leaving, and Damon asked why he didn't warn them about the horde approaching in advance, Charlie assured him that the horde was small, and they could easily deal with it, and warned that he overheard the conversation of the people from Megan's group, and that they should be wary of them. He overheard them when they were looking for a body to eat. While excavating, they saw some body, and after they dug it up, they saw that it was Susie's body. After they got her, they began to decide what to do with her. Everyone except Megan wanted to help her. Megan insisted on eating her, arguing that she came to them as food on her own, and that she would sacrifice herself for the sake of the others, as classmates do. No one said anything, so Megan decided to start eating. Everyone stood and watched silently, and only Nancy stood between her and Susie, forbidding her to eat. Megan started screaming at her to move away and not bother her. Nancy tried to object to her, saying that they were classmates and could not do such a thing. But for Megan, there was only one law, the law of self-preservation. Damon wasn't far away that day. He was lucky enough to be there to see and hear everything they did and everything they said. Because of Megan's incompetence, she dragged everyone down with her, willing to sacrifice the lives of her classmates. Damon wondered why she thought she could ask for forgiveness now after everything she had done. Tall plants cast a strong shadow, so much so that Damon stood with half of his face almost invisible and said that people like Megan deserved a fate worse than death. Susie stood in front of Megan. Damon thought Megan was a very dangerous person, and that she needed to be dealt with, but if Susie didn't do it, he would do it himself. But Susie was determined to do it herself. Not to kill her. She was ready to do anything. Susie was determined, but did not kill. She only dealt the final blow. After the blow, Megan was unable to get up. Susie told her to get out, and never showed her face again. Megan was unable to stand up, so all she could do was crawl home. The others were stunned that the one they considered their leader was running away so cowardly. Damon turned, with just one look, sent the whole gang running after their leader. Susie stood and watched them go. Damon was glad that Susie would obtain her humanity after those events that Cody went to the river, they stopped short. Susie breathed a sigh of relief and asked how they were doing. It's like, either one. Right, it may take some time for a full recovery. Nancy was very surprised by the evolved's ability to regenerate. Susie explained to Nancy that they had such fast regeneration thanks to the breathing technique they had just done. Damon was also at the second stage. He was stronger. When they found Charlie, they would teach this technique to Nancy. Nancy was very happy to hear this. Susie told her that as long as she remained honest, she would be one. Nancy blamed herself for Susie being so kind to her. At the same time, she considered her a fool and was very ashamed of it. Damon said that he wanted to take a shower in the lower reaches of the river, which embarrassed Susie. After everything that happened, everyone, of course, blamed Damon for her desire to be with Susie, and it was her ambitions that led to them being beaten. Megan made excuses that they hadn't stopped her then, and there was no point in blaming her now. But the fact remained that they had lost their food source and didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, they heard someone enter the house they were hiding. They turned around and couldn't believe their eyes. Nancy was standing on the threshold. Megan rushed to her, grabbed her, and started screaming at her. How dare she come to them after what she did, and that if she hadn't told them, everything would have been different. But Nancy didn't just come for no reason. In an instant, blood began to flow. It was Nancy who drove a wooden stake into her chest. Nancy grabbed Megan's face, saying she had wanted to do this for a long time, as her hands began to be covered in the infected symbols. Nancy's face was more like the face of the devil himself. Her mouth was large, and her teeth were shaped like sharks. Nancy told her to become part of her power. After these words, Nancy drank all the blood that was in Megan, leaving her pale, her skeletal body violent. Nancy was very pleased, standing over Megan's body. She looked greedily towards the other survivors and told them not to be shy, because now it was their turn. Coming out after me, Nancy felt great. The breathing technique worked well. Soon she would be able to match the strength of the evolved ones. However, she had to hide her power. She still chose this path. And then she saw Susie and David in front of her. Susie stood with David towering behind her. Susie was very disappointed that Nancy had chosen this path and deceived her. Nancy was very surprised by her presence. Susie said that she hid everything well, and she and David thought that Nancy had her own reasons for hiding the fact that she was infected. Their suspicions arose when she showed signs on her stomach. Susie and David's comrade is just as infected as she is, who can no longer eat normally, can only eat blood and raw meat, and human is a priority. And the most important element of this whole story is cannibalism. Since such infected are forced to feed on those like them, Susie was not aware of this peculiarity until Nancy confessed to her, and David told her what Charlie had once told her long ago. Susie does not want to believe that her friend would do this. Susie and David considered the possibility that Nancy was using them to exploit the rest of the survivors, and that Nancy was once a completely different person. Nancy lost her temper and told Susie to shut up. Nancy screamed that Susie didn't know anything, didn't know about how she had been living lately, tears welling up in her eyes. Nancy told how after she ran away from school, she became an outcast. No one wanted to deal with her because of her fragile body. Only a pathetic way of survival, asking everyone she met for help, kept her from dying all this time. Nancy had no choice but to defend herself and live a decent life, no matter what it cost her. Nancy continued to scream that she had no choice. Susie couldn't take it anymore and stopped her. Nancy was taken aback. How Susie spoke. She said that she had the choice to leave and leave at the second time, but Nancy did not. Susie asked why she joined the discussion, then by the river, according to her. Nancy knew what they were up to, but still agreed to go. Susie was furious. She told her about the breathing techniques, but she had become stronger, and she still killed them. Susie had given her so many chances, but she hadn't taken any of them. Nancy couldn't say anything, so she listened silently. Susie grabbed Nancy's hand and pulled her along, saying she was giving her another chance. Nancy tried to pull her hand away, but she was too strong. Nancy continued to pull her hand away, so Susie slapped her again so hard that Nancy fell to the ground. Susie told her to look around and asked her one last question. But she remembered their promise. Nancy smirked at the mention of the promise. Nancy laughed at the fact that Susie still considered her a friend, saying that she hadn't changed a bit. Nancy took over again. Susie was very popular in school. She was always the center of attention. She admired her, so she vowed to herself that she would become friends with her. Susie didn't understand anything. She was stunned by such words, and there was still something that Nancy didn't tell. Nancy has already eaten people, not only people, but also evolved ones. The first of which was the gym teacher who saved her. Nancy said that absorbing the evolved would speed up even her evolution. At this time, symbols began to appear on their hands. Nancy was the sight of the symbols in Susie's hand stopped appearing, and then completely disappeared, which surprised Nancy. Susie informed her that she was in the second stage and had high resistance to the virus, so as long as she was alive, Nancy would not be able to absorb her. Nancy's face had gone into human appearance again, began to stretch as if it were made of plasticine. Her eyes became bloodshot, and she fell towards She fell, her eyes wildly looking up at the sky. Tears welling up in her eyes. Susie was lost in her thoughts. Different pictures of them admiring the progress that popped into her head. Sure, these medals were on the pages of the book. They wanted to go together someday and see them in real life. It was on that day that they swore on their little fingers that they would be friends and would not lie to each other. Never lie, every bad things. Never get out. Nancy was already dead. Her eyes were dim when she continued to look at the sky. Susie was crying. She promised her blood to see flowers.
Oh my,
Susie knew that Nancy had kept her promise. By breaking her vow, she was forever married to Davis. David sighed with relief that it was all over. Then he pulled it out of his pocket. He thought that he would go. But suddenly, the ground beneath Nancy began to split apart from this rapid, huge effect of flower began to grow. It engulfed Nancy. The flowers were huge, long flowers of pollen. This mouth, those were big tongues, and the vines started to spread everywhere. Susie had the new flower grew from the ground, and its pollen grows. As the pollen entangled the halos, it felt strangely intimidating and David's. It was sleeping. Susie took David. It was something that she had to act while she had power to spot better, since she understood it would not last long. Using all of her remaining energy, she began to advance, maneuvering between them. David had no strength left, and Susie's strength was also running out. She gathered the rest of her strength and made a final dash, breaking out of the circle of flowers. Once they were safe, they could catch their breath and restore the strength that had previously. But suddenly, two people were moving towards them, ready to swallow the windows. Susie told them that they would fight by some time, and they were drawn very close. Susie grabbed a stick and began to fight on the vines, which wiggled and popped its tentacles, trying to push her. When both flowers were very close, the vines left almost no room to maneuver. Damon took out his pistol, loaded a single bullet into it, and fired. Susie didn't have time to react. She released the bullet from fast, after which there was an explosion of such force that she was thrown back. One of the flowers was knocked down, but Damon didn't have the heart to trace it. He grabbed Damon and placed him in his mouth. The flower had already folded its petals and was ready to begin digesting Damon, when suddenly it was covered with cuts. Susie wasn't shocked. She couldn't believe it. She thought Damon would never get out again. When the dust settled, Susie was able to get a better look. She saw Damon walking, leaning on Charlie. Now they walked towards her, safe and sound. Susie sat on the and still couldn't believe her eyes. They were both standing in front of her. Charlie holding Damon with one hand and holding his blade in the other. Susie's eyes widened as she asked why Charlie was dead, and then she saw Bob and a smile appear on her face. She thought he was dead because she couldn't feel him. Charlie said that he asked to hide his presence, since he was always there to observe how Susie behaved in various critical situations. Only the mutated plant interfered with his plans, since they would never be able. Damon and Susie were surprised by the term tainted plant. Charlie explained that plants mutate when they absorb the genes of a tainted plant, that it is rare, but does happen. Charlie said that having several of these plants in one place poses great danger, comparable in level of danger to a horde of several thousand infected, but only the big flowers are swarming. Big problems. What is really worth fearing is that they can distinguish their prey from the usual infected. Most of them attack only humans, or first stage evolved. Those that are more developed or fully mutated can attack second stage evolved, and the one you fought can be as strong as a third stage evolved. Don't underestimate yourself. We have enough strength to deal with it. New with the approach, their infected pollen has a great suppressive energy on the evolved, and an ordinary person can be infected by inhaling it. But the grains of pollen are large and so, as long as enough protection and a mask, they do not pose a threat. Damon realized that if they had such protection, the plants would not be able to surround them and strike back. If that were the only thing, they wouldn't pose such a big threat. The thing is, they can continuously turn people into infected like their classmates. Besides that, they feed on people, and as soon as the number of mutated reaches a satisfactory value, the zone ceases to be safe. According to Charlie, Susie handled the situation with her friend very well. Impulsively or like a coward. In his opinion, Susie had reached the level of a real survivor. This news pleasantly surprised and encouraged Susie. She could no longer restrain herself and rushed to hug her brother Charlie, who she had been looking for and who had been looking after her all the time. Damon said a little sheepishly that his eyes being the boss all this time, keeping everything the same. When Susie rushed to hug him, he said that he was not interested in flat girls and told her to come when they were older. Of course, Susie was hurt by this. But then Charlie said it was time to get to work with their efforts. Charlie said that high-level infected produce meteorite crystals, but infected plants also have something called flower resin. Flower resin is a special crystal that heals wounds. You can increase your resistance to the virus, and if your class mutated before they completely mutated, they could become more lethal, which is why these crystals are so valuable. Charlie mused that given his current strength, he would be fine as long as he didn't find the beef on charged crystals. Susie was worried that she would slow down the progress. Charlie reassured his sister that the reason they couldn't defeat them was because they lacked power, not because they lacked information and preparation. The flesh of the infected is very dense and does not yield to normal weapons. But here is a weapon containing meteorite fragment dust, and that they would defeat him if they used the weapon that Lily gave them. Damon was ready to run around the county with a gun, but Charlie said that maybe tomorrow would be an opportunity. After lighting a cigarette, Charlie stood up and said that it was time to increase the power they had. After dividing the flower resin and spreading it on the stump and sitting around, Charlie and Damon sat shirtless, while Susie and Charlie told him to eat a piece of the resin. He each took a piece, allotted to him, and brought it to his mouth. Closing his eyes, preparing to swallow it, there was a short pause. After swallowing the pieces of resin, each one touched the purple stone lying in the center of his finger. For Susie, the procedure was not supposed to be too difficult, but it did require some effort. They ate the resin in order to increase resistance to the virus. At the same time, the energy crystal can give any amount of energy at any time. The process was started. Everyone was enveloped in a red aura, in the form of threads penetrating their bodies. Everyone was maximally concentrated on the process. A red infinity sign-like pattern appeared on Susie's hand, and the pattern spread from there to the rest of her arm. Each of their fingers began to be covered in red patterns. A pattern in the form of wings appeared on Susie's back, and lines spread down Charlie's arm all the way to the shoulder. The patterns on Charlie began to cover his face and reached his eyes. Charlie sank into his spiritual consciousness. In it, he stood without patterns. Suddenly, he saw an object hovering in his emptiness. It looked something like an eye, shimmering with shades of red. Charlie did not understand what it was. Charlie felt a strong mental pressure coming from this object. Apparently, it was the remainder of the forces of those fragments. There should be no problems with curbing this force. He extended his hands to it, and part of the energy passed to him. But part did not. Charlie realized that he could not absorb this far until the cleansing was complete. Charlie directed the resulting quintessence of power into a crystal so that Susie and Damon could use it. As soon as he placed it in the crystal, it immediately went down. Charlie stood up and felt something strange. It was the ability to detect that it reached a new strength. His detection radius had increased to 50 meters, and his clarity had also increased. With his current level of strength, Charlie could match many third-stage evolved ones. While Charlie was wondering how strong he could become once he reached stage 3, Susie and Damon also completed the process quite quickly. They were excited about the result, and thanked Charlie for the power he channeled into the meteorite culture at the last moment. But Charlie was curious to know what their mutated abilities were, and Damon volunteered to show them first. He stood in a stance, arms outstretched to his side, and small throwing knives appeared above his palms. Damon was the king of throwing knives. Susie and Charlie were amazed by his ability to keep objects in a state of levitation. That was not all. The knives began to spin around him at great speed. The speed was so great that it was impossible to see them. Charlie understood that such a flight speed posed a threat even to those who had evolved at the second stage, and those who were lower would not be able to get close to him at all. At that moment, Damon pointed one of his knives towards Charlie, but the knife simply went around Charlie from behind and returned back like a boomerang. Damon could control the objects he created at a short distance. From that day on, Damon could not be afraid that he would be an evolved stage 2 power type. In such a fight, he would be able to fight back. Although now, he can only control 2 knives. Charlie assured him that enemies below the 3rd stage are not as dangerous to him as they were before. It was Susie's turn to show off her new abilities, and after Damon's introduction, she wasn't going to hold back. Before the boys could blink, Susie was standing in front of them with Damon's knives in one hand and Charlie's cigarettes in the other. Charlie realized that Susie had started moving at the speed of sound, which was not the case with Damon, who did not understand anything. Susie explained to them that she could now move at the speed of sound, but there were some nuances. She could move at this speed for 2 seconds, but this also made her very happy. Charlie was very impressed by Susie's powers, because in those 2 seconds she could cover a distance of 700 meters. Charlie praised the guys for their efforts and abilities. Tomorrow morning they would set out on a difficult and dangerous journey through the Li Hua Valley on their way to the prefecture. Upon reaching the gas station, the group changed into suits that were supposed to protect them from the effects of pollen from infected plants. Although Damon and Susie were not very happy about this wardrobe update, Charlie calmed Damon down with a light slap, saying that he had nothing to be embarrassed about. After which they set off, the road sign said that there were 5 kilometers left to the city. As they were leaving, Charlie felt a presence. It was Glendon, Mask, and Adam watching them. Glendon complaining about Charlie constantly noticing him, and Mask was worried that Charlie's mental power could now match hers. Adam couldn't believe that his power in the second stage could compare to the Mask's power. She also didn't quite understand how it happened, but she understood that Charlie had nothing bad in mind. Glendon offered to stop them, but Mask assured him that it was pointless, and that she couldn't stop them anyway. Besides, Susie was safe with them. Leapwalk County was already like a jungle. The infected plants had almost completely engulfed the city and become one with it. When the friends entered the city, they noted that it was very quiet, like a forest. Charlie explained that, due to the enormous power of the plants, they needed much less time to completely absorb the city, unlike ordinary plants. Charlie assessed the situation with his detection ability and realized that at the crossroads, he should go right, since there was a crowd of infected on the left. But Bob didn't think so. At some point in time, he froze, and then rushed to the left. Charlie was very surprised by Bob's behavior, but still decided to follow him, as he was sure that Bob felt something. Bob led them to an alley where strange infected stood motionless like statues. No one yet understood why Bob decided to go there. In the alley stood the advanced mutated ones, infected with pollen and able to compare in strength with the evolved second stage. Susie was surprised by their number. The concentration of pollen in their bodies was very high, although only 3 months had passed, and with time, they would only become stronger. Charlie believed that Bob brought them here because he was hungry, when suddenly Bob rushed again and ran somewhere. Susie wanted to run after Bob, but Charlie stopped her, saying that there were too many infected. They did not act like this. Bob denied his presence, and the infected didn't touch him. His favorite food was the rodents. No one understood why Bob had passed. He must have said something else. Bob headed inside the garage, leaving everyone else even more confused, because it was full of these plants, and something could happen to him. Charlie was worried because there could be other infected inside the garage that were stronger than the ones they saw in the alley. He was worried if Bob could hunt them. Charlie called everyone to be on guard. They all started moving to help Bob. Bob stopped and raised his head as he listened. Swarms of infected flowers were flying above him, when suddenly something fell behind him. He felt the infected approaching him from behind, but he managed to react and smash his head. For him, this meant the beginning of the hunt. But from the darkness, several pairs of glowing eyes appeared, and a muffled growl. Several infected were heading towards him from the garage in darkness. Susie, who had been watching the events from Bob's perspective the entire time, said that he had met 6 parasites, one of which he had already managed to kill. Damon did not understand that Bob had become so strong. Charlie thought that there were a lot of parasites there, which meant that Bob could find their lair, and if this was so, he should help him. The trio went to help him. But first they had to deal with those standing in the alley. Susie took the knives. Damon began to use his ability, and Charlie rushed into battle with his blade. Bob at this time was also not going off and entered into an uneven battle, then maneuvering between the parasites who wanted to catch him. But in addition to high speed maneuvers, Bob also struck blows. But this dance of death was interrupted. Bob saw in front of him a huge bulldog, entangled in vines and plants. The bulldog opened its mouth, ready to fight Bob. The rest of the team continued to make their way down the alley, chopping the mutated ones to pieces and fighting their way forward. But everything was not so simple. After death, the mutants began to turn into infected plants, and it was necessary to immediately destroy their remains so that they did not have time to turn. But events did not develop in the best way. The mutated ones closed the ring and eventually drove the heroes onto the roof of the bus, from where it was more difficult to fight. Susie understood that Bob could easily escape from a bunch of parasites, and that there was no great need to save him. Charlie explained that if there were not many of them, and even if he was defeated, he could easily escape from them. But if he found their lair, then it would be much more difficult to do so. The natural advantage of parasites is the ability to parasitize other species. Usually there is a strong infected person living near their lair, who is a carrier, and if Bob stumbles upon him, he will have a hard time. The decision was made to stay on the roof of the bus, where it was relatively safe, and wait for Bob to get out. Suddenly they heard a dog barking coming from the garage, which surprised and confused them greatly. But their surprise and fear knew no bounds when they saw this dog. It was the same huge infected bulldog that was chasing Bob. Bob jumped onto Susie's shoulder, and all the other parasites froze with expressions resembling fear as the dog approached. But the parasites climbed onto the bulldog's back and sat down like a rider. Charlie realized that this dog had become infected with pollen, had grown to such a size, and then had settled next to the parasites and had become their carrier. The dog stood up and was ready to attack. It was the size of a small car. Its opponent was Charlie, who was also ready to accept the fight. While Damon was marveling at the authority this puppy had in little circles, this puppy roaring rushed forward to attack. Charlie was ready, and with a cold look, he punched the dog hard in the face, forcing it to stop its advance. Bob was pleased. The parasites were unhappy that their dog was being treated like that. When a bark came from the cloud of dust, the fight was not over. The bulldog stood up, came out of the cloud of dust, and exhaled. In the meantime, his rider began to parasitize him, which gave the dog more strength. Charlie was somehow glad about this. He stood and waited for his opponent to strike again before he moved. The parasite, which had previously been sitting on the dog's back, began to completely merge with the body until it became one organism with it. The dog was transformed after the merger. The muscles increased, and the fur stood on end. Suddenly, Charlie's eyes became black, and patterns appeared under them. And he said that he would take care of the dog, and let the others watch the developments. First, Charlie sent the enemy flying, after which he jumped after which, with another no less powerful blow, Charlie set it down after such a fall. Sometimes she did not move. The mutant stood in complete bewilderment. Charlie ordered Susie and David to deal with the evolved ones and ensured that the remaining parasites would not escape. Meanwhile, the bulldog had already gotten to his feet and was prepared to attack. Susie and David began to crush the developed ones, and the remaining 3 parasites merged with the dog's body, making it an even more dangerous opponent. After this merger, the bulldog began to look even more terrible and dangerous. The claws became long and sharp, the fur took on a green tint, the fangs also became longer and sharper. Damon was very scared that the others were parasitizing an already strong dog, but Charlie assured him that it was good for them. The bulldog lunged at Charlie, and Charlie struck him in the face, but the dog withstood the blow and received no damage. The dog snorted. Charlie was surprised that she took the blow, but she didn't know that he had a face up his sleeve. Charlie kicked him so hard that the bulldog didn't have to say that. The blow made him lie down for a while. Charlie took advantage of this to start retreating. During the retreat, they discussed the fact that this dog had reached the 3rd stage when he merged with those parasites, which meant that he could become even stronger and reach the 4th stage, but it would take a little more time to generate the power, so Charlie was never going to do it. He had to wait until the dog had completely absorbed the parasite's energy. Charlie intended to play with him so that he would spend all his energy, and Damon decided to cut off the group of pursuers from them and leave the dog without his lackeys. He did this with the help of his rifle and an accurate shot at a high-rise building, the debris of which blocked the path of the pursuers. When they were left alone with the dog, they stopped running and turned to the bulldog, telling him that he was now without his retinue, which made him confused and frightened. When the dog heard that they were going to play with him so that he would use up all his energy, he fell into an even greater stupor. Charlie intimidated the animal by saying that they would beat him so badly that his own mother would not recognize him, and that Susie would practice on the third stage infected. After all these words, the dog was so scared that it did not understand what to do, run away or fight, and could only whine from fear and misunderstanding what was happening. Giving her good beating. This dog was differently understood perception. Charlie explained that the parasites affect the host's consciousness. The host's consciousness. First mutation. Before he emerged from the four parasites, the dog was in the second stage, and after that, he was able to break into the third. In Charlie's opinion, it was already impossible to pull him out from under the influence of the parasites. In terms of consciousness, the dog was not affected. Susie doubted whether they should kill the enemy. Charlie was adamant that any infected person is an enemy. So had to be killed. At some point, the dog began to shake. The flowers on his back began to wither. His claws returned to his sides. His fur changed color. He was now standing on end. Charlie put his hands up to the sides. He dared approach him. The state was unclear what to expect. After some time, ordinary dogs stood in front. Ordinary skin, ordinary claws, teeth and fur. Only one eye was missing. Charlie was surprised that he was able to feel his reflection. After the transformation, the dog instantly sat on his stance. This was the animal's way of showing his loyalty. Charlie knew that the animal was suffering from fear. The dog, of course, was unhappy with his arrangements, and he tried to deal with his fate and make a crystal. Damon and Susan were immediately shocked. Charlie simply picked up the crystal from the ground. The dog asked him if he was really offering this in exchange for his life, to which the dog declared. Charlie immediately went down to him and gently stroked his head and warned him to farewell. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he left the cutting words and smiled and guided him away. Afterwards, Damon approached his friend and asked what he had become so kind, to which Charlie replied that he had always been able to make good things. Then he turned the crystal to the light and said that his energy inside could help someone who evolved the peak of the second stage and bring through to the third. The friends immediately began to suggest that the guy use the crystal as soon as possible, but Charlie replied that they could not use it now. He explained that the two of them should now focus on stabilizing the environment energy inside their bodies, strengthening a solid base. As for him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach the third stage, even if he had a dozen of these crystals. But although he was stuck at the peak of the second stage, his strength had long since reached the level of the third. And if he wanted to evolve to the next stage, he would need 10 times more energy than other evolved ones. Charlie suggested giving the crystal to Bob. As for the dog, he said that he already left a trace of his mental power on him. Damon asked if he was abandoning the dog, to which Charlie still replied that he never made bad deeds. Afterwards, Charlie suggested that they quickly find shelter, and finally let the hamster eat the crystal. And after a while, the guy tried to shove the shiny thing into his mouth, but Bob dodged it in every possible way. Susie was horrified by such torture of her pet, and asked if he would really be okay, to which Charlie replied that she did not worry, and assured the guys that he had long ago shared his part of his mental power with them. Once she was sure it was safe, Susie immediately took Bob in her hand and shoved the crystal into him, slowly the pants, and after some time, the latter gave this reaction. Bob turned pale and squealed very pitifully. Damon and Susie immediately became scared and began to bombard Charlie with questions, but he calmly replied that the animal's condition was normal. Suddenly, capillaries began to burst in Bob's eyes, and a second later he fell in a crash. Everyone immediately bent over him, and Charlie suggested that he must have begun to evolve, and said that they would have to stay here and leave only in the morning. Suddenly, the company heard a shot in the street and looked towards the window. They didn't see anyone in the area. Still, the gunshots were there inside. Damon asked Bob. Charlie reported that the gunshots had infected the road area, but the area was no longer safe. He ordered his friends to take Bob immediately and ordered running through the streets. The boys continued to hear shots. Only one weapon. Suddenly, Charlie stopped abruptly and said something just around the corner. Damon and Susie asked what was going on, and the guy suggested that they take a look at what was going on. A man pointed a gun at a child and demanded that he let go of a woman lying on the ground. The child with the infected flowers firmly attached to his back, devoured the flesh of his own mother, who, unable to move, died slowly and painfully. Susie looked at all this in shock. Charlie explained to the girl that it was just an infant plant and slightly made him go crazy and kill his own mother. His friends wondered why the man had told him that. Charlie suggested that perhaps the child retained his consciousness. To his friend's shock, he explained that those infected by plants sometimes only lose control of their bodies and retain their sight. And it was clear that the boy killed his mother. Most likely, he had known this, the father simply decided to kill his son, since the latter suffered much more from everything. The man continued to beg his son to let his girl go. After a few minutes, he fell to his knees and began to apologize for not being able to see him. His last nerve gave out and he burst into tears, begging him to kill him. The boy came to his senses. He groped his way towards his father, who asked him to kill himself. He continued walking towards the man and talking about how he had killed his own mother and that he deserved to die for it. And when he reached the man, he placed his bloody hand on his shoulder. The boy had only a few seconds to resist, which he told his father to kill him quickly. But time ran out, and the flowers took their toll. But before he could do anything, Susie's foot hit him in the face. David informed Charlie that the baby was still hot tempered, which the guy replied that otherwise she would not be herself. Charlie said that despite everything that was happening everywhere, they still remained human, which is what he liked about the girl. The man handed the gun to Susie with trembling hands, and the girl said that if she became like his son, her father would immediately kill her, because being a military man, he would obey orders. Susie also called the boy lucky, because even having turned into this, he still had a loving father, after which she handed the gun to the man, saying that it was up to him to make the decision. The man took the gun in his hands, and asking his son for his last forgiveness, fired him. After Susie approached the boys and turned to Charlie, he sadly said that perhaps she shouldn't have interfered. He praised her and explained that it was the right decision. The group approached the man, and Charlie suggested that he go with them to another safer place. After some time, they were all sitting together in the house, and the guys expressed their sympathy for the man, to which he thanked them for everything. He was about to give them his weapon, but Charlie stopped him and asked him to consider a reward for information. The man agreed, and Charlie asked him to tell him about what had been happening in the area, starting from the first day of the apocalypse and ending with the present day. He sighed and said that the infected plants appeared out of nowhere overnight 2 months ago, to which the guy was horrified. He immediately pounced on the man with questions. He told him that there were many strangers there who had fled from somewhere, and they said that they had come from the prefecture. Susie immediately began to intervene in the conversation, but Charlie stopped her and let the man continue. He told that after the plants appeared, the strangers tried to escape, which only a few of them managed, and most remained in the pear tree. The man also said that their town was named after a 1,000-year-old pear tree. Charlie asked why he left the tree, which the man replied that they had lost contact with their constants. Afterwards, Damon asked him why their group leaders didn't advise them to stay, and Charlie explained to him that they did it on purpose. Charlie asked how many people were left, to which the man replied that there were about 100, most of them were from the prefecture as well as their cult leaders. Charlie said that they were just heading to the prefecture, which the man the shortest route to it, but the man didn't want to tell them anything about it. Nevertheless, the man told them in detail about the route, and also warned the boys about all the dangers that they would have to face. And after that, they all lay down to rest. The boys set off early in the morning and left the man some bullets and supplies as a parting gift. He sincerely thanked them for everything, then held Susie's hand and turned to her. He asked the girl not to blame her father and said that he believed that he was doing everything possible to find her, and that there was no parent who would not love their child. At this, the boys, Susie smiled and shyly thanked the man. Before leaving, Charlie advised the man to head to town and described the base in case they didn't know where to go. Damon asked Charlie if his plans belonged to the prefecture, and Charlie replied that they must have. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get here overnight, and that the prefecture itself was probably filled with them. He then explained that infected plants reproduce by infecting other species from extreme After a while, Damon asked the guy, because even if something happened to the prefecture, she would still head there. Suddenly, Charlie stopped and, lighting a cigarette, said that she should have reached the second stage a long time ago, to which Damon and Susie were shocked. They immediately began to bombard their friend with questions about such a rapid transition of levels, to which Charlie replied that N was different from them and was a real genius. He explained that with her power at stage 2, she was not afraid of either the infected or the plants. If they got there in time, they would definitely find her. A few minutes later, Charlie stopped again, saying that he now understood why, out of 30 people, only that man and his family remained alive. He immediately gave his friend the sequence. He asked Susie to collect some lines from infected plants in the initial stage, and Damon to collect flower petals from developed plants and wrap them around his cycle. They were surprised, but began to carry out the tasks without words. Charlie also asked them to wrap their shoes completely with vines. They did as he said, but grumbled. The guy also asked them not to make a sound so they would not see or hear. Everyone stood silently for a few minutes, and then heard piercing screams and cries for help. A terrifying picture appeared before them. Dozens of poisonous flowers mercilessly swamped out a bunch of his people, some of whom were unconscious, and the rest were screaming for help. Damon and Susie looked on in genuine horror and wondered how it all happened, while Charlie calmly reminded them to stay quiet and move forward. Afterwards, all three of them made their way through the huge plants in absolute silence, and only looked around. Very difficult for Damon and Susie to restrain themselves from helping the people who were begging them. After some time, there were only flowers and no people left on their path. Finally, having made their way through the barrier, they exhaled and were able to express all their dissatisfaction. Charlie told them that the place was a collection of infected plants, and at the same time, a trap for luring new victims. Charlie also explained that plants do not have the ability to potentially kill. First, they catch a few people and hang them up high enough so that others can hear their calls for help, and to make sure that the bait has worked, they immediately parasitize them. The guy also reminded that the infected are their enemies. It doesn't matter who it concerns. As soon as it becomes clear that a person is infected and there's no way to save him, he must be eliminated immediately. Stopping at a safe place, Charlie reported that he had already scanned the road ahead and found several survivors, that the tree was quite close. Then he told his friends to get ready to pick up the pace, to which they immediately agreed. All three looked out from behind cover and found survivors fighting with infected at the entrance to the building. Their leader commanded the people to move inside, to aim only at the legs of the dead, so as not to kill them. Of all the survivors, Charlie singled out only their leader, who is an involved one. And although he's not that strong, he feels a fluctuating mental force in him, which indicates that the guy is at the peak of the first stage and can compare in strength with Bruce. David disagreed with him and said that this guy was dealing with the infected too easily, but Charlie suggested that it was the gun. It seemed to have a deterrent effect on the green infected. Afterwards, Charlie reported that these people were well trained in both attack and defense, in addition to which they remained unperturbed. And even if they did not have weapons, their teamwork was good enough to withstand such a threat. Having finished, their leader ordered the fighter to take the second group of people and go set up barricades. The masked men immediately took the iron cubes and dragged them to the gate. Damon immediately informed Charlie that they had begun setting up obstacles. He also asked why they were going to so much trouble to build a line of defense, and whether they were planning to occupy this underground supermarket and make a new strategic point there. Charlie explained that there were a lot of supplies in the supermarket, and they couldn't take it all in one go, so some of them had set up barricades and would protect them until the others had taken everything out. The news of the supplies immediately gave Damon and Susan a little idea, reminding them that they didn't have much left themselves. Charlie immediately looked at the guys with a disapproving look, thereby making it clear that he did not like their idea. Meanwhile, the survivors continued to deal with the remaining infected, and their maid Adam poured gasoline from the crowd. On his orders, the liquid was set on fire, and within a second the dead were dying one after another from the hot flames. The team of survivors began to rejoice because they finally succeeded. Adam told the others what they had left to clear out inside and asked them to check in on the supplies, to which he received the answer that they had very few spears and shields left, and that they would not last long. To which the guy replied that they had no other choice. His partner suggested that they should have the rest. Adam immediately condemned them and stated that they had already done a hard job, worthy of praise. But they could not cope with what was inside. Suddenly the guy was informed about the approaching guests. Adam turned around lazily to Charlie, Damon, and Susie, saying, everyone else immediately began to whisper, not understanding who they were. But they understood one thing only. Adam immediately relayed the news to his friend on the radio, and Charlie called the guys off the stage. Charlie walked forward confidently, and finding himself shoulder to shoulder with Adam, he pushed him aside and walked. Adam stopped him, and Charlie just turned around and asked what was going on. The blonde was stunned and heard and shouted that he was Charlie immediately gave the girl a sign, and in a matter of seconds she knocked out all the couches and found herself behind Adam. He was surprised by the girl's scream, but as soon as Susie tried to attack him, Adam had already moved to the side and pointed her. The three of them were shocked and fell silent, and Adam stated that he and his team had put a lot of effort into clearing this place, so it rightfully belonged to them. Charlie praised him because there weren't many experts in Leewaw County, and Adam realized that the three were not from here. Upon hearing this, the others were also surprised. Adam asked his team to step back and said that he would deal with the guests himself, and a second later he was behind Charlie, holding a knife to his throat. Suddenly, right after that, the blonde split into three personalities, and the other two also put knives to the throats of Dale and Susie. With one voice, all the individuals demanded that they leave, otherwise something terrible would happen. Adam turned to Charlie, having long since realized that he was the leader of their team, and advised him not to move from his place. Suddenly, Charlie realized what the trick was and began his transformation. He immediately dispelled the illusions and deceptions created by Adam and freed his friends. Adam immediately fell to his knees, not understanding how the guy managed to reveal all his cards. Charlie only told him that he had a good ability for mutation, but his mental strength was not effective. Adam just looked at him and wondered how the guy was able to completely suppress his energy, so much so that the illusions not only didn't work, but he also dispelled them, and Charlie and the guys went on. Suddenly, Adam stopped them and asked them not to go down, explaining that there was a huge infected plant there. Although he recognized their strength, he still couldn't handle it alone. After which the guy suggested that they wait for their team and go there together with forces. He also suggested discussing the distribution of supplies, but Charlie stated immediately. Charlie's team walked on silently, and Adam's team didn't understand why they were acting like this. The partners offered Adam to help the guys in case of danger, and also remembered that he was the only one who went down there. They began to ask the guy what he saw there, to which Adam replied that there was no need to worry. No one touched the supplies. One of the guys told him that 10 days had passed since then, and Adam didn't think that by now someone could have gotten ahead of them, but he rejected that idea. Adam told him about the huge flower inside, and stated that if they wanted to destroy it, they needed the evolved ones from their reconnaissance team, and those who entered there would most likely die. He ordered the others to immediately collect as much food and mineral water as possible, and the rest was at their discretion. Once inside, Charlie's team examined all the oddities of the room, and in case of danger, the guy explained to them that the reason that not a single infected plant touched them along the entire route was that they had not yet encountered a plant that could resist them. While continuing with their business, all three suddenly heard an explosion from below. A huge infected flower burst through the concrete floor. Each of them looked at what was happening and could not believe their eyes. The explosion caused a slight earthquake in the street, and the others realized that the plant had broken through. Adam immediately informed his friend about this, and that the said trio was currently there. 10 minutes passed, and the sounds died down. Adam decided that all three were dead, and then told the team that perhaps in the future they would evolve, but would not become invulnerable. He began to lecture his subordinates, telling them not to become like this bunch of arrogant people, prey for the infected. They immediately obeyed and fell silent. Adam smiled and rallied the team and continued working hard. However, after a few minutes, the entire team, including Adam, noticed a basketball moving on the ground near them. Charlie's team was happily kicking the ball around and carrying supplies out of the basement, while Damon and Susie began their activity. Charlie calmed them down and suggested that they quickly find a shelter where they could lay out everything they had obtained. Adam and his men could only watch in shock as they walked away, but Adam stopped them again and asked them in confusion how they had managed to survive. Susie, while solving a Rubik's Cube along the way, replied that they had destroyed the plant. Adam just watched their cheerful mood and still couldn't understand them. On the way, Charlie and the guy in the car. The sound, they assumed it was a pickup truck. It was that same friend of Adam's. The guy reported to him over the radio about what had happened. The guy continued to say something and didn't notice that the car had already pulled up. A shaved guy in a criminal outfit named Marvin got out of the car and asked what kind of bastards they were to steal from him. He saw a brave Trinity in front of him and began to drive at them with accusations. Marvin said that they must be tired of living like they were doing this, to which the boys silently looked at him as if he were an idiot. Adam immediately rushed to him to explain everything, since he understood that all three were much stronger than them, and Marvin could do some bad things. Marvin didn't even listen to him and accused him of idleness, and Adam froze in place. The fat man yelled at the guy and turned to the three, also yelling and asking what was wrong with them. The trio stood and asked him alone, and Damon asked Susan if she thought the little guy was cute, and she replied that he wasn't her type at all. Afterwards, the team simply walked past him, and Marvin became even more angry. He said how dare they ignore him and jumped over them in a second, falling to his butt and rising again. He declared that no one dared to pass through him, the great brother Marvin, so easily. Adam quickly rushed towards him and tried to stop him from speaking. However, Marvin pulled the guy towards him by the scruff of the neck, without listening to his convictions, and punched him in the face. Adam immediately flew to the side, and Damon laughed, and asked Marvin what he was looking at so intently. In response, Marvin yelled at him. He came close to Charlie and demanded that they leave all the supplies they had obtained honestly with them. The company ignored the guy again, and Charlie continued to lead the guys. Marvin's head began to smoke from anger, which his subjects immediately noticed. This meant one thing: Marvin was furious, and was going to start a serious fight right now. At that very moment, Marvin rushed towards the trio, demanding that they return immediately. Having caught up with Charlie, the fat man raised his fist over his head, and Adam tried to warn him that he should not do this under any circumstances. His blow was immediately stopped by Susie. Marvin was shocked, not understanding how this was possible. The girl was really angry with him, because he had prevented her from finally solving the Rubik's Cube, and she demanded that he disappear quickly. Then she hit him with all her might on the stick mug and added a pirouette and a kick. The whole team looked at this with shock in their eyes, and Susie turned to Charlie with the sweetest smile and showed him the solved Rubik's Cube. Marvin still couldn't calm down and accept defeat. Suddenly, Adam ran up to him and asked him to stop immediately, so he could see that they were much stronger. Afterwards, Adam took him to the basement of the supermarket and showed him how the trio dealt with the infected plant. Adam told his brother they dealt with the flower, but Marvin became furious and asked why the hell he didn't tell him about it earlier. Adam immediately began to make excuses by saying that he had personally told him about it, and Marvin almost hit him again. He finally lost his temper and demanded that they quickly catch up with the three who had left. Having caught up with the guys and apologizing for everything, Marvin began to offer the trio cooperation, to which Charlie only asked to hand Adam over to them for just one night. Adam immediately turned to his brother and said that this all looked very strange. The fat man didn't listen to him and shoved him into the trio, telling Adam that he simply had to sacrifice himself for the sake of everyone else. Charlie informed his friends that they would have to stay with Marvin's team today while he and Adam had some things to sort out. Suddenly, there was a squeak in Susie's backpack, and Bob jumped out of the pocket. Charlie immediately went down to the hamster, stroking him, noted that this time he woke up quite early. Afterwards, the guy took him with him and pulled Adam by the hand, and the teams dispersed. Marvin only asked the others why Charlie had brought the hamster with him. After a while, the guys arrived at their destination, and Charlie asked Adam if he was afraid of him, because the guy looked quite worried. Charlie assured him that if he didn't do anything stupid, he didn't touch him, and then asked Adam to wrap his leg in vines. Adam immediately began to rant about how he still didn't have a girlfriend and didn't want to do things like that, to which Charlie demanded that he fulfill his request. Adam asked him to tell the guy what exactly they would do. Charlie only replied that he would take him somewhere, and the guy would figure it out himself. Having finished with the vine, Charlie led the guy to the infected flowers and people drowning in them, where he had previously brought his guys. Adam was familiar with this place, as half of his team had once died here. Charlie asked the guy to calm down and assured him that he knew what he was doing, then explained that this path was called an infected corridor, in most cases, which can be found at the intersections of major roads in large cities, a trap created for people. He said that he very much doubted that their path was blocked only by this place, since all the major roads in this area were already captured by infected plants, including the way back to their base. Adam was surprised. He realized that Charlie knew about everything from the very beginning, and shared with the guy that almost all the roads surrounding this area were blocked. And the fact is that on the path that Brother Marvin told him about, there are the least infected plants. Charlie asked if his ability would make the plants ignore their presence. Adam replied that its effect would only last them 20 minutes. Charlie said that would be enough. As soon as they entered inside, let the guy activate it, and wait for the next order. Walking straight into the trail, Charlie moved confidently, with Adam following behind him. As soon as Adam saw the vine-covered human face in front of him, he stopped his partner and asked why they had come here, to which Charlie replied that they were going to kill the plants. Charlie explained that their goal was to find the one master flower that controlled the others and destroy it. A few minutes later, he found him, and Adam sadly reported that many of them died here that time, so they never returned here again. Charlie only reported that the matriarch was somewhere below and asked Adam to stay close. After cutting the vine, Charlie pushed the guy first, and Adam rolled down the vines. On landing, Adam finally realized one important thing: Charlie is very strong, and if he is on their side, then they will finally be able to defeat these infected plants. Walking down the long corridor, Charlie answered all of Adam's questions and eventually explained to him that all of the people imprisoned by the plants were doomed the moment the plants infected them, and they killed the matriarch, who would die along with the rest of the plants. Suddenly, Charlie stopped the guy and asked him not to leave. Adam assumed that he was releasing him. He asked if Charlie was checking the way forward, which he replied that Adam should be able to do that too. Charlie informed me that there was a fork in the road ahead, and the infected matriarch plant should be at the end of that path. Adam was inspired by the boy's ability and hopefully asked if he could teach him this, to which Charlie replied that everything depended only on his own talent and experience. Charlie immediately handed Bob over to Adam and asked the guy to stay with the hamster so that he could protect him from crossfire if necessary. Charlie reported that once he confronted the matriarch, the plants would go into a frenzy and Adam's ability would likely lose its effectiveness, but he believed that he and Bob could hold out until he killed the matriarch. Leaving Adam with Bob, the guy went to the matriarch, the path to which was guarded by a bunch of monsters. Turning to the creatures, Charlie demanded that they come out and finish this quickly. A second later, 2 infected with claws and 2 reapers, guarded by the matriarch, appeared in front of the guy. Suddenly, Charlie saw a dark demon standing behind him. He had only one eye, growths on his neck and back, and instead of hands, he had claws. Charlie was calm. He asked the infected if they would attack one by one or all together, after which the infected with claws rushed to attack him. Before he could begin his attack, he was immediately cut down. The rest of the infected were surprised that his comrade was dealt with so easily, but as it turned out, everything was not so simple. At the very last moment, the infected with claws managed to dodge Charlie's blade, losing his hand. Charlie was surprised that they had learned to dodge blows, but this did not affect his fight. After striking, Charlie jumped back to that time to figure out his next strategy for the fight. When at the moment of imminence, a dark demon appeared and saved the infected with claws, carrying Charlie to life. It was necessary to get everything over the These infected decided to go loose and support their allies. These attacks were not easily taken. The infected had lost his main weapon, claws, through the victims, the dark demon saved. Charlie thought maybe they're waiting for him to dig in the hall. The dark demon flew inside the infected body with claws, and rolled and splashed to the back, which one of the flowers on the wall began to make a flower. Adam felt the Paul and told Bob to get up his clothes and go to bed infected. This trick did not get them infected, but they had to fight with each other. Charlie continued to fend off the dark demon's attacks, which surprised the latter. The dark demon's scales were very hard. Charlie couldn't easily inflict any significant injury to him. Charlie still had a few attacks that he had to use against infected. The current battle, the dark demon was the strongest, but the infected with the claws was the most dangerous, as it had the greatest attack on him. Charlie decided to deal with him first. Now the decision went on. After the demon, Charlie received a level 4 meteorite crystal from the wall, but he still did not understand what the The 2 remaining reapers rushed into battle at once, intending to overcome Charlie with strength and numbers, but this did not frighten him at all. In one move, Charlie found himself in their weak spot behind their backs, and one blow finished them both off at once. After defeating them, Charlie decided to ask the dark demon to surrender in this way, since he could by them literally attack combat and be infected with claws. But the demon was not going to give up, so Charlie stood up and the blade was engulfed in flames. Charlie was ready to play with it. The demon roared and ready to start the fight, and suddenly the demon began containing lines and a large infected flower appeared in front of Charlie. The flower opened its mouth wide, and Charlie scolded him for allowing all of his subordinates to be killed before it showed up. Suddenly the flower began to attack and try to catch Charlie with its vines, but Charlie managed to react behind the claws. The flower then entangled the dark demon with vines and pulled it towards itself, accelerating its evolution and increasing its powers. Charlie decided to attack in order to not give the demon time to evolve, but just before the attack, the demon changed its stance, a feature inherent in those infected in the 4th stage. The demon threw Charlie back, causing him to flip over several times in the air, and still landed on his feet. After landing, Charlie began to break, but it was necessary to take a leap back into the air. Charlie knew that if he had been the last one, he would have died from several his life. He had to use all his strength to win this fight. He was going to deal with it as soon as possible. For his next phase, he had already controlled the left right, and he was so enough to swing immediately as soon as gathering his strength, Charlie rushed forward. Charlie was sure this was his last, after which he fight all his strength. First state, up, the dark demon was using his name was Space Man. The dark demon guarded him. Charlie finished off with Space Man. That was too slow. It was last one. Pushing off the demon's body, the other off the floor. Charlie lunged towards the demon, preparing to deliver the final punch. They made 30 seconds. Charlie began to explode the dark demon got to the wall. As Charlie fought, such an attack, he was excellent. Then when the battle was over, I was seeing the vision on his eye and the second was the matriarch looked at the cloud with 6 legs and legs and strength. 3 legs and strength. Instead of power, 2 red eyes were visible, out of the large and sharp head. Charlie was looking at the matriarch made the already trapped Charlie in. Charlie somehow managed to destroy it and free himself from captivity. Charlie understood why matriarch kept it together. Waited until Charlie saw the strength. But Charlie was not successful. Although they had ended the meteorite crystal, the 4th stage green meteorite crystal was able to kill the Charlie greatly assured the matriarch that he gave his flower as necessary. The matriarch did not like this attitude. He scratched his head in misunderstanding, expressing his dissatisfaction with such plans. At this time, Adam felt that the matriarch began to move toward the house. Bob broke loose against him. Adam followed him, afraid that if something happened to Bob, Charlie would kill him on the spot. As soon as Adam caught Bob, the ceiling above the place where they were standing collapsed due to the matriarch's movements, and Adam realized that Bob had saved him. Except that he no longer protect Adam, and he should carry him. The plants that were nearby, as Charlie said, were berserk and began to attack Adam. He was beating between them as fast as he could. Adam begged the hamster to help him. He thought that Bob was there to protect him. While he was thinking there was already a large infected plant, he swallowed them without thinking. But something went wrong. He swallowed completely and spat it out. While Adam was spitting and wiping himself in the face, he didn't notice anything. When he hit his head, he saw Bob. In front of him stood a completely different hamster than one he Bob had grown in size. He stood confident on his feet, and his claws became very long and sharp like knives. But even though he was not a giant in size, without the eye to Adam, his pride began. He Meanwhile, Bob Sweet and rushed to fight the Flowers, chopping their minds with sharp claws. Adam still didn't believe that he was seeing a transforming hamster now. When Charlie, seeing him, realized that Bob had finally been able to awaken new ability to himself, Charlie understood that even though Bob grew stronger, he still couldn't cope with so many plants, so he had to end his battle here now. Adam still couldn't believe what was happening around him. The transforming hamster and guy was attacking the infected plants. That made it seem more like a dream than reality. At this time, someone on the roof of the building, Lenny and Matt were watching what was happening. Asked Sue that problematic place was so usual. Lenny couldn't believe that anyone could take down that man there because even they could do it. He asked assured that everyone has their own strengths. Charlie was a strong timeout. Asa told Lenny to return to the base from the corridor until they had no more changes, assumed that it was over. In this state of affairs, Asa was powerless, even with all the desire to stop Charlie. She will respect any of his decisions, whatever it may be. After winning, Charlie laid out all the crystals he wanted to find to eat, so Charlie had to grab Adam didn't understand. Adam saw how much resin Charlie had managed to get after this battle, and was shocked Charlie about it. But he didn't want to be there, so he urged Charlie to collect all the resin he needed. Charlie remembered that Adam had been swallowed by an infected plant and was becoming better, so he gave him a piece of resin to rid Adam of the prospect of becoming better. After Adam heard that he had to eat this resin, he was so stunned that he rocked back and forth while sitting. Disgusted, he turned to me and asked Charlie not to tell anyone what happened. Upon returning to the others, Charlie said that they had sorted out Adam was the rest of Adam's team to tease him about what they could do the rest of the day. They were so tired. Adam did not say answer questions. He felt sick and vomiting, in which he asked the others never to remember this. Charlie approached his team and they asked him if he had managed to get something. Charlie answered in the affirmative, and Bob Sweet, Marvin approached Charlie and asked him if he could the base. Charlie said they could down. 10 minutes later, they were on the wall with infected plants. Approaching the wall, Marvin explained that if his team attacked at once, they would be able to defeat two maximum three plants, and there were a lot of them there. Charlie asked Marvin if they had ever fought so many infected plants, or if they had fought at all. Then Marvin gave the command to line up. As one man, the soldiers lined up. Then he assured the boys that his men were professionals in their field. Marvin gave orders for one part of the team to take care of the right, the other the left, so that they would not swarm them. So they should be there. After which, to raise the team's morale, Marvin shouted and asked if they believed him. If they were ready to enter into an unequal battle, the whole team must be with him. Marvin asked to practice a little, so that there would be no problems later. But Charlie said that their plan was good, but very slow. Marvin didn't understand what Charlie meant. They couldn't act recklessly in fashion. His plan was slow and practical. Charlie motioned for Susie and David to go away, and they rushed forward without thinking, completely shocking Marvin. Marvin decided that he had to send his fighters to help them, because he believed that the two of them couldn't handle it, and so as not to appear like cowards in the eyes of their saviors. While Marvin was giving orders to his soldiers, Susie and David had already dealt with almost all the plants. Marvin and his soldiers couldn't believe their eyes and didn't understand how it was possible that two evolved ones could deal with a huge amount of infected plants. Meanwhile, they had already finished and were able to get 5 pieces of resin. It took Susie and David less than 3 minutes to deal with all the plants, which only made everyone more frustrated. One of Marvin's subordinates began to doubt whether it was worth giving them the 15 more pieces of resin that they had promised them for their help. The soldier continued to insist that the boys were already strong, that it would not be difficult for them to collect these pieces of resin. But Marvin did not tolerate this and slapped his sword. Marvin turned to Charlie and assured him that whatever they got along the way, they were home. They would still get what they agreed on. He promised him that he would give them everything they agreed on when they got to the safe zone. Charlie thanked him for that. The survivors' camp was set up around an ancient tree, with the tree itself had a center of tents and circles around it, an event where their scouting army had returned with a large amount of supplies. People crowded around Marvin's car, taking boxes of supplies. Charlie, Susie, and David looked around the camp and marveled at how well it looked. They noticed that ordinary air trees grew in 2 or 3 meters. This tree was 20 years high. Susie believed that the tree had roots. Charlie did not sense any hostile energy, and weapons made from the wood of the tree had a sweet water. Then Marvin came up and introduced the boys to one of the settlers named Salmon. He introduced the boys to Salmon as heroes, without whom they would have died. Salmon shook Charlie's hand and thanked them for helping Marvin return with supplies, without which himself would not have lasted long. Here Marvin told Salmon that they had promised him 30 pieces of bread. They had given him 15 at the start. Salmon thought that this was a lot, but it was a good price for saving the action. Salmon thanked them again, but he said he would be Charlie celebrated promised that they would Charlie was concerned that Susie would give him the press later, which he attributed to the events of the last few days, so he sent David to the island. Charlie and Marvin were sitting in his tent at a small wooden table, drinking alcohol that Marvin had once in. Marvin said his grandmother brought him enormous from the sea.
Hello? 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 Hello?
No.